work session on Avenida Diaz Equitable Development Strategy. Thanks to all of you who are here in attendance and to the staff who's going to brief us. Welcome. And I'll turn it over to Robbie Hammond.
Thank you, Mayor Pace. Good evening, everyone. A few months, I guess a couple of months ago at this point, we had a work session on the kind of first half of this. And tonight we're excited to kind of share the outcome of the Equitable Development Strategy for Avenida Diaz. I want to thank Justin and Edmund for all of their work with our consultants and all the engagement that they've done. And so tonight it's kind of a high-level summary of that report. If any council members have any kind of detailed questions, we'd be happy to kind of take those offline as well if you want to dig into anything specific throughout the report as well. And with that, I'll turn it over to Justin.
Yeah, and actually, speaking of the questions, Justin, you wanted to hold questions till certain sections, is that right?
Yes. So okay. I think a couple of real logical breakpoints. We'll consider sort of the four main buckets within the Equitable Development Strategy.
Okay.
Maybe pause there, then do a little bit of a deeper dive for the police department block site.
Okay.
Pause after that one too. I think that those would be a couple of the probably the most logical places to take a little breather, and then we can field questions. And then of course at the end.
Right, and at the end, and if there's any deep questions, we can always email them, as Robbie said. Okay, absolutely. Take it away.
All right. Well, for the record, Dustin DeMello, Senior Project Manager for Economic and Community Development, and I'd like to introduce Edma as well.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Edma Castillo, and I'm Project Manager in Economic and Community Development.
As Robbie said, it's hard to believe that already 2 months has passed since we were last here for the Avenida Diaz work session. It feels like it was just a couple of weeks ago, but we are back. This time, of course, we have the document that was shared with you all, I think, a week or two ago. And as Robbie mentioned in his introduction, we're more than happy to dive deeper and take any sort of in-depth questions or conversations that you may like to have or ask, offline if we need to dig deeper. But of course, tonight's a good forum for that as well. So we'll do still a relatively high overview. This time, not of the entire Avenida Diaz program. That was the work session back in June, where we talked a lot about some of the diverse goals of the program. We talked a little bit about the engagement that has taken place to date. Tonight, really, the focus is much more focused on this document, the Equitable Development Strategy document itself, and the 20 actions that are contained, the proposed and recommended actions that are contained in the document, with an eye toward adoption later this fall. So the document is still very much a draft. There are sections of it that, in my own opinion, still need a little bit of work. So don't hesitate in sharing, please, your feedback. We wanted to get a draft to you that was in an early enough state that you could really engage early with the draft, but also which was developed enough that it was worth your time to review. So we've tried to hit that target, and I hope that we have. So we'll do a quick slide here to the next one. Yes, so tonight the agenda really is to talk about the Equitable Development Strategy itself, how the various strategies were developed, a little bit about the organization of the document, and then a quick overview of some of the strategies. We won't go deep. And then I hope to carve out a substantial amount of time at the end to talk a little bit more about the early planning. And I want to reiterate that, early in the process, but yet planning for future redevelopment of the city-owned property on the corner of 10th and Washington. That certainly is part of this document where we can go a little bit deeper. And then we'll conclude tonight with a brief overview again of the next steps, process and policy steps toward adoption of the strategy later this fall.
And Justin, would you mind pulling the mic closer to you?
Not at all.
There you go. Thank you.
My apologies, Mayor. I've been told every presentation I've ever given that I need to speak up. And so I continue to try to work on that. But in the meantime, I'll pull the mic closer as well. So thank you for that, Mayor. As usual, we'd like to ground the presentation in existing policy. I think this slide was seen from last time too, so I won't spend a lot of time on it. But reiterating the main point that especially as it relates to downtown, a lot of the policy goals upon which these specific actions are based have been part of our planning framework for many, many years, especially in the downtown framework plan and the downtown urban renewal area plan. And really the program purpose we covered in that presentation back in June, so I won't spend any further time on that either. I'll take our first break there in case anybody has questions on the outline of the agenda or anything else that you'd like to ask before we start diving in a little deeper.
Any questions? All right, let's keep going.
All right, let's keep rolling. For this slide, I'll kick it over to Edma to introduce.
Yeah, so you may have, you may recall this slide from our previous presentation. And before we jump into the different strategy categories, I wanted to talk a little bit about how these strategies were developed. So we started with our existing plans and policies. You know, these documents guide our work. They identify the things that the city understands is important to our community. And Justin and I went through all of our plans and our recommendations, our goals, and pulled out the ones that are pertinent to Avenida 10. We then took those to our community, and we didn't just want to assume that those goals and action items are still what our community needs today. So we asked, are these hitting the mark, and what is missing? And then we took what we heard from our community with the expertise from our consultants, architects, and even some of our city staff, and worked together to create the strategies that Justin will review in just a moment.
Okay, so the document is organized into 5 main sections. And for the sake of tonight, I think we'll try to get through 1 through 4 in one push, and then take a break there for a little discussion, and then dive in a little bit deeper for number 5, which is related to that specific site on 10th and Washington. So as you can see, those 4 first main areas of the document in terms of how the strategies are organized are 1, overarching development strategies, 2, housing, 3, commercial, especially with the focus on existing small businesses. 4th is public realm with the focus on direct city investments. So capital improvement projects, mostly related to public works and parks that are planned for the area. And then the 5th area, of course, being a site-specific redevelopment plan. So for each of the first 4, as we go through, we'll pull up a slide that kind of shows what those actions are that are contained in that subcategory. And maybe I'll just do a quick highlight of one. And then we can dive in deeper based on your comments either here or offline into any of these strategies to whatever level you would like to engage. So the first 3 really don't fall neatly into any other category, so they land in overarching. They influence housing, but they also influence the commercial sector. They're very general in their focus. One that I'd like to highlight is number 1.2, relating to the city's use of VHDZ. So without going too far back into history here, sidetracking us, I'd like to share a little bit of information with you about VHDZ. That's the Vertical Housing Development Zone program. It's a tax abatement tool that incentivizes vertical development. So it's an abatement that's provided projects based on really the structure type of the building. It encourages and provides a tax abatement for buildings based on their actual verticality. It really is focused on incentivizing mixed-use development. So development where you have the ground floor, the businesses, and then the upper floors being housing. So the city has used VHDZ very effectively, but in an ad hoc way to incentivize development throughout the city and downtown. For example, it was a key part of getting Block 67 to where we are. We're hoping to break ground in October. VHDZ was a critical part of that. So when it comes to this strategy for Avenida 10, what the action is seeking to memorialize and enshrine how the city uses VHDZ, especially within Avenida 10. And it looks at opportunities to add certain criteria to development projects that may be seeking this tax benefit. When they do so, we have a unique opportunity to make specific requests in return, above and beyond what code would require for them to be eligible for this tax benefit. And so based on all the engagement that we've done with the Avenida Diaz community, we'd like to recommend that certain requirements be attached to projects that would seek this type of tax abatement. And those requirements would be directly responsive to what the community has asked for. For instance, can the developer include a few more higher bedroom count units, for instance? Or can they do something related to anti-displacement to actively assist existing businesses to move into the new ground floor space? We can attach those as requirements to projects that would like to take advantage of this program. And that's one of the recommendations of the strategy, specifically 1.2. So again, I don't want to dive too deep into it because I mean, any one of these we could go and talk about it in some detail. But I'm trying to just highlight one from each bucket to give you a sense of what the strategies include. Within housing, it's a very similar strategy that I would like to highlight, and that's section 2.4, which is to consider ways to tailor MUPD to community goals in Avenida Diaz. MUPD is another one of those lovely tax abatement acronyms. So whereas we had VHDZ, we also have MUPD. MUPD is multi-unit property tax exemption. So this is a tool that is part of the city's housing production strategy. We're planning to develop a program to implement next year to incentivize the development of multi-unit housing citywide. But as we've engaged with the Avenida Diaz community, we realized again that we had an opportunity here to incorporate some neighborhood level requests into the program. So as we think about setting up a MUPD program citywide, this recommendation is that we apply a neighborhood specific zone that would actually, very similar to the VHDZ recommendation, attach requirements to projects that would seek that exemption that are responsive to the community feedback. For instance, can a project include accessible units, a certain number? Not, we don't want to change the entire development pro forma, but can we ask for a certain number more of accessible units than what code would require? Can we ask for a certain number of units that, again, have 3 bedrooms or more to be responsive to the community's desire for apartments that are suited to family life or multi-generational living? One thing that we heard a lot about from the community is the sense of safety and security, that they don't feel safe or would like to feel safer. So again, we could incorporate as requirements for projects that would seek this tax abatement within Avenida Diaz to put more effort into public safety features of their development. Can they put a little additional thought into how their building is laid out, or even around lighting or sight lines that can enhance the sense of safety through design and make that an eligibility requirement for projects that would seek that sort of tax abatement? So those are the types of additional asks that we would recommend be attached to projects seeking that tax exemption within this neighborhood. For local businesses, the one that I chose to highlight is Action 3.2. We chose this one actually specifically in response to your feedback, Councilor Sinclair, from our work session around the feedback that you have heard and which we have heard as well about commercial tenants desiring improvements being made to their building. In some cases with landlords that have not been very forward about performing such improvements. But we're also very thoughtful about the risks associated with getting involved in that around sometimes the phenomenon, of course, when a property owner improves their building, they may seek new tenants or they may increase their rents. So we want the improvement, but we don't want the unintended consequences. So this action, section 3.2, calls for an adjustment to our existing tenant and storefront improvement grant program, again, specific to the Avenida Diaz community. This action calls for increasing the grant amount that businesses would be able to apply for, but it also proposes attaching requirements for property owners to take advantage of this grant to improve their buildings to agree to certain tenant protections. For instance, a rental cap increase so that they cannot use the improvement that was city supported with the grant as an excuse to raise their rents on their tenants. So we're very proud of this one in particular. I think it's got a lot of potential to both help the property owners make those improvements and invest in their properties, but also to protect their tenants from rent increases. The next one that I'd like to point out is related to Section 4. And Section 4, I will admit, I think is the section that is the most draft. So as you look forward to seeing a final version in the coming months, you'll see quite a bit more detail specifically within Section 4. But the specific action that I wanted to highlight tonight as an example is Section 4.3, which is to implement recommendations from the Avenida Diaz lighting study. So as we engaged with the community, we heard a lot about, again, safety as being a major concern. So even as our engagement was progressing, we actively replaced 71 fixtures within the Avenida Diaz neighborhood to improve lighting levels. Additionally, we, working with Public Works, performed a neighborhood-wide lighting study that identified from a technical perspective where lighting was substandard. But we also engaged with the community and got specific feedback from our Community Advisory Committee on specific intersections and sections of streets where they felt additional lighting was needed, where they felt it was dark, just from their observational experience. So within this action, the recommendation is we have identified where new lighting should go, and even have cost estimates associated with that as part of the report. And so the action merely is to advocate for acting upon and funding the recommendations of that report. So that's indicative of the public realm improvements within Section 4. Most of them don't call for anything new. They're projects that you have already seen as part of the Public Works or Parks and Rec capital improvement plans. But this document talks about how they can be tailored to meet the specific community goals that we have heard, or why they should be prioritized because of what we have heard from the community. And again, a huge part of this document, as we talk about policy adoption toward the end, is that it helps us to unlock URA as a possible funding source for some of these projects that otherwise would not be eligible. So I'll take a breather there. I know that's quite a lot of information before we dive into the PD block there on 10th and Washington, in case you have any questions or feedback that you'd like to provide.
Counselor, thank you. Counselor Allcare?
Yeah, I have a question. Thanks for your report. I'm wondering if over the past 5 or 6 months, if the committee that you've been working with, if they're talking about safety, I know they had mentioned lighting. Have they mentioned anything about ice? Fears about ice, and what sort of protections that they are requesting as part of this?
Not specifically what actions they are requesting. We certainly have heard about ICE from the Community Advisory Committee and from many of the community members that we engaged with along 10th Avenue. We've also heard, I mean, a few of the other major things that we heard about are related to homelessness and policing in general, and ICE definitely we have heard about. We tried to really frame it with our Community Advisory Committee that what was the scope of our work was what was funded by the Metro grant that allowed us to move this project forward, which was a planning and development grant. So we really endeavored to set those as the guardrails and try to keep that the scope of our project. So you won't see within this document recommendations related specifically to policing or city response to ICE. We've documented their feedback in the community engagement report because we want to make sure that even though it wasn't within the scope of our actions that we were tackling, that we gave them that voice. That's what they have spoken to us, so we reported it. It is documented in the community engagement report, but there are no actions specifically related to that.
Yeah, I didn't think that there were, but I did think that they would come up in conversation.
Yeah.
So do you recall recommendations that they had?
I don't. I heard a lot of concern. I didn't hear specific recommendations in our conversations. But to be truthful, I mean, we often, our conversations were not really heavily focused on that in terms of the topics that we were taking to them. So, to be honest, I'm sure that's why we didn't hear. Weren't really soliciting that.
So you didn't, that, it just wasn't one of the topics that you presented.
Right.
I think, Robbie, in the past that I asked if there could be information boards, and we have some that are up around in that area. But I'm wondering, can we be further inclusive in telling people where they can go to find help and who they should call, and that the police are not going to get involved? And can we do things like that? I think that, and this is just me saying this, but we have to have that in consideration if we're going to go further with this project. It would be irresponsible not to, on their behalf.
Thank you, Counselor. And yes, the answer is yes, we can. And I would also add to what Justin is saying, outside of this scope, there are a lot of other efforts along Avenida Diaz that we're continuing to work on. But for example, Chief Coleman's here. We talked about our community engagement team within the police department, and many of those officers and staff are bilingual. And so we continue to try to use those avenues to try to hear and glean recommendations from them as well. So we'll continue to explore ways we can share with the community, especially along Avenida Diaz and the surrounding area, ways that they can seek help.
And Councilor Alker, we did have one session with the Community Advisory Committee that was policing focused, and Chief Coleman came down for that. And it was a great conversation. I mean, it is exactly what you just outlined in terms of talking about, what HPD was not able to do as it related to engaging ICE, and we talked about all of those things. But it was relatively small. I mean, it was that event, and it was that group that had a nice informative conversation with representatives from PD. It did not lead into any actions, as you mentioned, within the EDS itself. Yeah.
Okay, so I have Counselor Sinclair, but hold tight. So we have Counselor Case, and then Counselor Salgado, and then Counselor Sinclair. So Counselor Case.
Hey, Justin and Edma, thank you guys so much for this so far. I had a chance last week to take a look at the report you sent, and I appreciate you sending over all that information. And I'm glad you brought up the comments in 2.4 about the multi-unit developments. And I think something we heard a lot with Nueva Esperanza was having multi-family, larger families living together. And so kind of in looking at some of the examples that don't want to spoiler what we're about to see, but I think for me, something I will want to keep an eye on is more 3 and 4 bedroom apartment options. There were a couple in some of them. And so just, knowing that families want to, need to be together and not crammed in there. So I just wanted to say that. And thanks for this. This is really helpful. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you, Counselor Case. Counselor Salgado, and then Counselor Sinclair.
Hey, good afternoon. I would just like to understand a little bit about the timeline on these sort of things. The lighting and the safety concerns around that is something that I've heard about since I've moved here. And it's very visible when you drive through there, like during the fall or winter around 5 or 6 p.m. It's really dark and you have a lot of people walking around out there. Can you just help me understand what the timeline looks like on actually getting more lighting in the area and making it safer? I know that we're just talking about the plan, right? But as a city councilor, I'm trying to understand, how do I make this a priority? Do I need to insert this in the last 3 minutes? Is it an email? Can you help us understand what that timeline looks like, and when can we can see some sort of improvement in that area?
Yes. In some cases, especially as it relates to Section 4, the public realm strategies, it really is a question of funding. So I mean, I think that the time where the moment of opportunity would be in order to implement this recommendation, as we're talking about funding lighting improvements specifically, would be as part of our biannual budgeting process. And this one you would see come up through Public Works.
Okay, thank you. And Counselor Sinclair.
Thank you. Justin and Edma, thank you for this presentation. This is exciting because I see diverse and diverse, actionable opportunities here for both our residents and our local businesses. That's very exciting to hear the reality of having that mutual relationship between the property owner and the small business that invest in the storefront improvement programs, because that is problematic currently. So that, thank you for thinking outside the box and creating that mutual opportunity in the future. One thing I wanted to ask about though, when you're talking about 3.2, I'm sorry, 2.3, they expand partnerships with home, the home initiative, is that what it was? In the
Homeowners.
Yes. Will there be opportunity for home ownership opportunity in the downtown corridor with programs with initiatives such as that? Because we're increasingly hearing, whether it be social housing, or cooperative housing, different opportunities that people would love because of the accessibility to public transportation and surrounding businesses. Is that something that might be considered? And if so, can you share more about the types of partnerships you envision for that type of initiative?
I can speak a little bit, but not a lot. That's when I will probably need to come back, because this document is so diverse. I don't want to get out over my skis on housing. I'd very much like to pull our affordable housing team to make sure that you've got the subject matter experts. But that your point is exactly what that action is striving to get at, which is there are opportunities for us to strengthen our collaboration with organizations which are dedicated toward homeownership opportunities. It's a very tricky one to solve, right? I mean, the pathway to home ownership. And in our engagement with the CAC and others, again, just being very transparent, we heard more about the other end of the spectrum in terms of people just looking to stay housed, even in rental. Where it was the home ownership had become so far out of reach for quite a few. But definitely, I think there are opportunities there for us to engage with, the Proud Ground and the other organizations that have a specific focus on helping, forge those pathways to home ownership, because it's absolutely critical, for sure.
Yeah, I was just gonna add as well that or along the Avenida Diaz area, you see a lot more higher density, which then becomes a bit tricky for home ownership models. But we have, Justin mentioned Proud Ground. We have others that we've looked at. There are some within the general area that once you can expand out from Avenida Diaz, that becomes a little bit easier. But yeah, we can talk to our affordable housing team and it's just typically with affordable housing also, you're going to see more apartment type complexes as opposed to single units.
Thank you. May I ask one last question? I'm interested to learn more. What does it mean, parking management plan? Even though you don't have that all identified, but what does that envision currently?
We actually have quite a lot on this one, which is why I look forward to getting you a revised section 4. So we heard a lot about parking already being an issue, specifically east of 10th Avenue between 10th and 18th. A lot of folks that live in apartments that they have multiple cars, maybe they get one parking space in their unit. And then they also commented that there's quite a few non-functioning cars that are on the street. And so as we talked about parking, and especially even talked about further development, even higher density development that would come to the area, there's a lot of concern that as those developments come in, A, are they going to build enough parking to not make my situation worse? B, what can the city do to help mitigate this already existing issue? So we talked about the various tools that a city can bring to help with parking, with the CAC. We talked about structures and the high costs associated with that. And so we talked about a lot of different things, and where they really guided us, which was, I think, really the reasonable solution, which was let's use the parking that we have more efficiently, both in terms of enforcement, but also education, just the city becoming more proactively involved in managing the on-street parking. So again, already proactively in response to that engagement, the city has already undertaken and is working toward having the first deliverable within a few weeks from a parking consultant that has done data collection for the Avenida Diaz area to understand the existing situation today. Again, as a direct response to what we heard from this engagement. We're going to need an additional step of consultant help to actionalize that into, okay, here's what the data is. Now, what's the plan in terms of how Public Works can more actively manage through signing or whatever other tools that may be recommended. And then, of course, then we need to actually implement it too, would be a stage 3. So you'll see those more explicitly defined, explained, and those phases, the phase 1, which is already complete, and the phase 2 and phase 3, the development of the actual plan, phase 2, and the implementation of the plan, phase 3. You'll see that all spelled out in the finalized version that we're working on right now. Yeah.
Okay, Councilor Harris and then Councilor Salgado. And then after that, I'd like to move on to the next section because we still have quite a bit to go. Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. DeMello and Ms. Castillo. I'm going to actually follow or tag along with Councilor Sinclair here because the same issue popped into my mind during your presentation, which was homeownership opportunity. Do you know what the current homeownership percentage is in this zone?
We have the number. I don't have it offhand, but it is actually in the.
It's in the full report.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because I think overall in Hillsboro, it's about 50% of the units are homeowner. I don't know what it is there, but some of these, it's great to increase density. It's great to increase rentals, but sometimes that comes at the expense of homeownership opportunities for entry level, particularly if you have a house that can be torn down and put a triplex on it. And you know, whether we should be subsidizing that and take away the homeownership opportunity, I think there's probably a balance in the zone that we need to make sure that we have homeownership opportunities for people at entry levels and higher levels, if appropriate, and that we really keep in mind if we're really really putting all our donuts into incentivizing vertical housing or fourplexes, things like that, we could be losing some. It could be, you know, obviously we'd be sacrificing density, but there's probably a balance in there is all I'm saying. And I want to make sure that for people who want to live in this area and become homeowners, that they still have an opportunity. Every time you increase density, also it increases prices. I just want to be aware of that and make sure that's in the back of your mind as we're developing this program. Thanks.
It's an excellent point, and I'd refer you, Councilor President Harris, to 2.2, because that's one of the points that the Eco Northwest team made. Actually, that exact same point, that the stock of the single family homes, especially not immediately adjacent to 10th Avenue, but a little bit off 10th Avenue, are also uniquely valuable assets as being exactly those types of home ownership opportunities. And so as they talk about zoning in 2.2, there are some specific recommendations aimed at exactly that, not sacrificing those properties for the greater density, but really looking more at opportunities for mixed use to fully use our commercial zoning, which is right along 10th Avenue and TV Highway, as being the primary opportunity for getting that verticality and that higher density so that we can preserve the existing neighborhoods of single family housing and not sacrifice the one for the other. So it's definitely a major part of the thought process, and an excellent point.
Okay, Councilor Salgado.
Oh yeah, another question. And so I guess preface this question by saying I'm just trying to understand how this all works, right? Avenida Diaz is obviously very important for a lot of reasons, right? But it's traditionally underserved and underinvested, right? And that's not unique to Hillsboro. There's a lot of communities like this, heavily Latino immigrant, that are underdeveloped and under-resourced. So I'm just trying to understand from the city of Hillsboro's perspective how we got here so that I can, as a city councilor, be more effective in advocating for this community. So just help me understand the budgeting side of it, right? Because here's what I'm hearing. We have money to pay for a parking study, but we don't have money to pay for lighting in the area. Are those different funding sources? Like, how does that work? Just help me understand how we approach that.
Councilor Salgado, I'll take that one. So this goes back several years. I think Councilor Alcara actually was on council originally when we started talking about not only Main Street, but actually extending the focus that used to be really on Main Street over to Avenida Diaz, right? And so at that point, we started identifying ways that we can start investing more, making it safer. That's when we started setting up these committees and the things that were identified. Some of them we were able to do pretty quickly. I think Justin and Emma mentioned some of the lighting things we took care of very quickly within current budget parameters, but some of them are likely going to be very, very expensive. Like if you have an area that has no electricity going to it and everything, that's going to be hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars. So those are the types of things that get folded into budget requests that you'll see during the next budget process, is things coming out of these studies that have significant budget costs that we don't currently have the capacity for. The parking study, the lighting study, those are things that typically we can manage within the current budget, but the outcomes of those and the recommendations of those are typically going to be, like I said, even in the millions. And that's where we then need to come as staff and present to you all, here's the recommendations, here's what we're proposing to pay for those recommendations, but that needs to be done in the budgeting process.
So just to clarify, when we do get to that point during the budgeting process, it's just adding money to this budget. It's not designating like a special project budget. It all goes into one bucket, and then the staff decide how much goes towards projects. That's the nuance I'm trying to understand here.
Yeah, it's probably a little more complicated. So there's a lot of different sources of revenue that could pay for some of these things. So sometimes it's our public works tough programs. Sometimes it's general fund that pays for them. So what we do is we take the project and then we figure out what makes the most sense of how to pay for it. And that's what we would then propose to the council in the budget process, is how we propose to pay for it. And then if that budget is adopted, that's then a project that gets adopted that we then spend the next biennium working on, and we have the budget allocated for it.
Okay, one more follow-up, sorry, and no more. So when we're talking about a lighting study, we're talking about like digging up sidewalks, implementing infrastructure, like brand new lighting. It's not just getting new lighting in areas that are really dark. It's completely changing the landscape of the lighting. Is that what I'm understanding from this 4.3?
Not exactly. So the first phase of it was just replacing luminaires. So that was the work that has already been done. The phase 2 is recommendation toward replacing actual fixtures, but not wholesale reconstruction of the streetscape. So that would just be upgrading more than just the bulb. I mean, for the luminaire basically just is the bulb, for lack of a better term. So phase 2 would be more intensive than that. It would be adding some poles but then upgrading others, but it wouldn't be a wholesale reconstruction of the streetscape.
Okay, I'm gonna move us along into the last section, right?
Absolutely.
Is that right? Yeah, go for it.
Yes, which is the police department block on 10th and Washington. And so going back to the scope of this work, this one was allowed for in the scope for us to dive a little bit deeper into this specific block, because we recognize that this was a really unusual and unique opportunity to have a city-owned property right on 10th Avenue that we know in future years, not immediately. And city manager Hammond has reminded me, to make sure that we're upfront about that. As we talk about this block and the redevelopment of it, we're talking a pretty long horizon in terms of when this would come about. And yet the planning and design and permitting for such a project takes many, many years, as you know. So it really is the right time to be thinking about it. And going back to the slide that Edma shared, that was really the formula for how all of these strategies were developed. That really is the underlying thesis behind this slide. As we started with those policy goals. So everything that you see on the left is what was already contained in the downtown urban renewal area plan and the downtown framework plan for what the city's goals for this block would be. So, housing is a major priority, mixed use, as we talked about, businesses on the ground floor, housing above. There was also a few really specific things. For instance, both plans called specifically for a special feature at the corner of 10th Avenue and Baseline as an example. So these were all sort of the inputs that we took into our work that we knew that we needed to build upon. But then we engaged with the community. And so we had a conversation with them where we said, these are our constraints here on the left. This is what we have to work with. But what do you think about that? What does that look like as we think about this specific site? And really the main themes that we heard from community members are what you see there on the right, which is make sure that whatever happens there has enough parking. We heard very specifically that the community was not comfortable with the max development scenario for this. They were a little overwhelmed by the scale of it. And so we heard some pretty consistent feedback that more of a medium density development felt to them better.
Justin, if you don't mind,
Yeah.
max is in the maximum amount of development versus max the transportation.
Yeah.
I just want to be clear.
I am so sorry for
Okay.
that. Yes, not max transit, maximum density for the block.
That's what I figured. I just
Yeah.
want to make sure we're all on the same page.
Because when we get to a slide here, in a slide or two, we showed massing diagrams to the community, and one of them was the whole block, 4 buildings at the full maximum building height. And the reaction from the community was that seemed a lot. So I wanted to share that feedback. That's what we heard. We heard quite a bit about the desire to keep a police presence there on the block. Very consistent feedback from the CAC and others that they liked having PD there. And then as was mentioned many times, a lot of feedback regarding the family-oriented nature of the neighborhood, that they wanted to see the open space requirements of any development met with playgrounds or other amenities that would serve children and families. And they were interested in higher bedroom counts. So we took all of that, both the policy goals and the community feedback, and gave them to our consultant team of Sarah Architects and Eco Northwest. And we said, please take those as your inputs and put on, you're the professional designers and architects, this is what you do for work. Please apply those to 3 different scenarios. One is the reuse of the existing building. One is a redevelopment of the city-owned property. And one would be the redevelopment of the entire, we'll call it the larger site, which would be aggregating with our neighbor to the east, which makes sense in a lot of ways because of the way the properties are integrated very, very closely, and some of the shared easements even that they have. So we asked them to look at applying those inputs to all 3 of those scenarios and to give us some concepts. And that's what you'll find in the HPD feasibility memo that breaks down the various concepts that they developed. We encouraged and identified 2B as the concept that seemed to be the most feasible. So that was the concept that we had the consultant team do a little bit of a deeper dive on to get a little bit more insight into what that development might look like, especially related to the economics of that development. So all of that information you'll find in that memo, which will be an appendix to the main report.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
What was the criteria for having concept to be being the most feasible?
It really was just staff decision as we looked at the amount of subsidy that it would take to finance the full site redevelopment was so large. None of these pro formas penciled in terms of being a market feasible project without some government help. None of them. The concept 3 options performed much worse, economically. So it hasn't been formally adopted. It's not as if as an organization we have said this is our preferred concept in like a planning sense. But for the sake of our scope of work, we asked the Eco Northwest team to look more closely at 2B because that seemed to be the one that was closest to penciling. But all of those concepts are still very much on the table.
Yeah, if I could add to you, Justin, this is where the staff, we get a little nervous because this is several years out, right? And so many things will likely change between now and whoever the council is that's, working through these things. And so it's we're just trying to kind of get a sense of what it could look like at that time. And so having the feedback from the community is really helpful because as we start over the next several years, and once, police has vacated that building, then we can start kind of figuring out what it could look like. So these are just very rough. This is how it could be, but there's a lot that would need to happen before any of this.
And to understand in general terms, very gross terms, what some of the costs associated with those different might be. So as we enter a negotiation over the coming years, we engage with council over the plan, that it's grounded in data. So you have good information to look at various concepts and what they may cost.
Okay, we have two other questions, which makes me nervous because we're running on time, but just keep that in mind as you're asking your questions. Councilor President Harris, and then Councilor Salgado.
Thank you. First question, how many square feet is the currently city-owned property?
Oh, yeah, I don't know offhand.
I don't
I'd have
need
to-
the exact number. Is it like more than an acre?
It's probably, I think it's more than an acre. It's a good sized property.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Secondly, as you go about looking at these concepts or opportunities or options for development of this, do you consult the realtors, the commercial realtors who are out there saying, if this were for sale, we would want this use and activity on it? So in other words, what's the market highest and best use of this? I'm not saying we should do it. I'm saying that's information I think that could be valuable, because they're going to look at filling it up, keeping it busy. I mean, they have ideas that may be different, but they may be informative. So do you ever consult market-based realtors as to what they think should go on, what they would put on here?
Indeed, yes. And even part of our formal scope with Eco Northwest was several interviews with developers. So it gets complicated, probably a whole other work session, complicated pretty quick. In terms of what the market wants to do, 4-story wood frame is the most economically feasible. Highest and best use, developers would love to go max in terms of the density. Again, not the transportation, but maximum density, where you would be looking at like a 5/2 mixed use podium. But that becomes very difficult to make pencil, especially when you factor in parking. So that's what the market would tell us. And that's what the market has told us.
Councilor Salgado, and then we'll continue on.
Yeah, there's just a general question around big projects. So we have the TV highway safety project also that's under discussion, and that looks like it'll intersect with this. Is a timeline at the same time, and what happens with big projects like that could intersect? Like, is there some coordination, collaboration? Just help me understand if there's any opportunities there to look forward to.
Yes, definitely. We collaborate very closely with TriMet and Metro on the bus rapid transit project that they are advancing. That's one of the advantages, going back to June's work session, of that enhanced cooperation. We meet monthly now and share notes on everything related to this area. So yes, that collaboration is definitely happening. This particular site sits north of the BRT project, so there's no direct conflict with anything related to this site. As it relates to the overall equitable development strategy, we have even spoken to that a little bit in terms of the public realm improvements, how as TriMet comes through with their project actually is a really golden opportunity for us to capture some of these other sort of opportunistic improvements around bike and safety, for instance, or in enhanced crossings of 10th Avenue. So
yeah,
in short,
I was just making the assumption that a project of this size will have an impact on traffic and the roads and the sidewalks, and so that's what my question was. Like, there seems like there's some overlap there, right?
definitely,
It's not just going to be to this little diagram we see.
definitely, yeah.
Okay, let's keep moving.
I'll just very briefly touch on the process ahead, because we did in June. So this is, I think everything is repeated from the June work session, but just to outline next steps. We have the draft, looking forward to your feedback. We'll be coming forward with a final version within the next few months, and we'll be seeking to adopt it in 2 ways. One would be adopting in its entirety by reference into the downtown framework plan. And that would be a minor amendment to the comp plan, the comprehensive plan. So we'll be coming back before you in that sense to have that approved. And to that end, we're already engaging with the Planning Commission. We had a work session with them last week, so that once we get to that adoption phase, we come in with a recommendation from Planning Commission to help move forward the minor comp plan amendment to adopt this in its entirety into the downtown framework plan. In parallel, also last week, we met with the Downtown URAC, the Urban Renewal Advisory Committee, and also shared a very similar presentation with them, as well as the draft of this document, so that in your role as the governing body of HEDC, we can also pursue an amendment to amend the Downtown Urban Renewal Area Plan. That's key to be able to bring the URA dollars into support of these specific actions that are recommended in the EDS. So we will be back in the fall, but at that point, it won't be really seeking any further feedback. At that point, we'll be trying to get the document adopted. So if you do have feedback, this right now, tonight and in the weeks ahead is definitely the right window to share that feedback with us.
Councillor Embry.
Thank you. Do we know how much funds we have in the URA, and how much have we been used?
I don't have that information available, but I'm fairly confident that Dan Diaz could produce that for us, or Carla, who leads our downtown URAC.
Yeah, I don't have the exact number either. The downtown URAC is much smaller than the North Hillsboro. So, but there are still it's in the low millions, so it's not insignificant. There is money available to do a lot of these projects, and so that's what it'll be exciting to be able to tap into some of those funds.
Have we been using?
Yes, we've used those funds a variety of ways over the years, and in some ways to, in fact, I think maybe even some of our storefront improvement grants and other ways. So we have already tapped into them in some ways, and a lot of these projects would also qualify for those funds.
Great. Any other questions? Questions online? No. Okay. Justin, Edma, thank you so much for coming in tonight, and CJ in the back. Thank you for being here and answering our questions. And if we have any further questions, we'll be sure to email you. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Welcome to the August 18th, 2026 City Council meeting. Thank you for joining us this evening. For translation services, please use the QR code on the poster on the left side of the room or on the front of the agenda.
This meeting is being recorded.
Great. We're good? Okay. So I'll say that again. Welcome to the August 18th, 2026 City Council meeting. There have been several disruptions during City Council meetings lately, and I just wanted to begin by setting the expectation for everyone. We won't tolerate disruptions that preclude the council or anyone else from being able to conduct its business and hear from the community. Those who cause disruptions will be asked to watch the meeting from the conference room across the hall or to leave the building. This is deemed as a first general warning for all attendees. Anyone who disrupts the meeting will be provided with one other individualized warning. Any further disruptions will result in that individual being asked to watch the meeting from the conference room or from home. To keep the space welcoming, inclusive, and accessible for everyone, and to avoid disruption, we ask that all comments be shared respectfully. And if you agree with somebody, that's great. You can snap or you can give a thumbs up. But if you disagree with somebody, just be quiet and let them have their time. Okay. To begin this meeting, I invite you to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amber, may I please have a roll call?
Yes, Mayor Pace,
Here.
Councillor Alcaire,
Here.
Councillor Sinclair,
Here.
Councillor Case,
Here.
Councillor Harris,
Here.
Councillor Anvery,
Here.
Councillor Salgado.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to jump right to public comment. Let me make sure of that. Yes, we have no presentation, so we're going to jump right to public comment. If you are here to provide testimony on the Sky Harbor Hangars appeal, please fill out a blue card. So when we call you up for that, we know what you want to talk on. So I'll say that more clearly. If you just want to talk in general about things going on in Hillsboro, please fill out a yellow card. All right? And if you look over there to your left, you can see staff members holding up a yellow card. If you want to comment on Sky Harbor, that time is offered at a different time during this meeting, and you fill out a blue card. Okay? Awesome. So if you're here to provide testimony on Sky Harbor Hangars appeal, please fill out a blue card so we can call you up once the public hearing is opened and your comments can become a part of that record. Persons wishing to speak will be recognized at this time. If you are here in person and wish to speak, please fill out a yellow card, and staff are collecting them, and then the staff will bring them to the city recorder. Please don't bring your card directly to the city recorder. When you're called upon, please use the microphone at the public comment table, which is right in front of you there. The microphone is live when the green light is on. You will need to tap the purple button in the center of the console in order to turn the microphone on. We have 2 people registered to speak virtually, and the deadline to register has now passed to speak virtually. This is called public comment because it's time dedicated for you to inform the City Council about your views. This is not a time for members of the public to address the audience or the general public. Please direct all comments to council. Each person will have up to 3 minutes. If you exceed the 3 minutes, we'll just cut you off. We'll ask you to stop talking. And if you refuse to stop, that will be deemed a disruption of the meeting, and you may be asked to leave. If you feel you have to publicly express support for a comment or a viewpoint, we ask that you do so quietly in a non-disruptive method, such as snapping your fingers, thumbs up, or jazz hands. Clapping out or clapping, calling out, or making any verbal outbursts not only interferes with people's ability to hear, the disruptions won't be tolerated, so please don't do that. Again, keep the space welcoming, inclusive, and accessible for everyone, and to avoid disruption. We ask that all comments be shared respectfully. Tonight, we're pleased to hear from you, and we'll begin by hearing from those who called in virtually. So the first person to comment virtually is Victoria Demchak. And Victoria, you there?
I do not see her yet. Just one second.
No? All right, well, we'll go to the next person, which is Andres Perez Lete. Andres, are you there? Is he there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. You have 3 minutes.
All right. Hello, City Council. I joined call today to oppose the Sky Harbor hangar development. My big question, I feel like it's a very common question as of recent, when it comes to this proposal, is why? You can't say it'll stimulate the local economy. I doubt that people with private jets are the type to stroll on over to the local shops here in downtown or anywhere else in Hillsboro. Why not, instead of working on transportation for millionaires and billionaires, we work on transportation for your constituents? Why not, instead of helping the rich get richer off of the back of our planet and its people, we put that money towards local trails, parks, and monuments? Help us appreciate nature, not tear it down. If this hangar goes through, it won't be the end of it. This is the first step in a long and dangerous process of appeasement. It was designed to be that way. Building a hangar sends a message that we are willing to bend whatever knee we can in order to make rich people like us. It doesn't matter if the noise hurts people and animals or disturbs the learning of the library right across the street. It doesn't matter if the clean air that pioneers on the Oregon Trail died for is polluted beyond recognition, as long as the rich people are happy. If we reject it, we will show how strong our community is in the face of exploitation. Please, say no to the Sky Harbor development and continue the rebuilding of trust between you and the city. Thank you.
Just as a reminder, if you would like to make general comments, that is the time, right now is the time to make those general comments. If you would like to comment on Sky Harbor, there will be a separate hearing tonight, and you can talk then. Victoria Demchak, is she online? No. All right, so we will move on to people who are here in person. The first person is Jana. Jana, you are up. There we go. Jana, come on up. And on deck is Tori Lewis. So Jana, come on up, take a seat, press the button. And can we make sure we have the clock ready? That's right. Okay, great. Jana, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
I want to take a minute to talk about the Century Boulevard Extension project that has already been begun as they tear down a lot more than the 47 trees that they initially had planned on. But looking at the plans, I have a few questions for City Council. Looking at the plans for Century Boulevard, the plans violate the Safe Routes to School policy, which states that children should not cross any road more than 2 lanes. Century will be 5 lanes, where children will need to cross over 5-lane road to get to Imlay Elementary School. So we're talking kids 12 and under, and also to Century High School. How did that project design get approved by you guys? How did you let the county pass that? How did it get past ODOT? Did we not even think about the fact that there's 3 schools that are affected by this? How are these kids going to get to school? We're cutting our budget. The only way to get them there is by bus now. So who looked at this, or why wasn't it looked at? My other concern is, what action are you willing to do to put a hold on this to make sure that we do something for the safety of the pedestrians that need to use that road? 5 lanes with sidewalks, but at the speed that people are going to be trying to go through there, it's going to be just like Maine and the rest of Century is now. People are going too fast, and it will then be an issue of safety for pedestrians and bikes, especially the kids. I would like to see that since you are responsible, the city of Hillsboro, for managing this road, that you would be holding the county responsible since they are the ones that are creating this road. The priority should be on the people versus the cars. So, it's something to think about. Thank you.
Next up is Tori Lewis, and on deck is Simone C.
Good evening, Council. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak with all of you. I do pray for you all. I was praying for you just before this meeting, and have a couple of friends with me today who are also praying for you. Just as a remembrance, 1 Timothy 2, verse 1 through 4 is what I quoted in my first time. It says, "First of all, then, I urge that supplications, prayers, intercessions, and thanksgivings be made for all people, for kings and all who are in high positions, such as yourself, that we may lead a peaceful and quiet life, godly and dignified in every way. This is good, and it is pleasing in the sight of God our Savior, who desires all people to be saved and to come to the knowledge of the truth. For there is one God, and there is one mediator between God and men, the man Christ Jesus, who gave himself as a ransom for all, which is the testimony given at the proper time." That was mainly as context for why I pray for you and why I believe that all Christians should be praying for our public leaders. The other thing that I wanted to bring today was kind of an interesting factoid that I didn't know. But if you look at the book of Luke and the book of Acts, both in the New Testament, they comprise around a third of all of the words in the New Testament. And what I find interesting is the person to whom Luke, who wrote both Luke and Acts, who he wrote those letters to. In Acts 1, it says, "It seemed good to me also," this is Luke writing to his audience, "it seemed good to me also, having followed all things closely for some time past, to write an orderly account for you, most excellent Theophilus, that you may have certainty concerning the things that you have been taught." Now, the interesting thing here is that it's written to most excellent Theophilus. And so that phrase is often used, and even later in the book of Acts, it's used when referencing government officials. In the book of Luke, which is kind of part one of Acts, which is part two, that is also written to Theophilus, most excellent Theophilus. So I find it very interesting and encouraging that God has determined to use a third of the words in the New Testament specifically for a single government official. And I think that teaches us something today, how we should esteem you all and pray for you and also, witness to you. So thank you very much.
Okay, next speaker is Simone C., and on deck is Teresa Say. Simone, welcome. Press the button so your mic is on, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. I came actually to talk about a few things, so bear with me. I came to talk about the jet base, kind of leaving you with a pattern. I know today a document was obtained that is Sky Harbor's KTEX form, filed with the FAA, page A13. Question is, will the project result in an increase in aircraft operations, nighttime operations, or change in aircraft fleet mix? And they checked no. The written answer is the project would not increase aircraft operations, nighttime operations, or change, the aircraft fleet mix at this airport. Now, a look at their own application, page 89, 60% of jets active at one time. Page 527, half the aircraft are expected to have a scheduled guest. That means the other half is empty. Those are positioning flights at night. That's an increase. That's a change. These statements cannot both be true. This appears to be a false statement submitted into the federal agency that raises concerns under Article 18 under U.S. Code Sections 1001, which prohibits false statements to the federal government. I'm asking council to refer this discrepancy to the city attorney, the FAA Office of Inspector General, and the U.S. Attorney for investigation. You cannot approve a project built on what appears to be false information to the FAA. As you can see, public trust is a serious issue. 2 weeks ago, a disabled Latino constituent was arrested at a public event following an interaction with Senator Solomon. The senator states he took her glasses. Before charges were filed, before the video was reviewed, before due process, Mayor Pace, you and a majority of the council posted denouncing political violence. The question is, why did city leadership declare guilt and shut down public input before facts were even in? That chills speech and damages the process regardless of what happened with the glasses. There's a pattern here, and that pattern is to control the narrative and hide the facts. So who really benefits? 24/7 Jets serves out-of-state billionaires, no property tax. Kind of sounds familiar. Benefiting probably all the data center people and, of course, those poor people by the Brookwood Library. And like data centers use the same model, billions in tax breaks, massive water and power use, yada, yada, yada. So you're being asked to approve something where there are serious discrepancies. So please, while you can, table this process, refer to the FAA, do all the things you have to do, because right now it doesn't seem like this is benefiting us in any kind of way. Thank you again for your time.
Okay. Next up is Teresa, and on deck we have Daniela Gregorio. Teresa, welcome. You have 3 minutes. Oh, make sure your mic is on.
There.
There you go.
Okay.
Great. You have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. Oh, about 20 years ago, I came to one of these council meetings, and I had suggested a 2-line water system, one for drinking water and one for gray line, because I knew back then that water would be very, very precious. So I hope that you would still consider that so that we don't run out of good drinking water. And second thing was about housing, that we need to build upward, not outward. Fire trucks can reach 6 to 7 stories, so we should build upward and stop building on prime farmland. It's really stupid to be building on prime farmland. These houses, these townhouses, they look like chicken coop for humans. It's very silly. So let's get with it. Let's stop expanding, go upward. Let's keep the open spaces open. Thank you.
Next up is Daniela Gregorio, and on deck is Dale Feek. Welcome, Daniela. You have 3 minutes.
The Lorax. If you have seen it, you know where this will be heading. But for those like the mayor and city council members who I believe have not, let me explain. It starts off by showing us a world with beautiful trees, wild animals roaming free, and no air pollution. But a man with greed, just like each one of you, comes and starts chopping down the trees, using them, and not replanting them, making the animals flee. Now I say this with no ill intention, but you are no different than this man. You who only cares about the money and themselves. You who have the power to stop these data centers from getting built. On July 27th, you all approved a 120-day land moratorium on applications for new and expanded data centers, as well as other things. Now you can expand that for an additional 6 months after the initial 120-day period, or stand up to these greedy businessmen that keep buying our land. Just like the movie, our future generations are going to have to rely on artificial man-made air and undrinkable water because we are using our planet's natural resources. We are planting these centers right on top of our wetlands, making animals flee, light pollution, and destroying our native oak canopies. That will not be replanted, by the way. With this 38 million Sky Harbor jet development, not only will the noise get worse, but the air quality will decline. They will also build next to our Brookwood Library. There are so many people against these things getting built, people who have had to hear it from someone else since you all members and mayor have lacked the need to let the community know. Mayor Pace, after the incident with ICE agents coming into our sanctuary city, I had believed you would do better, but I see now that you are in it just for your own benefit and not for us. You all sit there and smile and not and nod, but aren't listening to us. But we will make you listen because us as a community are stronger, united. The movie is just a warning, and just like the Lorax said, unless someone like you who cares a whole awful lot, nothing is going to get better. Thank you to my community.
Thank you. Next up is Dale Feek, and on deck is Denise Kerr. Welcome. You have 3 minutes. Your microphone is already on.
Thank you, Mayor Pace and councilors. I'm Dale Feek, Chair of the Washington County Citizen Action Network. I've emailed you many times. I emailed you fairly late this morning. I emailed you and Mayor Wenzel, Mayor in Forest Grove, where I live, Lacey Beatty, Mayor Beaverton, and councilors, and Jeffrey Dalen, Mayor and councilors of Cornelius. And I've done that regularly. I hope you've read my emails and have thought about the information that I have given you and taken action on them. Disruption of these meetings. I'm glad I overheard, because I was out in the hallway there, about what you said at the beginning. We need to have public, civic, orderly comments in meetings. And if that takes what you said of removing people, I think that should occur. I know there's been conflict, and even I know that Councilor Salgado is online because of some of that, and I'm glad that you're starting to take control of it so that it doesn't get out of hand and it becomes fair for everybody. I just wanted to say that first. I live in Forest Grove. I have a daughter, an 8-year-old and 11-year-old granddaughters that live between the Hillsboro Airport and Intel Ronler Acres. Even though I live in Forest Grove, I'm much concerned about the government and the operation of it in Hillsboro. In particular, though, I'm interested in how effective the government is and how they respond to people in Washington County, because I'm kind of going to county, state, and regional issues. I have 1 minute and 12 seconds. What I sent to you today, in which I made a 5-minute public comment to the county commissioners, is the email that I received from Senator Jeff Merkley, and it was a follow-up to my previous email to you and the county commissioners: wildfire smoke actions, help tips, and current interview with me in the podcast. In 2020, I was interviewed on a podcast and I asked people to watch that about climate. So Senator Merkley says, climate chaos is making our wildfire seasons longer, hotter, and smokier. And when that smoke blankets our towns, public emergency, please read what I sent to you. The bottom line is here, President Merkley introduced the Wildfire Smoke Emergency Declaration Act to change that. And so I'm asking you to look at what he said, support his bill. I made a donation of $100 for that campaign. I'm not asking you to donate, I'm just asking you to become informed and sign the letter in support of it. I do want to let you know I do oppose Sky Harbor. I just want to say that when time's up. Thank you.
Okay, next up is Denise Kerr. And just so everybody knows, we had Victoria Demchak try to provide comments online. She is now online. I will call her at the end. So Victoria, just so you know, we know you're here. All right, Denise, welcome. Your microphone is on. On deck is Christian Robertson.
Good evening, Mayor, Council President, and councilors. My name is Denise Kerr, and I'm a 40-year Hillsboro resident. I have some general comments here. I noticed, I got a notice that said you are canvassing the public to ask them where data centers should be allowed. This strikes me as very strange, considering that there are 20,000 Intel employees in Hillsboro. I would think that your responses would be extremely biased. You didn't ask us about South Hillsboro. You didn't ask us about the Hop Stadium estimate of $110,000, final cost of 110 million, final cost of 157 million. You didn't ask us about the $2 million Bridge of Land and Sky, a pedestrian installation that no one walks over unless they're suicidal. So why are you asking the public where you think data centers should be built? Where's the logic in that? So second point, I want you to repeal the no first reading requirement established on May 21st, 2025. It doesn't let certain budget processes proceed without a first reading in specific circumstances. I just don't trust you guys slipping by something without a first reading. I really don't, especially when it comes with financial stuff. I also would like to say something about the ethics of the politicians and people running as candidates for office. It really puzzles me why I'm unable to find where people were born, what their socioeconomic class was when they grew up, lower class, upper class, middle class, privileged class. I can't find out what kind of religious teachings or learnings people had. And it's important to me. I don't want to have to look and find someone was born in New York, but they don't say what city. And then it says someone was graduated in New Jersey, but gives very, very little other than that. I feel like they're hiding things. This is true for Callaway, for Pace, for Diaz, for Hammond, for Case, for Avery. And you ought to be more honest, because if we can't trust you that you're giving us good background information, how are we going to trust you when you tell us anything if you're hiding that basic stuff? Thank you.
Okay, next up is Christian Robertson, and on deck is Joyce Hedis. Christian, just press the button there in the center. Great, you are live and you have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Good evening, councilors. I'm here tonight to speak on two issues that are close to my heart. The first is very simple, the Sky Harbor project at our airport. I don't need 3 minutes to convey that we should not be sacrificing our environment, our skies, and our peace so that billionaires have a place to park their private jets while tossing us their chump change. The case against Sky Harbor is financially, socially, and ecologically obvious. A few dozen permanent jobs and the tax funds off the development is not worth the pollution, the noise, or our dignity. Hillsboro is better than a billionaire parking lot. The second item concerns the CBEP, the road extension project now cutting through one of our city's best and most accessible green spaces, Noble Woods Park. There is very little I can say that hasn't already been said. It is going to do very little to alleviate the traffic flow based on the current utilization of the adjacent arterials. It's going to do further harm to a public green space already plagued by the road pollution of nearby Main Street. And it's going to deepen the distrust in this government intensified by the data centers and the Sky Harbor projects. All of you know this, you've seen the signs, and you've heard the testimony of your constituents. But it's been determined that those harms are worth the short-term gain of one more thoroughfare for Hillsboro. To that notion, I would ask all of you a question, but especially to Councilor Case, the chair of the Environmental Stewardship Committee. We have served together for many years on that committee, and I've admired your passion and promotion for environmentalism and sustainability in our city. During our last meeting, we went to the Jackson Bottom Wetlands Reserve and learned about its history, pollution, sewage, and development, destroying a critical natural resource for short-term gain. We learned of the destruction those choices wrought and the effort that was required to fix those things. And we all wondered to ourselves, how could they have done this? How could they have been so careless without realizing the ramifications of their actions? They were not idiots. They knew that wetlands are important, but they calculated that their short-term gains were worth that damage and assumed that this one project, this one area, this one time would not have the long-term consequences that their kids would have to remedy, and they were wrong. And here we are, making the same mistakes, trading short-term convenience for long-term destruction, and handing that debt to our children. So my question to you, to all of you, is this. When my grandchildren look at the state of our city in 100 years and the work they have to put in to undo the damage that we have wrought, how do you want to be remembered? The public officials who facilitated the destruction of our green spaces, our skies, and our water? Or do you want to be remembered as the champions who fought against impossible odds to protect our shared environment from those who would destroy it for short-term gain? Please fight to preserve our beautiful green spaces, our fresh air, and our clean water. Please stop the CBEP, and please reject the Sky Harbor project. Thank you.
Next up is Paige. Paige, you didn't get an on deck, so for those of you worried about Joyce, Joyce said she didn't want to talk. So Paige is up next, and then, so sorry that was sprung on you, Paige. And then on deck is Reagan Workman. Welcome, and is the light on? Yes. Okay, great. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I did not prepare remarks this evening, so this is going to be a little off the cuff, and we'll see how articulate I can be. I love to see a full house tonight. We have people here from all walks of life, people from very different backgrounds and beliefs, and we hopefully, and I think, have one thing in common, which is that we really care about our city, which is great. Oh, and by the way, boo data center expansion and the airport stuff. But that's not what I'm here to talk about. What I am here to talk about is to comment on and make a request about some remarks that were given a few minutes ago in this public commentary. And those remarks had to do with what I would call religious proselytizing. Now, I am not a lawyer. I don't play one on TV, but a quick Google search tells me that according to U.S. constitutional law, that's a boo-boo. So under U.S. constitutional law, opening a city council meeting with a prayer or ceremonial invocation is generally legal and appropriate, provided it follows specific guidelines set by the Supreme Court. However, using these remarks to force specific religious views during actual policy debate is not allowed. Now, I'm not here to condemn anyone's religious views at all. I understand that all of us we are a beautiful tapestry, right? And we all come to this world with our own religious or faith-based views. However, when I come to a city council meeting, I do not expect to be confronted and subjected to remarks of that nature, particularly when we all have to listen to the idea that those of you sitting up there are, and I am paraphrasing here, kings put in your position by God. Now, I'm not going to debate the merits of that. I am going to remind all of you that you were not put in your position by God, but you were put into your position by the voters. I am very happy that you are here listening to the voters, and I would like to make a request that you as a council body consider adding to the very long list of guidelines for public behavior in these city council meetings the idea that perhaps we could leave religion at the door. Thank you.
Next up is Reagan Workman, and on deck is Victoria Demchak, who is online. Welcome. Just press the center button there so your microphone is on, and you have 3 minutes.
Perfect, thank you. I came here to talk about the issue of sidewalks on Glencoe Road. On multiple occasions, I personally have been almost missed and hit by a car while walking to school in the mornings. Half of the sidewalk, or half of the road does have a sidewalk, but the other half doesn't. It is very dangerous for the hundreds and hundreds of students that use it every day. And with the recent loss of Connor, you'd think that you would put some plans into place to make the school areas safer for the students that walk and bike every morning. While yes, the idiotic driving of others is not your fault, lowering the speed limits near school zones and adding more yield signals for the safety of the students and pedestrians is entirely your responsibility. All I ask of you today is to consider the safety of your constituents instead of where millionaires are going to park their planes. Thank you.
Okay, going back to online, Victoria Demchak. You bringing her in?
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome, you have 3 minutes.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for having me here tonight. So I think I want to reflect on what other folks have said tonight. I really appreciate the opportunity to be last tonight because so many of you have said what I feel, which is the overall question of who Hillsboro develops investments for. Is it for residents, for billionaires and mobile capital, or for the money machines that drive those billionaires and their capital? So first, I do want to speak against Sky Harbor. To echo a previous speaker, Hillsboro is better than a parking lot for billionaires. This would have significant impacts on our environment, it would not create that many jobs, and it would make significant changes to our community without a larger conversation about the community we want to become. My main comment, though, is on the planned infrastructure investments in North Hillsboro regarding item 5.1, the staff request for approval to purchase a PGE right-of-way to create a very short arterial. This plan was approved during the time that Steve Calloway was mayor. Residents and other city council members may not be aware of the long-term plan and vision of this. This resolution would lay the groundwork for a 5-lane arterial in North Hillsboro to support the industrial zone there and increase the connection to Jackson School Road. My primary concerns is that this would invest in infrastructure to support data centers and other low employment facilities, such as distribution centers. It would allocate transportation funds to supporting business development rather than residents, which is an ongoing concern for all of us in transportation fundings, and develop a new, short, wide road, seemingly designed for street racing, further decreasing our shared safety. Hillsboro states in its Transportation Safety Action Plan that it follows the safe system approach, focused on safer people, safer vehicles, safer speeds, and safer roads with principles like safety is proactive and humans make mistakes. The role that Hillsboro and its transportation department then should play is to make it harder for humans to make mistakes and decrease the costs. This investment, along with other choices, would continue to make Hillsboro less safe and come at a cost of other transportation investments that would better support residents. And just for some perspective, there are similar roads nearby that are smaller with much greater throughput. Jackson School is a main feeder for 26. It has 2 lanes. Highway 26 runs near a parallel. It has 4 lanes. And other heavily used east-west arterials, such as Cornell, Evergreen, and Maine, are 4 to 5 lanes, including a turning lane. So here, I just want to wrap up by appreciating staff and previous leaders for setting a clear path for dense, well-supported industrial areas. But where does this leave the rest of us? Does this city council still want to proceed on a set of investments after considering the other opportunity costs of this choice? Please take the time to refer this to the Transportation Committee and more deeply engage with the public. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks to everyone who spoke tonight in public testimony. Now we'll move to the consent agenda. For those of you who are here for Sky Harbor, we're getting there. You haven't been missed, just so you know. All right, so moving on to the consent agenda. The items on the consent agenda are normally considered in a single motion. Any item may be removed for separate consideration upon request by any member of council. Is there a request to move any items for separate consideration? No? All right. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Harris so moves.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second, Anne Marie.
Is there any discussion? May I please have a roll call?
Councilors Alcair?
Aye.
Case?
Aye.
Anvery?
Aye.
Sinclair?
Aye.
Harris?
Aye.
Salgado?
Aye.
Thank you. The motion passes. And now we're moving on to item 5, which is public hearings. For those of you who came to hear about item 5.1, there was a little bit of a discrepancy on the agenda. So item 5.1, which is the transportation's recommendation to adopt a resolution of necessity to acquire property interests needed to complete the construction of Northwest Huffman Street. That's resolution number 2933. That will be considered as item 8.1. And then item 5.2 will be considered as 8.2. So the Sohai Central Risewell homes, that will be considered as item 8.2, which brings us to public hearings and 5.1, Appeal 001-26, Barnes et al., and Appeal 002-26, Richmond et al., of DR 044-25, Sky Harbor Hangars. Consider the Planning Commission's approval of case file number DR 004-25, Sky Harbor Hangars, and the appeals from the appellants requesting the decision to be overturned. Order number 36 is available. So now we're going to move to the public hearing. If you're here in person and wish to receive a notice of decision, please provide your contact information on the sign-in sheet at the back of the room. The sign-in sheet is in the back of the room or on the side of the room? It's on the side. All right, so if you have to leave early and you want the notice of decision, or you don't have to leave early and you want the official notice of decision, please sign up on the sign-up sheet on to your left. All right. If you're attending virtually and you wish to receive a notice of decision, please email your contact information requesting this to the following email: council@hillsboro-oregon.gov. I'll say that again for those online: council@hillsboro-oregon.gov. If you registered to speak virtually, or if you filled out a blue card, we will use the information provided there to send you a notice of decision. If you're here in person and wish to provide testimony in support or opposition to this matter, please fill out a blue card and give it to the staff on the left-hand side of the room, and the staff over there will give it to the city recorder. We will send you a notice of decision using the contact information provided on the blue card. Please mark on the card if you are speaking in favor or in opposition of the appeal. So, if you are speaking in favor of the appeal, that means you don't want the Sky Harbor Hangars here. Just so everybody's clear. All right, so I will open the de novo public hearing regarding an appeal on item DR 044-25, Sky Harbor Hangars. So, we are considering two appeals with this public hearing. Appeal number 1 is Appeal 001-26, Sky Harbor Barnes et al. will be referred to as Appeal A. So, Mickey Barnes, you are Appeal A. Where's Mickey? Okay, Mickey. So just so you know, you're Appeal A. All right. Appeal 002-26, Sky Harbor Richmond, will be referred to as Appeal B. So Richmond, where you at? Great. So you're Appeal B, just so you're clear. All right. Mark, could you please show the ORS video now? And this is, just so you know, we're showing this video. It's a requirement, state law.
All public testimony and evidence submitted must refer to applicable approval criteria which are listed in the staff report or other land use regulations or criteria you believe may apply to the decision.
Any testimony or written evidence needs to be specific and detailed so the city can understand and respond to each criterion or issue discussed in the testimony.
Failure to raise an issue before the record closes prevents an appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals based on that issue.
Failure by the applicant to raise an issue before the record closes prevents an action for damages in circuit court based on that issue.
All testimony and evidence that addresses the approval criteria will be responded to prior to the closing of the record.
Thank you, Mark. Now we'll hear from our city attorney, Ashley Dougal, who will now provide an overview of the order of events, explain the legal standards, and ask the council about conflicts, ex parte contacts, and bias. Ashley?
Thank you, Mayor. As the City Council is sitting quasi-judicially, any testimony, argument, or evidence in the record before the council must be directed at these criteria or at some other criteria in the code or comprehensive plan. The applicable criteria are provided within the staff report. Only those who have appeared before the City Council in a person or in writing will have standing to appeal this item to the Land Use Board of Appeals. Does any member of the council wish to declare a potential or actual conflict of interest, or have questions about what a conflict of interest is?
Councilor Case?
I had emailed Ruth the other day. I do live in the flight path of the Hillsboro Airport, and so I think Ruth had suggested that I make sure and say that.
Great. So.
Does that sound right? That helpful?
Understood.
Right?
So what I hear is you're still wanting to participate, so it sounds like you're declaring a potential conflict of interest.
That sounds great.
Okay.
I am declaring a potential conflict of interest.
Perfect. Thank you. Does any member of the council wish to declare the appearance of bias? Or,
Hang on one second. We have Councilor Salgado who also wants to comment.
oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Mayor.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, I didn't know that was considered a conflict of interest, but I am in the flight path also, so just wanted to mention that because I didn't know that was something we had to mention.
Great. Appreciate it.
Great. Councilor Sinclair?
I too am in the flight path and would like to declare to make yourself and the public aware. And I'm wondering if we can go over what the actual criteria is of what creates a bias.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, we have one more person now here. Councilor Avery?
Flight path.
So to be clear, just for the record, you both are stating you are also in the flight path, which means you have potential conflicts of interest. Is that correct, Councilor Sinclair?
That is correct.
And Councilor Embry?
That is correct. Yes.
Okay. Did you get what you needed, Ashley?
I did, and I'll just provide you with a little bit of a kind of background on what conflicts are, bias, and ex parte, just so that you can kind of understand what the scope of each of those. So conflicts of interest, potential or actual. A potential exists where the decision could result in a financial benefit or detriment to you, a family member, or member of your household, or a business with which you are associated. And an actual conflict of interest exists where it would result. So for potential conflicts, you have to you have to just announce the potential conflict. For actual conflicts, you have to announce it and then recuse yourself. So that's that first standard. Bias is essentially where, just from all the facts and circumstances of someone on the outside looking in at your decision-making process, it appears that you may have prejudged the application. And for bias, that's a personal determination, but we highly encourage you to recuse yourself if there is evidence of bias or perception of bias. And then finally, you have ex parte contacts, which is just communication about this application outside of this formal record process. And you can still participate despite having ex parte contacts. You just have to disclose them here at the hearing, and you have to disclose the nature and substance of the ex parte contact. Is there any questions about any of those three?
Yeah. Any questions?
I have one.
Councilor
Can
Alcare?
you give a definition of bias?
Yeah, so it's having prejudged the application, evidence, a substantial evidence in the record that you have prejudged the application or that your decision-making was the product of animus.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that again? Of what?
Animus, which is essentially ill intent, malintent.
So basically, if you can't be a fair decision maker in this process
Correct.
because your feelings are so strong, then we advise you to recuse yourself. But if you feel that you can be a fair decision maker, take all the facts that are presented in the record and judge them fairly, then you wouldn't have a bias.
And it's about the perception of bias, right? So not necessarily if you feel that way, but if all the evidence in the record shows that someone from the outside looking in might have that interpretation.
Can I just ask?
That seems subjective.
Who stands where? What have you taken note of, like, how many biases there are compared to none? Just based on what we just answered?
not just based on what you just answered. That's really a self-assessment. It's just looking at the entire facts and circumstances of the record, right? You know, any particular statements you might have made in favor or against the application before it was actually heard. Maybe, you know, certain things you attended outside of this process, et cetera, right? It's your own judgment call to weigh based on your own experience.
What about emails of public comment, people opposing?
Yeah, if you've received emails opposing this, that would likely be an ex parte contact. So that's communication about this hearing that you've been provided outside of the record.
Okay, so the whole council has been receiving these emails, correct, Robbie?
Yeah, so those are ex parte contacts.
Yeah, so we can claim those when we get to that point.
Yes, you must disclose those when we get to that part.
But a lot of those were already in the record. If you look at the
Yes.
agenda packet, a lot of those emails staff put in the record, so you wouldn't have to declare those as ex parte
Yeah,
contacts.
so anything that's already in the record is not outside the record, so that's already taken care of. But if you received any sort of communication outside of the record that's not there already, like, for example, talking to someone at a grocery store, receiving an unsolicited email personally sent to you about this application, et cetera, those are ex parte contacts.
Great.
Okay.
All right, let's continue on.
Thank
We good?
you.
All right.
Oh, yes.
Councilor Salgado.
I was just gonna ask for an example, if somebody's out in a community conversation, at a coffee conversation, or at a presentation, and they say, well, I don't support this, that would be considered bias, correct? That would be the perception of bias if you're in a community conversation and you say that you don't support this, and then now we're here, this is a good example of where you would have to disclose that?
So you're saying in this scenario, the counselor was at a community event and said that?
Yes, sorry, I forgot that detail, yes.
Yes, that could be an example of a situation where you would be perceived to be biased because you would be giving an opinion on the application before and prejudging it before actually hearing the facts and reviewing the criteria.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilor Sinclair.
Yes, I hate to just keep driving this home with peppering you with questions, but it is highly probable I have made a comment about land, water, or air, and does that mean that I could be subjected to afterwards a bias, unknowingly conveying a...
It's impossible, I think, to be completely perfect, right? Completely objective. Another thing you can do is state that notwithstanding potential comments you've made, you believe that you are able to make a fair and impartial decision tonight. And if you can't think of anything in particular, it sounds like you're giving yourself an objective assessment and trying to move forward without any sort of bias.
Thank you so much. I believe I can do so. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions? All right, let's move on.
Yes. So going back to the script, does any individual council member wish to declare any perception of bias from what I just described?
Okay.
Okay.
Keep rolling.
I know, I'm waiting. Okay. And then finally, do any members of the council wish to report any site visits or ex parte contacts?
Any ex parte?
And again, ex parte is any communication outside of the record on this.
Okay, I had two neighbors come up to me to speak to me about the Sky Harbor decision. They shared their opinions. I listened to them, but I believe I am able to provide a fair and impartial decision this evening.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
Mayor,
Yes.
you could just describe the nature of what they said to you to fully disclose the ex parte contact, so that way people can respond to whatever information you received.
Yes, one neighbor is a pilot, and he was very supportive of the Sky Harbor action. He felt it could bring a lot of money to our city. And another neighbor stopped me while I was walking my dog and expressed very vehemently that Sky Harbor should not be allowed to move forward. I didn't tell them either way. I just listened. I said, thank you for your comments, and moved on. And my dog was also impartial. So, all right.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right. All right, so we good, Ashley?
We are, if there's no other ex parte contacts.
I do.
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, Counselor
Hi.
Sinclair.
I have had a conversation with Mickey Barnes previously during the Climate Action Plan. When that was being considered, her concern was lead emissions in the air and wanted me to be aware of that. I disclosed that. She gave testimony to council, and I also disclosed that at the time. But I just am reaffirming that conversation.
And you feel that nevertheless you can be impartial in your decision making?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, are we good now? Everybody online?
I have one more item. It's
Yes.
likely you have all driven by the site and know where it's at. So that does, the awareness of the site and its location.
Site
does
visits,
Does
yes.
constitute a site visit.
Well, I've driven by it, but, you know,
That's sufficient.
Driven by it and looked at it and done more than a cursory
when I
glance.
drove by it, I held up my hand. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I have driven by it.
Okay.
Several times, but, okay.
I think the record can reflect that likely it's within all of your commutes and you've likely driven by it, but not actually physically stopped and visited the site. And nevertheless, you all feel that you can proceed.
I feel that I can proceed impartially. Counselor Salgado, then Counselor Case.
I do walk by it about 4 times a week, and sometimes I do stop and stare at the Nike hanger and then imagine that. But I feel like I can make a decision that's impartial and not based on my sentiments.
Thank you,
Perfect,
Counselor
thank you.
Salgado. Counselor Case?
Yeah, I also that. Drive by it multiple times a week, but back in 2020, before I was on council, or 2019, I did take a tour of it with Leadership Hillsboro. Do we need to disclose that I have been on the property before?
It doesn't
I
hurt.
did the tour of the Nike hanger, and it is awesome, Counselor Salgado. But do I need to disclose,
It sounds like you've disclosed it, so that's perfect.
Just did.
Okay, there we go, wow. There we go.
And you feel that nevertheless you can participate objectively?
Yes.
Okay.
Objectively, absolutely.
Yes. Counselor
Perfect.
Sinclair?
In 2025, I took a tour with Leadership Hillsboro of the same tour that Council Case is referencing to, toward the hangar, a couple hangars, and at the Port of Portland.
And you can, perfect. Wonderful.
Can you say that into the mic?
I feel that I can be unbiased. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, now I'd like to invite,
So
are you
I
done,
also
Ashley?
have to disclose some things.
Okay.
I can't remember the year that I was in the leadership program, but I was there and had a tour with the city council at that time of the airport.
And do you feel you can still be impartial?
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Embry?
Thank you. My tour was in 26. And yes, I think I can be unbiased, yes.
Thank you. All right, anyone else? Okay. Ashley, you good?
All right, yes.
All right.
Hearing no additional disclosures. Does any member of the audience wish to challenge any of the conflicts, ex parte, or bias that you have heard, or ask questions about the disclosures of any member of the council? And is there anyone online who is potentially raising their hand? Great, okay. Does any member of the audience wish to challenge the jurisdiction of the council to hear this matter? And same question for you about online. All right, Mayor, that concludes the legal matters.
Thanks, Ashley. I'll now invite Ruth Klein, our senior planner with the Planning Division, to provide any updates and to present their presentation. Welcome, Ruth.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and City Councilors. First, one small administrative matter that I think will help things go a little bit more quickly is any of the appellants or applicant who want to show items up on the screen up here, make sure you log into Zoom, and that is how you're going to be able to share your material. And with that, I am going to share my presentation as soon as I get promoted.
I also want to let people know that this is going to take a while as we're going through the briefings. We're going to hear from Appellant A, from Appellant B, et cetera. And during that time, some counselors may go to the restroom. If they go to the restroom behind the city council chambers, just so you know, there's a speaker in that room, and so we can hear everything. So if you're wondering where are they going and what's happening and are they hearing everything, the answer is yes. Okay.
All right, so thank you again. My name is Ruth Klein. I'm a senior planner with the Planning Division. And we have, as mentioned before, 2 appeals before us, Appeal 1-26, Barnes et al., and Appeal 2-26, Richmond et al. These are appeals of an underlying case file called DR 44-25. DR stands for Development Review. It's a type of site plan review process. So the City Council decided to fold both of these appeals into one de novo hearing. So both appeals are being heard concurrently on the same record, and that record is open to receive any and all testimony. The council is not asked to affirm the Planning Commission's order. They have findings that are their own. So when we have this hearing, whether the application meets the approval criteria of the CDC section is what we're looking at. What it does not decide is whether private aircraft storage should be allowed at this airport. And that siting decision was done in the airport master plan that has the data of 2017 to 2020. So the port owns the land, the FAA, they own the sky, and the city has regulatory over the site and can review that. Here we're looking at a site plan that shows 7 hangars. Hangars 3A and 3B, they share a building, and 2A and 2B share a building. Hangar 1 is the last hangar along that back wall closest to the airport runway. Hangars 4 and hangars 5 are the ones adjacent to Brookwood. You can see just off over the corner over here, this is what the Nike hangar some folks were talking about. And this is how the aircraft maneuvers onto the site and then onto the runway. It's the same runway that the Nike hangar uses. It's zoned IP, which is an industrial park zone, and the tax lot is a much larger tax lot that's over 400 acres in size, and this is a leasehold on a small portion of that larger lot. So the application was approved by the Planning Commission in May. There was a vote of 5 approvals and 1 abstention. And that included conditions of approval, which means that the Planning Commission says, we approve this application if you do this list of things. We don't just straight out approve your application. We have a list of items that you need to complete. And also attached to that is findings on each of the development standards and how they felt that the applicant met those standards or would meet those standards based on the to-do list of items that was assigned to them. One of the last-minute items that was added the night of the decision was a masonry wall rather than the originally proposed fence by the applicant, and that would be replacing the fence the applicant had proposed along this visible portion right here. I don't know if folks can see this, but there is a portion that is not blocked by the hangar buildings themselves and has more visibility. commission voted this way because they felt that the negative impacts of the development had not been sufficiently minimized or mitigated. They were not looking at complete removal of the negative impacts. They were looking at the language that said they just need to be minimized or mitigated. And they reached that conclusion that a masonry wall is required to mitigate the noise on the site. The Exhibit B, which is the findings attached to that decision, said that the site is surrounded by industrial aviation uses and that there's no impact to sensitive uses. And then they added this condition 45 and changed that finding to say there were some impacts enough to warrant the wall. So you can hear that there were some last minute changes right at that night of the Planning Commission hearing, and that resulted in some errors in the record that the de novo process gives the staff a chance to correct so that the City Council has the best available information. One of those was not clarifying that the ownership limitation on aviation uses. It has to be land that's owned by the airport in order to allow aircraft hangars. The Brookwood Library was not specifically called out in the findings themselves as a surrounding use. There was a discussion that the library was a conditional use, and that is a code requirement that is in effect now. But back in 2007, when the library went into that existing building, it was actually a permitted outright use. So a conditional use is a higher level of review. In 2007, you could move just straight into the building. The finding that the commission voted to add the masonry wall had not been updated, and that's been updated now. And the condition has been revised to show that the waste and recycling enclosures have 12-foot gate openings and 3% slope access. Just a detail that you get into at the site planning level stage. So a denial must identify the approval criterion that is not met, and approval and denial, those both require findings, and the findings must be supported by evidence in the record. The volume of testimony is not the same as evidence going to a criterion, and the order the council adopts has to state the council's reason, and that order is then reviewed on appeal. So opposition on its own is not a criterion and cannot support denial or approval. And then granting the appeal, just to clarify, there's been some question about that, denies this application. It does not cancel the lease that Sky Harbor has on the property. It doesn't change the regulations for the airport or close it. It doesn't stop Sky Harbor from submitting a new application or other development activity requests on the site. Staff recommends here that we deny both appeals and approve the case file as modified with the corrections in the staff report and the findings, and adopt the order with findings at Exhibit B and conditions at Exhibit A. The last note I want to make is that sometimes land use decisions they always have a very tight timeline, and when you reach an appeal process, you can be up against a hard wall of having to make a decision by a certain date legally. We have some flexibility for this particular project. The decision deadline is September 13th. So you're not necessarily forced to make a decision tonight. You have some room there. I'll wait on that. Yeah. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Ruth. Are there any questions for Ruth? Councilor Anbury.
Thank you. So if the council makes a decision today, and can the party that against whom the decision was made, can they appeal to? Do they go to land use? Where do they go?
Yeah, so tonight, if you were to reach a final decision, that is the city's final decision. And so that could be appealed by any interested party, meaning someone that has participated at our local level, to the Land Use Board of Appeals within 21 days of the final decision.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Councilor Salgado, and then Councilor Case.
Case had her hand up.
Say that again.
Either way is fine.
Okay, go ahead. Councilor Case, go ahead.
Okay. So I think it seems like from what we've heard from all the public testimony, the hundreds of emails, the lawn signs we're seeing throughout town, residents don't want this private luxury hangar at Hillsboro International. So if we approve the appeal, which is not your recommendation is to deny the appeal. If we approve the appeal, it seems like would that mean, what does that mean for the future of the hangar? It sounds like it closes the application and they would have to start all over again.
So, apologies, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're okay.
So what that would mean essentially is first, the city council would need to make their decision based on the substantive evidence in the record and also the applicable approval criteria. So you would need to tie evidence in the record to the criteria that you see before you and to be able to justify the denial. And then second, the applicant would have the option to either abandon the project, appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals, or essentially start the project over with a different approach, potentially and most likely a type 2 process, which wouldn't come to City Council.
Okay. And then I guess, thank you. If the appeal is denied, then what's the timeline for the hangar to be in use? And how does that line up with the unleaded fuel requirements, or does it at all?
I'm not sure exactly the timeline for in use. The timeline for an appeal would be 21 days, and then the standard LUBA process could be anywhere between 4 and 10 months, or more, depending on if it is further appealed. The process for starting over with an application would likely take 3 to 6 months, and then, add on to that whatever the standard permitting, building permits process, et cetera, would be before actually having shovels in the dirt.
Thank you.
Are you good, Councilor Case? All right, Councilor Salgado.
I have a multifaceted question. It might be more, so bear with me. So we did receive, like Councilor Case said, a lot of late testimony today, a lot of really good testimony. And there was, and I think somebody mentioned it in the public comment today, there was a screenshot of an application submitted to the FAA. Can you just explain to us what that document is and what they're trying to communicate to us by sharing that?
Yeah, I also had the same question. It was regarding not changing the flight mix. And apparently it was on page A13 that they were saying the flight mix wouldn't be changed, but it sounds like it would. And the request was that, could we look into this, that it might be false information being provided to the FAA. Do you know anything about that?
So the simple answer to that is that it's under the jurisdiction of the FAA and the port and the applicant. We have no standing to interject ourselves into that process of whether that information was or was not accurate or deceptive.
Okay, a follow-up question. So, because what we're doing here at the City Council is making sure that all of this fits within our community development code, correct? And so does our community development code require that FAA exemption? Like, if that document didn't exist, that really doesn't have any bearing on our decision, right? Whether it was there or not.
That's correct. It has no bearing on our decision-making process.
Yeah. And then another piece of testimony that we received was this image of a jet and the 6-foot wall, and then the flame going over the 6-foot wall. are these the type of changes that we can ask for in this? Because that seems to me like a pretty easy like recommendation to fix, right? Or is that a later process down the line in this meeting? That was the end of my.
So there's a portion of that I can answer as staff, and then a portion of it I think the applicant should answer. So from a staff perspective, we would take a look at that image and say I'm going to use a very technical term, the rear end of the jet seems to be very close to the masonry wall, which is not realistic based on the site plan that was provided. But that issue of exhaust from a jet is a point of discussion that could be had. So that would be something to bring up with the applicant.
And I'll just add to that there are approval criteria that do speak to sufficiently mitigating impacts of the development. So if that was a genuine concern that you can point to real evidence in the code for, it would be valid to request that the applicant demonstrate how they've sufficiently mitigated that risk.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you, Ruth. At this time, I'd like to call for Appellant A's presentation. So that's the Barnes Group. Will the Barnes Appellant Group please come forward? Please state your name, and you have 10 minutes for your presentation. After the Appellant A, we will hear from Appellant B, which is the Richmond Group. And we will be able to ask, counsel, you'll be able to ask questions of Appellant A and Appellant B, and then we'll hear from the applicant. So just so you all know what to expect. All right, welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pace and City Council. My name is Carrie Richter. I'm an attorney at the law firm Bateman Seidel. My office address is 1000 Southwest Broadway, Suite 1950, Portland, Oregon, 97205. I'm here today representing Mickey and David
Barnes. There you go. I got you. All right.
You're on it. And I'm not. Okay, the task tonight is not to decide whether aircraft hangars are generally useful, important, or necessary. The question is far more narrow. It asks whether this applicant provided substantial evidence demonstrating that this particular proposal satisfies the applicable development review criteria. Substantial evidence is a legal term. It means quantitative and qualitative facts used to show that something is true. That is that a reasonable person would rely on to show that a criterion is satisfied. In this case, the applicant has failed to produce substantial evidence to show that the criteria in CDC 1280-040H7 are satisfied. The applicant has not shown that the transportation system can safely accommodate the development, has not meaningfully evaluated the design and operating characteristics of the hangar campus in relation to surrounding uses, and has not identified or supported mitigation sufficient to address negative impacts. The material in the record does not meet this substantial evidence threshold. For example, on page 5, the applicant states, there are no major impacts on traffic, noise, glare, or air pollution to warrant any mitigation. That is a conclusion. And the applicant bears the burden under CDC 12.70.160L to prove compliance with every applicable approval criterion. That requires evidence that is responsive and credible and reliable, such that a reasonable person could rely on it. Further, subsection H7 standards are discretionary, meaning that they are not check the box. You may have heard the term clear and objective, like we use with housing. That's not what you have before you. You have discretionary standards that require interpretation and policy judgment. It is the City Council and not staff and not the city attorney or the applicant that is charged with interpreting the standards. You adopted these standards, you get to decide what they mean and what they require. And the Planning Commission did not decide what they meant first before they weighed the evidence, and that is a problem and shortcoming with the Planning Commission's decision. The first failure is with respect to transportation safety, and the standard requires, quote, whether the transportation system can safely and adequately accommodate the proposed development. That is in 7A. The applicant's materials focus entirely on whether a full traffic impact analysis was required and whether intersection capacity would be retained. But capacity is not the same thing as safety. A safely functioning transportation system requires evidence about how people, vehicles, aircraft-related activity, and other modes will interact. That means more than saying that intersections operate acceptably. It means analyzing sight distance, stopping distance, crash history, potential conflicts, and the effectiveness of any traffic controls proposed as conditions of approval. The Council cannot find that 7A is satisfied. The second and most important gap is with respect to compatibility, and this is 7D, and asks whether the design and operating characteristics of the proposed development are reasonably compatible with surrounding development and land use. This standard requires two things. First, identifying the operational characteristics of the proposal. And second, identifying the surrounding uses affected by those operations. The applicant has tried to narrow the inquiry to the impact from the physical structures alone. But the code does not say the city may consider only the impact of walls, roofs, setbacks, and pavement. It says, quote, design and operating characteristics. Operating characteristics necessarily include how a site will function, how aircraft will be stored, prepared, fueled, maintained, moved, and returned to service. Those operating characteristics have never been coherently defined. The record contains inconsistent assumptions about flight activity. From the applicant referred 57 to 80 flights per week for the Planning Commission, the traffic memorandum saying 47 flights per day, and then that many of the flights will be moved around and not new. The Council cannot evaluate compatibility when the basic intensity of this operation is not known. The record is also incomplete on ground operations. No attempt was made to meaningfully address where maintenance, refueling, pre-flight checks, run-ups, and related activities will occur, what emissions, noise, vibration, and safety risks those activities may create, and how often they will occur. These are not abstract or irrelevant concerns. They are the very operating characteristics the code requires the city to evaluate. The fuel facility underscores the problem. The proposal includes 2 above-ground tanks, each holding 20,000 gallons of fuel. The record includes a list of safety and containment measures, but it does not include the expert analysis needed to determine whether those measures are sufficient in this location, including the relation to nearby public uses such as the Brookwood Library, that the Planning Commission never considered because the staff never suggested it was part of the surrounding area. The surrounding area has been defined too narrowly. The applicant effectively treats the term surrounding as if it means only those that are immediately adjacent, but the code uses broader language. The relevant compatibility area should be informed by the nature of the impacts, where impacts may include outdoor aircraft movement, fueling, emissions, visual impacts, vibrations, non-aircraft noise. The Council needs an actual inventory of the affected uses, and then when you know what the affected uses are, you can decide how big the surrounding area is, and then you can decide if it's compatible. That's how these types of compatibility analyses work. But there has been no effort on behalf of the applicant to make that showing in the first instance. This is not substantial evidence. The same problem carries into the mitigation criterion. 7E asks whether negative impacts have been sufficiently minimized and mitigated. Again, the first question is you have to decide what minimized or mitigated means. Mitigated has got to mean some meaningful response to impacts. The applicant doesn't identify, for example, the applicant's sole mitigation strategy is landscaping, but the application does not identify the plantings, demonstrate mature height or density, or connect that landscape treatment to any particular impact. Like, are we talking about light? Are we talking about vibration? Are we talking about noise? What is this landscaping going to do? And where's the acoustical engineer for the applicant that says trees work to mitigate jet fuel noise, right? Finally, I'd like to point out the Planning Commission imposed an additional condition requiring a 6-foot masonry wall. But again, the record does not explain what impact the wall is intended to address or why a 6-foot wall would be sufficient. If aircraft are visible above a 7-foot chain link fence, which is what the application shows, there's no evidence to suggest that a shorter masonry wall will meaningfully mitigate visual impacts. If the wall is intended to address noise, the record lacks acoustical evidence to show that it will do so. What is missing is not a minor, insignificant detail. These are significant flaws in the evidentiary showing that the applicant has made in this case. And I would urge you to deny this appeal, approve this appeal and deny this application for this reason. I have 19 seconds. Bring your questions.
No, we'll have time. Do you have anything else?
I don't.
Okay.
I mean, I do, but
You have so much more. Okay. All right. Thank you. Does council have any questions?
Mayor, if I could just interrupt real quick before you get to questions. I just want to let you all know that Ms. Richter's testimony was also provided in written form, which is in the documents that was provided to you. And for Councilor's Case and Salgado, those are being emailed to you as well. So you'll have those shortly before you.
Thanks for the reminder. So does council have any questions for Ms. Richter? Looking online. Okay. Ms. Richter, thank you so much.
Thank you.
For your testimony. At this time, I'd like to call for Appellant B's presentation, the Richmond Appellant Group. Please come forward and state your name. And you will have an equal amount of time, which is 10 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Andrew Mulkey, for the record. I'm attorney for Appellant Brett Hamilton, who's part of the Richmond Group. My P.O. Box is 66562, Portland, Oregon, 97290. You also have my contact information in the record. I may ask to kind of split my time with Mr. Hamilton. In that case, I'll hop up and would just ask that he could come in.
We can stop the time when you want to switch.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So I know that many people have asked already for the city to deny the applications and grant the appeal. And I think just tagging on to what Ms. Richter already said, I want to explain why you can deny the Sky Harbor applications and how you can do so. So again, I want to reiterate that based on the criteria in CDC 12.80.040, subsection H7, this city council sitting here today has the authority and the discretion to interpret and apply the development code. So you are the body that adopted the code, and you can apply it and determine what it means. And I just want to reiterate, for what it's worth, that it's not the applicant's counsel that gets to tell you how to interpret it. It's not even really staff. It's you all. And so, and again, I think we're probably going to be a broken record here, because the applicant has failed to provide the information required to really evaluate and understand the criteria in subsection H and 7. And so, again, I want to touch on the important thing here is that the applicant needs to identify the negative impacts of the proposed development and how those could potentially be minimized or mitigated. And the applicant has simply failed to provide the information needed to really understand and evaluate those impacts, and then evaluate whether or not they can or cannot be mitigated or minimized, and how you would do so. And the same thing applies to the operating characteristics of the development. Again, the applicant has simply failed to meet its burden and provide the city with sufficient information to understand the operating characteristics of the development and how those characteristics and use might affect other off-site and surrounding uses. And so we have plenty of evidence in the record about what those impacts are. We know that there's going to be noise from jets using the hangars, taxiing out to the runways, that sort of thing, taking off. We know, from jet engines, right? We know there's going to be jet blast. We know there's going to be fumes from the refueling operations. Anytime you fill up a tank with gas, right, air has to escape. So you have to vent that air somehow, and that's going to cause fumes and potentially air pollution. And we have very little information about what types of pollution is going to be associated with those fumes and vapors, as just fuel is simply being stored in the tanks, or it's being put into the planes to, so that they can fly. So I guess the main thing here is that CDC 1280.040H requires the city to make these findings. And so that the criteria in H subsection 7 are satisfied. And if you don't have the information to be able to make the findings, that's an instance in which the applicant has failed to meet its burden, and you can simply deny it for not being able to meet the particular requirements and not having the information needed to be able to make those findings. So again, just to reiterate, 7E says that the city has to show that, or make findings on the negative impacts of the development and show that they've been sufficiently minimized or mitigated. Again, I don't believe that we have the information from the applicant, as Ms. Richter was explaining, about the noise levels from these jets, about the height that it's coming off. Is a 6-foot brick wall going to be able to stop that noise and prevent it from interfering with the Brookwood Library across the street and other office uses? We just don't have that information. And we also don't have the information about the fuel and vapors and how wide that vapor may expand and may affect nearby uses. I put into the record what I would believe is an analogous study or analogous conclusions from a study about gas stations, showing that actually, there's benzene in gas. There's also some benzene in the jet fuel that's being used, and that this study was finding that the benzene was exceeding levels that they, had applied far out, 300 feet and beyond from what they were expecting. So again, that's the type of thing that you would want to know if we know there's going to be fumes from these refueling processes and from these tanks. What is their impact? Again, we don't have that information in order to even begin to consider how you would mitigate or minimize that. So that's simply where the applicant has failed to meet its burden here. And again, the city has you'll probably hear a lot of public opinion and a lot of sentiment that this should be denied, the application should be denied, and the appeal should be granted for a lot of various reasons. I hope I've just laid out kind of the pathway that you can use to deny the applications and grant the appeals, along with what Ms. Richter already said. So I guess with those 3 minutes and 40 seconds, I will leave it for Mr. Hamilton.
All right, are you going to have someone else come up?
Yes.
Okay, so please stop the time for a moment. Thank you, Mr. Wolke. All right, so you just have about 2.5 minutes left. Please state your name for the record.
Good evening, Mayor Pace, Council President Harris. My name is Brett Hamilton. I'm one of the appellants in the Richmond case. So I want to talk tonight about fraud. There is a direct line between Sky Harbor's fraudulent FAA application and your approval criteria. And that is that instead of doing their homework and providing the substantive evidence that all the attorneys are talking about, Sky Harbor decided to cheat. Figured it would be easier just to check the wrong box and say there's no impacts. Because then, instead of providing substantive evidence, they provided this. It's one page of a 141-page document. It's the last page. They withheld the rest of the document, the one that contains all the fraud, and they just showed the outcome of their cheating, which is no future NEPA review is required because they lied. So instead of substantive evidence, we have this like get out of jail free, don't have to do anything. And so that's why we don't have the substantive evidence, because instead of taking the opportunity to provide it, they just said, nah, it's easier to lie. So the Planning Commission did not have the 140-page document. You guys do, because Mickey Barnes requested it from the port, public records request. They didn't provide it voluntarily. We had to demand it from them under the law of like, you have to give us this document. And instead of providing the document to the Planning Commission so they could use it for their decision, they waited until the day after they mailed the notice of decision, and then they released the document, which is consciousness of guilt. They are hiding their fraud by refusing to release the record. So your CDC, in addition to the approval criteria, your CDC also requires you, the applicant, to follow the law. And any reasonable person reading the fraud letter that we sent, it is plainly obvious that they did not follow the law. They committed a fraud. So you can deny the application on those grounds. You break the law, you don't get to use fraudulent results to get your thing passed. And speaking of the intensity of this airport, that is a huge thing. There's about 32 jets there now. Sky Harbor is proposing to add 30 more, so they are doubling the intensity of use of this airport. That is significant. And the other thing is, the jets that are there now, some of them are owned by our local billionaires who fly them on their trips. I'm not passing judgment. Those people live here. They take the flight when they want to go somewhere. If you have an out-of-state client who needs their jet at 8 o'clock in the morning, and the jet is in Hillsboro, and the client is in Aspen, they're gonna have to go pick up the jet at like 4 or 5 a.m. It's called a repositioning flight. They happen late at night, early in the morning, so Mr. Big gets his jet when he needs it. There's no limit on Sky Harbor's operating character, or on their operating times. They can take the jets in and out whenever they want. 2 o'clock in the morning, go for a ride, no problem. And there's no limit on the number of flights. So Sky Harbor will tell you about this multiplier, how they derived it. It's irrelevant. There's no multiplier in their permit. They can fly every jet every day if they want to. It's totally up to them, and it totally depends on who their clients are. If their clients happen to release their jets out, they don't make money sitting in the hangar. They have to make money. So there's my comments. Thank you very much for hearing our appeal.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. So for Appellant B, we had Mr. Wolke, I believe, and Mr. Hamilton. Does council have any questions for those folks? Councilor Sinclair, excuse me, sorry. Added a W in your name. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have one question. In your perspective, is there a good of community? Does this project provide good of community?
No, I don't think. I think as Mr. Hamilton said, it's for the billionaires of the world. So some of them may live here, but I think for the vast majority of people living here, this is not their hangar.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Councilor Salgado.
Yes. So yeah, I'm really focusing on the community development, right? Do we have a list or is there a list of the type of studies that are needed to really understand those negative impacts? Like, can you just list off like 2 or 3 of those additional studies that would be needed to really understand those negative impacts?
Well, I think first you're going to want to understand what the actual operating characteristics of the development are. So, and as Mr. Hamilton talked about, that's actually going to probably be very hard to understand because they can take off, with these 30 additional planes whenever they want. But setting that aside, I think you're still going to want to know, we know that there's noise coming off these jet engines, so you would want the applicant to provide some sort of acoustical engineering study to show, this is how far the noise goes, and if you have a proposed mitigation to actually show that that would mitigate the impact of that noise. And that's just simply not in the record here. And I don't think it's the type of thing that you can simply provide a condition of approval for at this stage. It's really something that the applicant needs to provide up front and that the public needs to be able to view and understand and comment on.
Any other questions? Councilor Alcare.
I have a comment, and then I'm going to have a question for you. I grew up in San Francisco area in Daly City, and where I was in the flight path, San Francisco International Airport. And growing up there, I had family come from out of town, unaccustomed to hearing the noise, and it was pretty significant. But what I can say is there were no houses in the direct vicinity of San Francisco International Airport. They didn't surround the airport. They were nowhere near any flight path other than flying in the sky and going off and doing their thing. So I want to ask you something. Why would having 30 more jets benefit the people of Hillsboro, and especially those who are living around that area? That's the part that I want to understand, because I can tell you growing up, I never saw anything like that. And when I moved here, I know we had a small airport. I never imagined that we would be sitting here tonight and talking about this. I was aware of Nike's plane and Intel, and that other people use it, and it's a hobby. People enjoy flying aircraft, but would you want to live off of 25th and Cornell maybe, or maybe just a block up? Would you and your family, and you're a lawyer, and I'm assuming that you've got way more income than I do, would you want to relocate to there? Would you want to raise your kids and take them over to Brookwood Library with those 30 extra jets flying over?
No, and I have been to the Brookwood Library before. It's a very nice library, and I take my kids all the time to the libraries near me, and so those are, I certainly wouldn't want to smell fuel fumes and have to think about what I'm potentially breathing just to go to the library. So, no.
It just makes me think that the people that want this aren't going to be at the library, aren't going to be hanging around here in this town, are going to use this like it's a Shell gas station they can pull into to fuel up and go somewhere else. That's what it sounds like to me.
Right.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, and I would ask the audience, I know when you want to support somebody, that's great, but you were clapping over her comments. So please, if you could be respectful and not clap or boo, please, so we can all hear.
And
Thank you.
I know you heard me. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, so thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll now hear the applicant's response. And so it's obvious that this room is definitely in favor of the appellants, and that's fine. Okay, you're allowed to do that. The applicants are also allowed to speak. Please be respectful while they're speaking and when they're done. I want everyone here to feel welcome, okay? So please be respectful. Thank you. All right, so please state your name, and you have 20 minutes because you're responding to each appeal, and there's 2 appeals, okay?
Yes.
You're good?
Yes.
All
Thank
right.
you, Mayor.
Please state your name, and you have 20 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and councilors. My name is Steve Holtberg. I am an attorney with Rattlewhite Parks in Alexander. My contact information is already in the record. I'm here tonight with our client, with Sarah Rattlet, who is going to be presenting along with me shortly. I first wanted to thank Ms. Klein for the comprehensive staff report. We agree with the findings, the recommendations, and the conclusions of the staff report. We are here tonight to ask the council to deny both appeals and to approve the application before you. So in terms of our presentation this evening, Sarah will be up here first. She's going to give you an overview of the project, and then I will come in during the second half and respond to a number of the legal issues and policy issues that have been presented. At this point, I would, however, take any questions from the council, in particular if there are issues that you are concerned about that you would like us to address. It is much better for us to have that opportunity at this point rather than during deliberations or discussion.
So you're taking questions now, Mr. Holberg?
I'm happy to take some questions, and what I can't answer, I can have our client, David, come up, or Sarah can come up. Before I do that, and I really hate to do this, but Councilor Alcaire, is that how you pronounce your name?
Yes.
You said you weren't biased and prejudged. I just heard your comments, and to me, that sounds a lot like prejudgment, that you have prejudged this application. And I would ask you again, for the record, given those statements, are you able to hear this application and that you haven't prejudged it?
Chad, if growing up in the San Francisco area and when I described that airport and what my experience was, could that be considered PTSD?
He's not a...
I feel I could make this judgment, but I'm just curious if that PTSD is a potential.
I'll let Chad comment on the PTSD, but I'll just say in particular, I think I would imagine that the attorney's comments are more directed to your comments about the application following your history rather than your where you grew up.
Well, yes, I feel I can vote and without bias. I have a lot of information in front of me. We've received a lot of public testimony by email about this. We have not heard from your side as much. So I'd be curious to see what you have to say. But yes, I feel I can vote on this.
Okay, thank you very much. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Sarah.
Okay.
Excuse me. I did have a question.
Yeah, so we have, Councilor Salgado, do you have a question? No?
Yeah, is this the right time for the questions, or are we waiting for the other person?
Yeah, do you want questions now?
Is there a question?
Yeah, all right, so.
I can't hear what you're saying.
You got to turn your mic on. There you go.
If I can just request that we could stop the clock while we're asking questions.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I've stopped the clock. Okay. All right, so we're going to ask questions. You asked for this. All right. And it's Councilor Harris and then Councilor Salgado.
Thank you, Mr. Albert. So one of the questions I find of some interest here is under the Development Code subsection relevance, the relevant section, subsection D, where it says the design and operating characteristics of the proposed development are reasonably compatible with surrounding development and land uses. This seems to be a big issue to me from what I'm hearing from the presentations and some of the materials I've read. I know there's an issue like the FAA controls has jurisdiction over many of the things that happen at the airport. What if what happens at the airport comes off of the site itself and has adverse impacts on the surrounding uses, does the city have a right to seek mitigation? That's where I think probably that blast wall, or whatever you want to call it, was added. For instance, I don't know very much about jets, but if a jet backed up and the jet blast from the engines came off the site and knocked over a car that was driving along the road, that happened. The jet was on there. The FAA said the jet can be on there, but clearly it's incompatible with a roadway in that case. So I think what I'm hearing from the appellants is they're concerned about some of these operational byproducts on the site, which would be related to the design more than the land use itself, I guess, because maybe the jets don't have to back up to the light or whatever. But I'm interested to see how that works together, how that is interpreted, who has jurisdiction over what, to control what activities on the site when they come off the site.
Certainly. So my view of this, and I think you mentioned litigation, which I have very little experience with, so I don't want to get into who has rights to litigate. But our view is that the FAA...
The time was stopped. Thanks so much for everybody's participation, but the time was stopped to answer these questions. Thank you very much.
Our view of this is that the FAA's regulatory authority starts at the source of those activities, the plane, the engine. The EPA controls emissions. So our view of this is that the impacts related to an aircraft are not regulated by the city, but the important piece here is both the preemption portion that's in our written testimony, but it's also your code. Your code talks about not the use, it doesn't talk about planes, it talks about development, and your code also defines development as the physical alteration of the property. A jet blast is not the physical alteration of a property. So that's where we believe that the proper line is drawn.
Then what does the operating characteristics of the proposed development mean? What do those words mean to you?
Those words mean to me that you look at what the development is. You look at lighting. You can look at the fueling operation. You can look at access. You can look at fencing. You can look at landscaping. You can look at those features. You can look at security fencing. You can look at the fact that people will be coming and going at any hours because the FAA does allow that for flights to take off at any point. Those are operational characteristics. And one thing I would suggest, and I'm not trying to give up my time, but I was going to cover this, so if you want to start the time again, I'm fine with that. But one of the things that I think you should look at is compare this to a parking garage. You have a parking garage adjacent to this, okay? And when that is approved, you are looking at the operational characteristics of a parking garage. It's the same type of review. You don't look at tailpipe emissions. You don't look and say, well, the Harley Davidson makes a hell of a lot of noise, but that Tesla doesn't make a lot of noise. You don't, those kinds of activities are not the operational characteristics of a parking garage. You don't look at tailpipe emissions. You don't look, is that thing spitting smoke down Main Street? Those are completely outside of your review responsibilities under the code. And, you know, again, this is a hangar at an airport. This use is an absolutely allowed use. And I will stress that your comprehensive plan calls for just this type of activity and just this type of development in this exact location. This isn't a one-off. This is what your foundational planning documents call for. And so to suggest that this is the wrong place and the wrong thing is just completely inconsistent.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have a question.
It was Councilor Salgado first, and then Councilor Alcare, and Councilor Ambry, and then Councilor Sinclair. All right. Councilor Salgado.
Hi, can you remind me of your name again?
Stephen Holtberg.
Stephen Holtberg, I really appreciate you trying to educate us on what our role is as a city council. I see it a little bit different than you. So as a city council, we have a lot of great, we have to kind of sit through, right? And both sides are making really good points. I mean, he just made a really good technical point around what the point of the code is, right? But the way that I look at the code is, it's up to the city council to interpret the code because it's left very big, right? We've seen these examples happen through other items that we've discussed here on the council, right? The code is high level, and then the council kind of interprets what that means, right? And the way that I'm looking at it is the same way that I'm looking at data center and best development, right? The economy has shifted. This is the new norm. I mean, whoever expected that we're going to have a billionaire jet parking lot discussion, right? This is the new economy that we're in. So we have to look at things differently and take a step back when we have these things in front of us, because the way that I'm interpreting the code is not how you're interpreting it, right? You're interpreting, like, what's the actual construction and what are the negative impacts? Is there going to be dust in the air? Is there going to be noise from the construction? That's fine that you want to interpret it that way. The way that I interpret it is, like, what's the negative impact of the actual structure and operation that is going in? And I think that's an opportunity for us to expand that definition to give more direction on these situations. I mean, for that reason, because the way I look at the code is like, requires CDC 12.80.040.H.7.E requires finding that negative impacts of the development have been sufficiently minimized or mitigated. The way that I'm interpreting the code and seeing it, I don't even know what those negative impacts are, right? The acoustic study, all of the jet fuel concerns that we've heard from the community. So we have to take the concerns from the community seriously about these environmental impacts. And so that's why I'm interpreting the code in that way. So I appreciate what you're doing, but I think it's our role as a city council to say, hey, you know what? I see what it says here, but maybe we need to take a step back and fill in the blanks that are open to interpretation, because we clearly see this code differently, right? So thank you again.
Okay, so thank you, Councilor Salgado. Questions. The applicant is asking for questions, not statements.
Mm-hmm.
So, Councilor Alcare.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry, I forgot my question.
So, Councilor Salgado, we're going to move on to Councilor Alcare. Councilor Salgado, we're going to move to Councilor Alcare, and if we could please stick to questions, that would be very helpful.
I'm fine if he wants to ask.
Yeah, I'll come back to you, Councilor Salgado.
I am fine if he wants to ask this question.
Okay.
And I can ask mine.
Great. Councilor Salgado, go ahead.
I would just like to point of order because you just let Councilor Alcare talk about her upbringing and all this, and you didn't mention one thing. I bring up something, I forget to ask a question, and then you're going kind of...
I'm just trying to keep us on track, Councilor Salgado. Just trying to keep us on track. Could you please ask your question?
Yeah, have you done an acoustic study, and are you able to share the operating characteristics of... Is that information that you have available for us? That's the one question.
I do not have an acoustical engineer's study. I don't necessarily think one is necessary. We can discuss the operational characteristics if you would like. I strongly suspect that this record is going to be left open for a period of time. We will be asking for that. So we can provide that information for you to the extent that we can obtain it. And that is exactly the type of question that I am personally looking for, because I want to know what the councilors' concerns are so we can address them. Because there are many concerns that are listed in the testimony that simply aren't relevant. But if you think something is relevant, I want to know what...
Please be respectful. Thank you. I've asked and asked. Please be respectful.
Those are the types of things that we would like to understand what the council's concerns are. And so if there are specific concerns, and I heard yours about operational characteristics, we can address those, and we're happy to do so.
Okay. Thank you. Councilor Alcare.
I considered leaded fuel part of operational. So what can you guarantee that there's not going to be continued reliance on leaded fuel with 30 more jets?
I will ask David to confirm this. My understanding is there is no lead in the fuel that will be used on this site. And with respect to fueling, Mr. Mulkey is completely wrong in how a jet plane is fueled. You don't go up there with a nozzle like you do at a gas station. That is simply apples and oranges to how this is done. And that is just irresponsible to say that that's how things are going and benzene is going to come through. Benzene's not even in there. It is fueled in a sealed manner, so fumes do not come out. Okay?
Can you provide an impact study that says that?
I certainly can.
Okay, I look forward to receiving that from you. And I would like to also have environmental impacts included with that.
Councillor Anvery.
Thank you. Yes, I was going to ask about the sound. You did mention that the time the FAA allows the takeoff and landing at any time, that's not restricted. Would the Hillsboro noise ordinances apply to that?
It does not. The Supreme Court has ruled on this, as have most of the circuits, that cities cannot impose curfews and noise ordinances in the way that would prevent aircraft from taking off and landing.
Like all kinds of aircraft or just like military aircraft?
It is all planes that are regulated by the FAA.
Okay. All right. One more. And then in the site plan, there was some landscaping that was shown. Is that being done to for noise or just for the look? Has that been done in as a mitigation effort to some impact?
Ms. Radley, who will be coming up here, can address that question. Okay. My sense is that it is following the city's code and landscaping requirements.
Yes.
Is that everything?
Yeah, I had one more. So there's been some questions. Yes, I know that there have been questions about the FAA application. I know the city does not have jurisdiction on that, but can you explain a little bit if what is being said is correct?
I will confirm with my client. My understanding is that was the port that submitted that. I will confirm that. And when we come back for either rebuttal or when I come back up here, I can address that.
Okay. Thank you. That's all.
Okay, Councillor Sinclair.
Most likely, I'll get the same answer because it does pertain to environmental studies. The Federal Aviation Administration and the Port of Portland granted the project a categorical exclusion. This allowed the applicant to bypass a full environmental review under the National Environmental Policy Act. Because of this, no formal emissions, air quality, or noise analysis was ever calculated for this specific project. May I ask, why did you as an applicant receive categorical exclusion?
I cannot answer that question without speculating. I will find out the answer for you.
Thank you. All right, are we good? You have more questions? Yeah, go for it.
And the last question I have, what is the good of community for this project?
Councillor, I understand that question. I believe that you are listening to your constituents, and I appreciate that. I'm trying to keep focused on the applicable criteria here, right? You have an airport that is part of your master plan. It is part of your comprehensive plan. Your comprehensive plan calls for additional hangar space. Your comprehensive plan calls for that additional hangar space to take care of new types of transportation, including jets. And your comprehensive plan is very clear about the location of where this should be. Your comprehensive plan supports all of the goals of the city, right? So you can't segregate out one set of hangars from the operation of the airport. You have a regionally important airport in your community you rely on for a lot of things. You rely on it for recreation, you rely on it for firefighting, you rely on it for business travel, you rely on it for a lot of things. That is economic development to your community. And I will tell you, after doing this for 30 years, it is very rare that you get people who are in favor of the application to show up. So there are people that are in favor of this, right? There are people in your community. You can read social media if you'd like to and find people who are in favor of it. But are they going to show up in front of a large crowd? Most likely not, because they don't want to be booed by people in the audience.
Sir, I hear what you're saying. That part is subjective because neither of us can possibly know the outcome of participation from the public who are in favor, who are not here. The question I have for you, a follow-up, and you say to the comprehensive plan for transportation, what is the intent of, what are you transporting with the intent of what follows our comprehensive plan that's good of community? What are you transporting?
I did not mention the transportation system plan. The transportation system plan is separate from the airport master plan. The airport master plan is a component of your comprehensive plan. It was adopted as part of your comprehensive plan. So it's not about what we're transporting. And transportation, and subject to the airport planning rule, it's goal 12, it is all forms of transportation. It doesn't need to be transporting goods or services. It's simply transportation.
And I asked that question because of economics, is why I ask. And maybe you bring up a good point that maybe there does need to be amendments done to our comprehensive plan, and that's something as a council that we will have to further investigate and apply. But I thank you for your time, and thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Holtberg, you said you wanted someone else to come up?
Yes,
and testify,
please.
And when they come up, we will start the timer again.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Amber, you ready to start time again, please? Mark? Okay, thanks.
Can you invite me as a panelist again? I closed my computer and I got invited.
Welcome. Please state your name.
Thank you. Just 1 second.
You got it. Time has not started because she hasn't started speaking.
Good evening, council members. My name is Sarah Radley. I'm with Strata Land Use Planning. We're here today to talk about this project for new aircraft hangars at the Hillsboro Airport. Can I share my screen? Where's that going to be?
All right.
Okay. Great. We will begin with the orientation to the site and the area context. The site is part of the Hillsboro Airport, with the site making up 1.4% of the total Hillsboro Airport area. The site is located within the IP Industrial Park Zone, where hangars are an allowed use. There are no use limitations, special use standards, nor conditional use requirements, as hangars are allowed in this zone. The site is included in the 2020 Hillsboro Airport Master Plan as a site for future corporate aviation facilities. The Hillsboro Comprehensive Plan adopted the IP zoning for the site, as well as the Airport Master Plan, all done through extensive public processes. In addition, this project for new hangars is consistent with other existing hangars within this zone on airport property. As mentioned, the site is within the IP industrial zone that abuts other industrial zones. The IP zone includes a wide variety of uses, including industrial, manufacturing, warehouse, and aircraft aviation uses. The development scale and massing proposed is typical of surrounding development that includes existing private aircraft hangars to the south and northwest. The airfield is also located to the west and southwest of this site. In addition to the east, across Brookwood Parkway, are industrial and business park developments that include the Brookwood Library, also located in the IP zone. The proposal is for 7 aircraft hangars leased to private aircraft owners based at Hillsboro Airport. The development includes operational support facilities for the aircraft, 60 parking spaces, landscaping, and an FAA security fence. Vehicle access is proposed from Airport Road, with an existing mid-block access to be closed. Along Brookwood Parkway and the designated major trail, a public plaza is proposed, as well as berms and landscaping. The development will be built in 2 phases. Although analysis of the operations is not related to the approval criteria, information is provided to understand the scale of the proposed hangars in relation to the existing airport activities. A maximum of 30 aircraft are proposed for the hangars, with both phases fully built out, which could result in an increase of total Hillsboro Airport operations, which are takeoffs and landings, of 1.2 to 2%, a 1.2 to 2% increase in the total airport operations. This range depends on if any existing aircraft at the airport would relocate to these hangars versus entirely new tenants. This slide shows the elevations and renderings of hangars 4 and 5 facing Brookwood. These buildings are consistent with the massing and scale expected and allowed in the IP industrial zone. This development review application must be measured against the applicable approval criteria in the Hillsboro Development Code. These code regulations have been adopted over time by Hillsboro City Council and set the rules for development. We will now go through these approval criteria that apply to this project. Criteria 1 and 4 talk about the proposal complying with all of the development standards of the base zone and the development and design standards. The buildings are meeting all development standards, including maximum height, minimum setbacks, landscaping, etc., and all of the applicable standards are met. The permit review and detailed plan check will further verify that all standards have been met. Next, we will move on to overlays, special use standards, plan district standards, conditions of approval, and special features regulated by the code. For this site, there are no overlay zones, no special use standards, no plan district regulations, nor prior conditions of approval. Furthermore, there are no mapped special features such as topography, vegetation, or significant natural or cultural resources that apply to this site. These criteria are all met. The approval criteria also require addressing the transportation system and must evaluate that A, the transportation system can safely and adequately accommodate the proposed development, and B, parking areas and entrance/exit points are designed to facilitate on-site vehicular circulation and pedestrian safety and avoid congestion on public streets. The submitted trip generation memo shows that the number of vehicle trips, which is a max of 32 trips during peak hours, is below the threshold to require a traffic impact study per the Community Development Code. In addition, an engineering report confirms acceptable intersection operations through build-out, the routing of all site traffic to an existing signalized intersection, which is at Airport Road, and the removal of the unsignalized curb cut, which is here along the mid-block. And conditions have been required for site distance certification and signal activation as directed by Washington County. In addition to all of these, conditions of approval are required that will require improving the sidewalk where needed along Brookwood for ADA compliance, provision of on-site pedestrian walkways, and preserving the potential for a future airport road connection. As part of the approval criteria, the development is evaluated. We look to the Hillsboro Development Code, which defines development as any human-made change to improved or unimproved real estate, including but not limited to construction or installation of buildings or other structures, mining, dredging, filling, grading, paving, excavation or drilling operations, or storage of equipment or materials, as well as improvements for use as parking. A key part of this definition is that development is defined as a human-made change to real estate per the Development Code. Moving on to approval criteria H7D, The code requires that the design and operating characteristics of the proposed development are reasonably compatible with surrounding development and land uses. The approval criteria require assessment of the design and operating characteristics of the proposed development. The development is defined in the code as human-made change to improved or unimproved real estate. In this case, the design of the development includes primarily the buildings, paving, driveways, and parking. As such, the design of the development, height, size, and massing, all meet the development standards, will be reasonably compatible with the surrounding development that includes other industrial uses, aviation uses, and business park development, as well as the library. The operating characteristics of the development are typical of what would be expected for aircraft uses on airport property in an industrial IP zone, and include such elements as on-site vehicle circulation, waste handling, lighting, etc. The operating characteristics and design address the building development and how it will operate. The criteria does not extend to airport operations, including takeoffs and landings, nor does it extend to noise and emissions, all of which are under federal jurisdiction and regulated by the FAA and the EPA. The final criteria is E, negative impacts of the development have been sufficiently minimized or mitigated. As discussed, the use, airport hangars, is allowed in this zone on the airport property. Under this criteria, we're limited to addressing the development, which is the built structures and improvements on the site per the Hillsboro Code definition of development. Other potential impacts that have been identified, such as noise and emissions, are not development and are not subject to review under the Hillsboro Development Code. To enhance the streetscape along Northeast Brookwood Parkway, extensive landscaping and 4 to 5 foot high berms along the parkway are proposed, as well as a public plaza located near the intersection with Airport Road. Intervening development between the aircraft ramp area and development across Brookwood Parkway include the proposed 6-foot masonry wall, the vehicle access driveway, the 35-foot landscape setback, and the 105-foot wide Brookwood Parkway right-of-way that includes 2 rows of street trees, 4 lanes of traffic, the median and median trees. Other development requirements of the proposal will be enforced through conditions of approval, including such requirements as closing the existing mid-block vehicle access, modifications to the existing signalization at the intersection, and signage and lane markings at the intersection. In summary, the Hillsboro Airport Master Plan was adopted through an extensive public process from 2017 through 2020, which identified this site for corporate aircraft hangars. In other words, the master plan identified this site for exactly this type of use. The comprehensive plan adopted both the IP zoning and the airport master plan. Aircraft hangars are an allowed use in the IP zone at the Hillsboro Airport. The proposal meets all development standards, including setbacks, height, building size, and all the development review requirements are met with conditions of approval. That concludes my presentation. I'm here to answer questions, and then Steve is going to return as well.
Okay, so is there any more presentation that you want to do? No? A little bit?
Steve has a short.
Steve, can you come up and do that, and then we'll ask questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, for the record, Steve Holberg. I don't know if now is the time or later is the time to talk about our request to keep the record open to respond to a lot of evidence that was submitted today and that we have not had an opportunity to either digest or even review.
Yes. I would say that now is an acceptable time, though I would just request to also get a copy of that request in writing at some point before the end of the hearing.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to touch on...
Oh, I apologize, but before we move on from that, could you say specifically what that request would extend the timeline to?
Yes, we are looking at doing a somewhat typical 777, which I think would bring us out to the 15th, or possibly extending that to the 6th, but I think our desire is September 15th.
Thank you.
And with that, if the record is so extended, we would also extend the 120-day period for an equal amount of time. But I will get that to you in writing so you have that.
Could I bother everybody with knowing logistics?
Yeah, we have to. Yep.
Thank you. So if we extended the 777 out to the 15th, that is the date of the council, a standard city council meeting. It's the second third Tuesday. And the 7-day period would end at 5 p.m., which would then mean that you would have no time to look at anything, and you'd be back in that same place of not having any time to review. So there's two options available. Moving to a standard city council meeting on October 6th, which would be the first Tuesday, or setting up a special city council meeting on September 29th. It's a very long month. That's 5 Tuesdays.
I lean toward October 6th. That would give us extra time to review all the material. Any other thoughts?
I'm sorry, you said October 6th?
Yeah, October 6th, or we have a special meeting sooner. But we're looking at the opportunity to have time to review whatever they submit.
And just to be clear, each individual would still have, I mean, we would have an initial open record period that would be 7 days, a subsequent 7-day response period where members of the public could respond to any new evidence and arguments, and then a final 7-day rebuttal period where only the applicant could submit additional evidence and arguments. That's what the standard 777 is that the applicant's attorney is referring to.
Thank you. So is this council good with moving it to October 6th?
Well,
Could I ask a question?
ultimately, it's the applicant's decision, I'll just say.
That's a good, on the date, or that they want to continue?
All of the above.
All of the above? Okay, sounds good.
Would the sound study be submitted during that time?
I will reiterate that I don't believe that a sound study is necessary. I will.
Go ahead.
I will speak with my client about the best way to respond to this, because I know it's the counselor's concerns. I'm a careful lawyer. I try not to put myself into a corner.
Okay, so I think maybe I should rephrase my question. So the items that we had requested, for example, the sound study, that you're going to get some response back, those are part of the first 7-day period?
Yeah, it's going to be tight because 7 days is only 7 days. But we will, to the questions that I've heard from the council tonight and the issues that we've addressed, or we have heard from the appellants as well as some of the testimony, we understand what those issues and concerns are, and we will do our best to address them. And I will say this, is that the appellants have taken, I think, some things not fully in context from the application and have ignored additional testimony that was provided throughout the extensive hearing process. It wasn't like noise was just ignored. Noise was discussed. Operational characteristics were discussed. So we will make it very clear to the council what these issues are, where that evidence can be found in the record, and a suggested finding for that. I'll make it as easy as we possibly can for you.
Thank you. Councilor Alker?
And I just want to be sure that you're going to provide the impact studies that I requested.
I will do what we can in a 7-day period.
Okay.
That's going to be really important for us to get. I think you should prioritize providing everything that we're asking for you in order for us to consider the application. So I think that you should prioritize providing as much information as we're requesting so that we can make a decision.
I understand your statement, and if I got the words wrong, please correct me, but I think you said an environmental impact statement, and that is something that is outside the context of this application and the council's review, and those are complicated, lengthy studies that take far more than 7 days to prepare.
I don't consider them outside.
I understand your position.
I consider them very important. And I know they take a long time. And I doubt you're going to be able to provide that. I really am. Because I think if you and your appellants have discussed this, you would have already been working on this and not waiting for us to ask you for this. So it shouldn't be such a big deal what we're asking for. And it's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant to the people of Hillsboro. It's not irrelevant to me. You're bringing more planes. You're bringing more leaded fuel. You say that you can guarantee that they're not going to use leaded fuel. We can't get Port of Portland to do that. So this is serious. It is part of the application process. And it is an important aspect of the life of the people that are going to live here with the hangars that you want to provide. Thank you.
Councilor Sinclair.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Kohlberg, I am going to add on, it is the environmental impact that I'm genuinely concerned for, as are all the residents. You had conveyed earlier when I asked you about categorical exclusion, and you couldn't give an answer as to why the environmental or the noise impact studies weren't required. How can you not provide that if you can't give an answer to why the categorical exclusion occurred?
Because, Counselor, I don't know who submitted the form. And when I find that out, I will provide that information to you. I know there's a lot of cackles in the audience, but I have not been a part of everything that started months and months and months and months ago.
Right.
So I will do my absolute best to get that information for you.
Yeah, and Mr. Kohlberg, please understand, I know there's a lot of pressure right now, but this is, our residents are scared. It will have true and known consequences, and the residents are scared. That's what those reactions are for. And they take this very seriously to have this topic before all of us today. We're all bringing our time here and attention to this. If it wasn't for the public, we wouldn't be able to have this opportunity to talk openly like this about lead emissions in our community that brings in nearly 1,200 pounds of lead emissions annually into our air. So I thank you for your patience as we all work through this. I do have one question, Mayor. Is this appropriate time to ask one additional question?
Okay, hang on 1 second. So you are offering to continue this hearing. Is that what I'm understanding?
We are requesting not to continue. I do not want to continue the hearing.
Okay.
I am requesting that the record be left open for a period of time to allow us to submit evidence and testimony responsive to evidence that was submitted today.
So close the hearing, but still respond. Okay, Ashley?
So just to clarify, the applicant's burden is to extend the 120-day period, which is the time we have to make the decision in. Council can decide to, within that 120-day period, make the decision in whatever method you think is appropriate, right? Which can, in this case, include continuing the hearing, keeping the record open only for additional evidence and arguments through the 777, and then returning to deliberate only. You can discuss and kind of weigh the pros and cons of any of those options, but you would have the ability to do that if and when the applicant extends the 120-day period or the clock.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. Any other? Councilor Salgado.
Yeah, I have a point of clarification on where we're at in the meeting, but first I just want to remind everyone that we're all here to do our job. We're all professionals. We all had to state our biases at the beginning, and I just want to remind everybody of all the trainings that you have took related to bias, and just be considerate of how you're engaging with our guests, because some people can interpret the way that you're engaging with our guests as operating under bias. So I just want to invite you to explore that for yourselves. Number two, where are we at in the process of the meeting? Because at the beginning, we had a slide that said, these are the 4 options, these are the decisions in front of the council. It seems like our guest here is open to bringing up some studies and doing some things, but we haven't been very clear about what those actual studies are. Like, what does this process look like moving forward so that we can stop kind of repeating the same things over and over and just move forward with the process?
Yeah, not a problem. So from here, we are going to be able to ask the applicant any questions because they're going to finish their testimony. And then we move on to hearing from the public, if I remember correctly. Yes,
That's
testimony
correct.
in support of the appeal and testimony against the appeal, and then we can deliberate.
Well, and then I'll just note that the appellant, we'll have time for final responses from the appellant, and also the applicant. And then questions for staff, and then time to deliberate.
Yeah, so we have quite a ways to go. Okay? All right.
Mayor, I have one last question pertaining to studies.
Sure.
Mr. Kohlberg, will there be a traffic study pertaining to, the reason I ask this is the trips generated during peak hours, there'll be up to 30 vehicles at one time. Would you consider that to be increase the overall number of flights? Would you consider that 32 vehicles during peak hours as an increase of flights due to this project?
As an increase, I'm not sure that I understand the question entirely. My apologies.
Yes. During peak hours, there could be up to 32 vehicles at one time in flight. Do you consider that to be an overall increase of number of flights due to this project?
So my understanding of the 32, it was based on parking. It wasn't done as part of a transportation study to show the impacts, because we're at 38, I think, or maybe it's 36, which is below the city's threshold. And that does not translate to additional flights or operations at the airport. It is not as if there are going to be 30 planes taking off based on that. Those were apples and oranges to sort of back into what the parking should look like on the site. So
the transportation was about cars.
The transportation
not planes.
Information was about cars, not flights.
Because I misinterpreted that then, because in the presentation, it said during peak hours, I understood the vehicles to be the jets.
No, the vehicles are the vehicles that get a person from point A to point B to the airport.
Okay.
Or from the airport.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that correction.
And just by comparison, and I don't know how accurate this number is, but I believe it is relatively accurate because it comes from city reports. So we're talking 36 peak hour trips. That means like during the rush hour, generally, right? That is a minuscule amount of trips. We will quantify it, and there is already evidence in the record that the appellants have not addressed. We will readdress it, but I can guarantee you that is a infinitesimally small amount of trips based on other uses. I mean, the library across the street has something like 1,300 visitors a day, right? That's a lot more trips. This is tiny, and it's the reason that your code doesn't require a transportation impact study, because this is tiny.
Yeah, Mr. Kohlberg, I misunderstood the vehicles to represent jets, not automobile vehicles. So that was on my part of misunderstanding.
Okay, we good? All right, are you good?
I'm gonna call it. We have the opportunity to rebut at the end, and I'll save any time for that portion. Councilors, thank you for your time and your questions. They were very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, we've been going for about 2 hours and 40 minutes. We're going to take a 10-minute break, so we'll come back at 9:50. So we're adjourning, and we'll come back at 9:50. Thank you. All right, let's get started, please, so we can continue.
I can clear the clock, right?
Yeah.
He said
Yeah, clear it.
testimony.
Clear it. Yeah.
And are we going to use that with rebuttals, or did we just let him just rebut?
Yeah, we'll probably need it again.
But if you just you'll just let me know.
I'll let you know. Yeah. Yeah.
There.
Yeah.
Can you, when you call the meeting back? Just so they're alerted to my interest in that issue. I should have raised it with the. Raise another issue of concern.
Okay. Okay, welcome back. We're going to, if you could please keep it down. Thank you. We're going to start hearing from the public testimony in support of Appeal A or B. So those people who support the appeal and who do not want the Sky Harbor development to happen. But before we move to that public testimony, I'd like to recognize Council President Harris.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to add one issue I was interested in, and I'd been considering it after reviewing all the materials, and I wanted to alert the parties to my interest in this. If you choose not to address it, it's up to you. As a retired lawyer, I hate it when judges tried my case for me, so I always sort of let the lawyers do it themselves. But I am interested in this one issue. I just want to give you an idea. It's the question of whether or not a second meeting was required under the Development Code. I question why it wasn't. I read the code. It looks to me like there were changes made to the things that the code listed. Building height, building location. I know the configuration may not have changed, but the location certainly changed. The size of the site changed. The parking was changed. There was a building added. Again, arguably it was a design issue. I acknowledge that most of those changes actually benefited the community and were things that would have been supported by many. Because you didn't have to ask for any adjustments in that case. That was great. But under the Development Code, it looked to me like the thing that there should have been a second neighborhood meeting after this. And so I just wanted to raise that issue if anyone wants to address it. Thank you.
Okay, but we can address it later after the public testimony, because I know that there are people eager to testify. So there are folks here. Again, we're going to start with public testimony in support of Appeal A or B, either one. And again, this is in support of the appeal continuing and Sky Harbor development not happening. So the first person I'll call on is Carl Calkins, and on deck we have Jim Lubischer. Yes.
Hi, I was waiting for the end of the appellant's presentation to ask my questions and make my comments.
Okay.
And so I would prefer to do those before the public comment begins. And I understand that we took a recess, and so now it's awkward.
Yeah, if you have those questions, go ahead and ask them, but then they can answer them in rebuttal. Does that work? Is that okay, Ashley? Or can they come up and answer them now?
Well, we haven't technically moved into the testimony yet, so I think that's your discretion, Mayor, which one you prefer.
All right, so go ahead, Councilor Case, ask your questions. Sorry I didn't see you online before.
Okay. There we are. Okay, just making sure. I'm sorry. I was taking notes. So I think in the presentations and everything that we have heard so far, it seems to me that the appellant followed the rules that we have in our community development code and in our comprehensive plan. But I appreciated Councilor Salgado's comments about kind of things are changing rapidly in Hillsboro right now with data centers and with the airport, and that some of these rules maybe we haven't had a chance or an opportunity yet to update. And so I am, we can't change the code while we're going on with this. And I guess that's probably more of a city question. But so for me, I think it's more that I'm curious for noise, environmental impact studies, carbon emissions, all of those things. And so whatever, I guess the question is more of what is available, and then what would be something new that we would want to do or request, and is that even a possibility? And so those are probably actually more staff questions, or things that the appellant can say, share in rebuttal of what they have available. And it sounds like from other comments that they may need to still figure that out.
And to be clear, the appellant or the applicant?
Applicant.
Applicant. Okay, I just want to make sure. All right.
Thank you. No, I think, yeah, too many things going on in my notes. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. So the first question is to staff. Do you want to restate your question, or is staff, can you answer?
So if I'm hearing correctly, the question is, can we change the rules midstream versus discuss an interpretation of the rules? It sounds like there's a nuance there that you're thinking through.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's a very good way to look at it. When an applicant comes in, they are guaranteed review under the rules that are in place. The council absolutely has the discretion, any review authority does, to look at those rules and decide what is the appropriate way to, regulations, what is the appropriate way to implement them. But then we're also required to have consistency in that implementation as well. I also agree with your statement that from a long-term perspective, I'm hearing a lot of the testimony is broader in scope about the airport in general, not just the hangars in particular. And that's something where the council can revisit the policies and the regulations for this particular type of use.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I'll just add to that, that technically we can, the one situation where we can change the rules midstream would be where the applicant requests. So that is a new regulation now, but that would be unlikely to happen here.
Okay.
Sorry, can you repeat that statement
sense.
again?
I just think with all the feedback we're getting, I think there's more information that would be helpful, and I recognize that.
And otherwise, we must apply the standards and procedures that are in effect at the day that the application was deemed complete.
Yep, okay. The other question I had was, there was some question I noticed in some of the emails that came through about flight path modeling, and if that was omitted, and so that can come up in the follow-up question as well. So, and then I have some questions for the city staff later, I think, if there's going to be an opportunity for us to ask questions of staff at another time.
There is time for final questions.
Cool.
There will be.
Okay, then I'll hold those.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, you good? Okay. All right, so we're going to move on to public testimony. As I said, the first people coming up are in support of Appeal A or B. First person that come up is Carl Calkins. Carl, are you still here? Right, come on up, Carl. And on deck is Jim Lubischer. So you'll have 3 minutes to testify and share your thoughts with us. Good evening, sir. If you could take a seat and turn on the mic so we can all hear you, and even the folks at home, if they could hear you as well. Yeah, sir, if you could please push the button on the console. Yeah, thank you so much for helping him.
Yeah.
There, one more time. Yeah, just hit it. Just there.
There you go.
There you go.
Okay.
Great. Mr. Calkins, we can hear you now,
Yes,
and you have 3 minutes to speak. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm a retired from Tektronix for 30 years, U.S. Navy. I work for an emergency response team, hazardous materials team. My whole life is, I'll be 93 coming up. Anyways, my whole life has been on protecting the environment and public safety. In 2006, this here is what hit my neighbor's house and took her house out and took everything she had. These are the pictures from the Hunter Hawker and the pilot. So my worry is about working at Tektronix in a tank farm. We had hydrogen, we had everything there. I think Intel probably has the same thing. Now, when this plane went off course, it went over Intel. If it would have hit that tank farm, it could have been disastrous for all the neighbors around. And where this plane hit, my neighbor, DEQ allowed me to go in with my metal detector after 1 year. It was so polluted, the jet fuel in the ground, you could still smell it. I don't know what else to say. I'm just thankful nobody else was killed. But if it would have hit Intel, so at Tektronix we had a monstrous hydrogen tank too. And being on the emergency response team, I always asked them, if that went off, what would happen? Is it would take out a big chunk of Intel in the area where it was. And being on the emergency response team for 20 years, I was called in many times after I worked days in the evening, sometimes 2 or 3 times, because the chemical area where they had all the chemicals, tank farm, the firemen wouldn't even touch it. The firemen would come in and back us up, and we would take care of all the hazardous material. I just want to say we need to think about what's going to happen when you get old. Are you going to, what you have today and what you pass will affect your children. The noise level of these little babies, they don't know, and you don't know what's going to happen when they get old. I'm just blessed that I'm almost 93 years old and I have eye vision and hearing.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sure. No, that's
sure?
not. Yeah,
Okay.
no, that's not.
Could I take pictures of these so I can put them into the
Sure.
record for you? Because you showed them and they need to get into the record.
Jim Lubisher is next. Jim, is that you? All right, just hang on 1 second. And then Youssef Alouzi is on deck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your service.
Jim Lubisher, and then on deck is Youssef. Welcome. Your microphone is already on, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. To approve this project, criteria 7E must be satisfied. Criteria 7E requires that negative impacts, such as exhaust from the aircraft, negative impacts need to be sufficiently minimized or mitigated. Now, the Planning Commission did not correctly address criteria 7E, I felt. They stated that air quality is not regulated by the Community Development Code and is not within the scope of this developmental review. Aircraft emissions are regulated by federal law and are subject to FAA requirements. So they just don't really get into that. And so they did not address criteria 7E. They just ignored 7E, which again demands that negative impacts of the development be sufficiently minimized or mitigated. They assume that since the FAA controls jet engines and their emissions, that they did not need to address the negative impacts of this project. And so they ignored criteria 7E. One, again, indisputable negative impact is the toxic air pollution. Now, the council is obligated by criteria 7E to sufficiently minimize and mitigate this negative impact of jet-caused toxic pollution. I submit that should council approve this project, I suppose, but they need to address 7E, and they could say that that to address that issue, that they would stipulate or could stipulate that I'm sorry. They could stipulate that no jet departures or landings be allowed when there is insufficient wind to rapidly disperse the emissions of these aircraft. What I'm trying to say is that there is a way to minimize or mitigate the negative impact, and that would be to control when the jet can depart or land based on the wind. If there's insufficient wind, then they should not be able to take off or land. And that would be one way of mitigating their emissions. So I hope that sort of makes sense. I mean, if they approve this, I think they should.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Yep, okay. Sorry.
Next up is Youssef, and then on deck is Britt Holloway. Youssef, the microphone is already on, and is welcome. And as soon as you start speaking, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Youssef Halozi, resident and candidate for Tigard City Council. Some of you may wonder what a Tigard resident is doing all the way out here in Hillsboro. And that's a good question, but the answer becomes clear if you follow the proposed flight path of private billionaire jets back to our front door. I like to be at many of Tigard's nearly 550 acres of parks, trails, and green spaces. I take my 2 nieces to those same parks regularly. We attend organized community events there. We watch movies there. We meet other people and build community there. We hold birthday parties and play basketball there. And it's not only me. I've had the opportunity to sit on the front porches and couches of my fellow community members as they've told me over and over again how important the parks and outdoor spaces are for our community. When it recently came to light that the indicated impacts of noise and pollution were not accurately reflected in Sky Harbor's proposal to build a new billionaire jet hangar in Hillsboro, the community was rightly alarmed. As I'm running to represent that same community, I came here today to ask the council to reject the new billionaire jet hangar development at the Hillsboro Airport. Aside from the local testimony heard and the many written comments submitted, the proposed flight path for the additional 40 private jets intersects with Bull Mountain and West Tigard. As the airport is approximately 16 miles from the proposed flight path, that puts descending or ascending private jets at around 4,500 to 5,000 feet above our community, a number in stark contrast to a plane's typical 30,000-foot cruising altitude. As neighbors and collaborators, I'm asking the Hillsboro Council to work with Tigard and other impacted communities to identify and properly report the increased air, noise, and any other unidentified environmental impacts that will disproportionately affect our communities, so that billionaires can land a little closer to regional big business. Does the ability of billionaires to have quicker access to Hillsboro really need to come at the direct cost of my community, my family, my 8 and 10-year-old nieces? Is that really the trade-off you're comfortable asking our communities to make? Thank you for your time.
Next up is Britt Holloway, and then on deck is George Jimenez. Britt, welcome. I believe you have to turn on your mic, please. And as soon as you start speaking, you have 3 minutes.
Excellent. Thank you for your time. I have fundamental objections to the Sky Harbor project as a Hillsboro citizen, but I have genuine concerns as a licensed mechanical engineer in the state of Oregon regarding the applicant's submittal. One point of clarification, the applicant's counsel is incorrect in their assessment that the comparison to the parking garage exhaust impacts. According to the International Mechanical Code, section 404.1, a computational fluid dynamics evaluation would need to happen. We do this very commonly. It's called an air study, and we would determine whether or not ventilation is required. On to the fun stuff. First red flag was raised at the Planning Commission on May 13th. I spoke there, and immediately we saw conflicting information from the applicant regarding usage. That's already been touched on, but it went from 8 to 10 flights to 57 to 80. That's already insane. Okay, the environmental analysis piece. Now, I understand that the categorical exception is not something that we can override here, but the environmental analysis aligns with the goal of environmental stewardship for this council. And on that environmental analysis, which Salgado, I will be submitting what a traditional environmental analysis has. It's got like 12 different subsections along with my email with this, but the three I'd like to point attention to is air quality, noise, and hazardous materials and pollution prevention. The applicant report misrepresents the impacts of SAF, which is sustainable aviation fuel. You may have noticed that they said that there's no lead. Well, there is still ultrafine particles that are produced by these jet engines above our heads. There was a 2020 study by the National Library of Medicine that up to 10 kilometers downwind of airports, preterm births increased by 14%, along with chronic lung conditions and cancer. Additionally, and it does reduce the emissions by about 30%. Still a significant number of emissions, to the point that depending on if we use 8 to 10 or 57 to whatever number they made up, it could add between 1.5 tons and 14.68 tons of CO2 to our local environment. Saying that that requires no environmental assessment is hogwash. We've covered sound levels. I would like to clarify Supreme Court Burbank versus Lockheed included planes in flight, not planes in taxi, so that was misrepresented. The applicant checked that there were neighborhood meetings materials. I did notice that they did not upload and abide by CDC 12.70.100 in attachment A on page 5 that was uploaded on the 29th of October in 2025. They did not include materials including the list of parties notified and the materials provided at the meeting and the signature sheet of attendees. I am lacking confidence in the applicant's good faith.
Thank you. Next up is George Jimenez, and is George here? Okay, next up is Devin Pena. Devin Pena. Okay, next up is Pat O'Connor. And on deck is Roxanne Gase. Is Roxanne here? Okay, then on deck is Joe Gruel. So Pat, is that you?
That's me.
Welcome. As soon as you
Thank
start
you.
speaking, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Pat O'Connor, and I want to say good evening to you all, and thank you for the time and energy that you're putting in this hearing. I've been listening. I've been reading information that's been shared among neighbors, and I've been listening to what's been shared tonight. Mainly my impression is that the applicant is acting as if they're building a storage shed, and it has no impact on anything anywhere. In addition, they want to make a taxi stand for private jets to be deployed elsewhere on a continuous basis, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, with no positive impact on the local communities. They thought they could get a bunch of yokels in Hillsboro to approve a storage shed for their jets and not look at the implications on the basis of what it would impact on the community. I've heard some very thoughtful comments and questions that tell me otherwise, that tell me people are looking at the big picture here and looking at both the impact and the benefit to this project to our local community. We have to live with it forever. They just get to make the profit from it. So I think it's really worthwhile to focus in on your mitigation and remediation aspect of your criteria. That is the legal basis on which you get to decide whether this fits into the future of Hillsboro and Washington County. A few little things that have not been focused on, for instance, is the Hillsboro Fire Department equipped and trained to deal with 2 tanks full of the most volatile fuel that we have in the world, jet fuel. That's a huge impact. The impact on the community has been mentioned, the larger Washington County community. I'm on the jet path, as so many others have indicated they are, and that the original purpose of the Hillsboro municipal airport was for recreation and for air use that was of benefit to the local community. Let's keep it at home. Let them make their stable someplace else.
Next up is Roxanne Grace. Roxanne. Next up is Joe Gilly. I'm sorry, it's not Joe G. Anyone? Okay. Danielle Culp. Danielle? Okay. Welcome, Danielle. Is Sarah Richmond here? Okay, you're on deck. Danielle?
Yes.
Hi, your mic is on. Welcome. And as soon as you start talking, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I have a lot of points. We'll see how quickly I can speak. The first, someone brought up financial positives for a few. I just want to
Please move the microphone closer.
Sorry.
So we can hear you.
Sorry.
You can actually move the whole console.
Okay.
Look at that. There you go. Great.
Okay. I want to bring up the very real negative impact that will happen for the thousands of homes in the flight path, because you have to disclose noise from airplanes. So this is probably millions and millions and millions of dollars that is going to hurt the community. Secondly, in February of 2026, if I'm not mistaken, Hillsboro passed their climate action plan. So I understand that land use is one set of criteria that you need to make this decision, but to think that's the only one must be false. So not only from the Hillsboro Climate Action Plan that probably is being violated, there are possibly other types of things from Washington County and Oregon itself. Okay. People also are bringing up the evolution of this airport, and my sincere request, having lived in the area for 17 years and seeing myself and being impacted every single day, even before I understood that this was going to happen, my quality of life was already being impacted by these very low-lying, very, very loud planes. And my question is, since the increase in air traffic, I really noticed it personally since like the pandemic in 2020, but have there been any assessments done for pollution, air pollution, and for noise in general in the area? Has it been seen, despite the new threat, has it happened at all right now as it's seen? Because maybe it already is past some threshold that is acceptable. Lastly, the other lawyer brought up the car parking lot. I just would like to point out that in a car parking lot, cars are required to go through DEQ, so therefore pollution. They also, if you take off your muffler, you're going to get a police ticket because there are noise ordinances, and you are not allowed to wake people up at all hours of the night. Cars also use roads. These are airplanes. They can go anywhere. So that kind of comparison is absolutely insane. Thank you very much.
Next up is Sarah Richmond, and on deck is Michael Fredericks. Sarah, welcome. The microphone is already on. And as soon as you start speaking, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, great. I'm Sarah Richmond. I'm the lead appellant for Appeal B. Glad to be here. And thank you to all of you and your support. And special thanks to Ruth, who's been just fantastic through this whole effort. And it's Ruth and the Planning Commission that really opened my eyes. I think I'm becoming a land use attorney myself through this whole process. And basically, and we heard it from the Sky Harbor attorneys and speakers, that effectively, and we heard it from one of the council members here, that effectively we hang our hat on CDC 1280-040H. I don't have it memorized yet. You'd think I would have by now. That's 12 lines of code, and it's the Community Development Plan approval criteria for a land use. And that's what everybody's focusing on, and that's why they listed it and kept repeating it over and over and over again, right? Okay, it's limiting. It's very limiting. And we just heard from the last speaker, well, it's got to be better than that. Happily it is. It's happily it is. You guys as a city council, let me read you another fun code. This is your get out of jail free card. So, where is it? CDC 12.01.130, consistency with plan and laws, which states, all use or development of land or structures within the city limits of Hillsboro shall comply with the Hillsboro Comprehensive Plan, the Hillsboro Comprehensive Plan, there's you go, right? The Hillsboro Municipal Code and applicable regional, state, federal, and local laws. So the Hillsboro Comprehensive Plan. Gosh, there must be some good Jules, wonderful stuff in there that we could possibly use to consider about for this applicant and what we're dealing with. Let me read you a few juicy ones, and maybe you'll find some others when you go through it, right? Because you shall comply with it. How about this one? Policy AQ 1.1, air pollutants. Incorporate best practices for improving air quality and community health into city planning and investment decisions in order to continue to meet and, where feasible and practical, strive to exceed federal and state air quality standards for criteria pollutants and toxic air contaminants. And the next one I really liked, and the reason why I got into the appeal is because of my dear friend who's like a mom to me, 86 years old, and has heart failure and PTSD. This one's a doozy. Policy AQ 3.6, sensitive populations. Mitigate the health risks of criteria pollutants, toxic air contaminants, and odors to sensitive populations by considering potential impacts when citing sensitive populations or polluting emitting land uses. You have a few doozies in there. You can use that. You can modify the Hillsboro Comprehensive Plan.
Thank you.
There you go. Hope it's helpful.
All right. Michael Frederick. Michael. Okay. Tracy Schlanzer. Tracy. Okay. On deck is Karna Sheath. Is Karna here? Great. Okay. So Tracy.
Yes.
Your microphone is on. Welcome.
Okay.
And you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Pace and City Council. My name is Tracy. I've lived on Cooper Mountain for 13 years. The existing and proposed flight paths to the Hillsboro Airport are in direct line over my house at 1,500 feet. I am in favor for appeal for Sky Harbor land use because in the last 5 years, there has already been a significant increase in the number of flights in the Hillsboro Airport, and this has become increasingly problematic for my family due to the noise and air pollution. For example, just this past Thursday, I was sitting there and I decided to take a log of the number of flights that were going overhead in a 1 hour period. I counted 8 flights overhead between the hours of 1:39 p.m. and 2:39 p.m. from inside my home. Those times were 1:39, 2:08 p.m., 2:09 p.m., 2:12 p.m., 2:14 p.m., 2:18 p.m., 2:21 p.m., and 2:38 p.m. Let me remind you, there is no 6-foot masonry wall that mitigates the noise in my home. Let me say that again. There is no 6-foot wall that prevents that noise within my home. And then this past Sunday morning, it was dark outside, and I woke up to the sound of planes overhead. It was still dark. And then there was preceded by 2 more planes. Then my husband took our dogs out at 6 a.m., one of my dogs out at 6 a.m., and there were 2 more planes that had just on his 10-minute walk. Sunday was a very busy day. They were out all day, multiple times in the day, at all hours, including the evening, even at 10:45 p.m. Now, due to the sheer volume of flights that already exist, it would be devastating to the communities to increase that traffic and noise air pollution. I have to deal with the aftermath in regard to a chronic illness that I have, and I have to detoxify those air pollutants. As seen in my medical exams, is there's been an increase in the last 5 years in correlation with the airport traffic, could be related. Also, I have a dog that runs inside every time a flight goes overhead. These flights are 1,500 feet above my house. I cannot get my dog to go outside and go to the bathroom. She runs inside. I have to take her to another neighborhood because the flights are so invasive and problematic to our family. This is not a way to live as it exists now.
Thank you.
Please appeal.
Next up. Next up is Karna Sheath, and on deck is David Barnes. Is David Barnes still here? Yes, okay, thank you. Karna, welcome. Your microphone is on, and you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Pace. Thank you, Council President Harris, for allowing me the chance to testify. I wanted to address 2 areas of the CDC code. One is with respect to neighborhood meetings. There was only 1 neighborhood meeting held in October 2025, which had an original proposal. Since then, there were major revisions done until the May 2026 approval. But there was no second neighborhood meeting, which according to the CDC 12.70.100.d requires a second neighborhood meeting if there were a revised application is submitted. The second I want to talk about is on the environment and the greenhouse gas emissions. According to the Hillsboro Airport Master Plan, research has shown that there's a direct correlation between fuel combustion and greenhouse gas emissions. Therefore, sources that require fuel or power at an airport are the primary sources that would generate greenhouse gases. The same master plan states that in the environmental review, prior to initiating projects, a review of current climate impacts will examine the effects of any proposed development on greenhouse gas emissions. You can find that in the Appendix E of the Hillsboro Airport Master Plan. Unfortunately, an environmental review on Sky Harbor project never occurred, despite a huge increase in greenhouse gases that will occur if this project moves forward. The same section states that in 2016, HIO emitted 4,000 tons of CO2, and estimated by 2036, these emission levels would increase to 5,700 tons. This figure does not begin to account for the additional 30 or more jets into the mix. As reported by the International Council on Clean Transportation, a typical private jet emits about 810 tons of CO2 in a typical year. Multiplying 810 tons by 30 gives you 24,000 tons of CO2, much, much higher than the 5,000 that the HIO master plan anticipated by 2036. Though the port claims that members of the public had an opportunity to comment on the Sky Harbor development 6 to 8 years ago during the master planning process, there was no indication at that time of the substantial increase in CO2 produced by a project of this magnitude. Sky Harbor did not provide any mitigation strategies for CO2 emission, noise, criteria pollutants, or air toxins. As a result, it failed to meet the CDC 12.040.807E requirement, demonstrating that negative impacts of the development have been sufficiently minimized or mitigated. Therefore, the Planning Commission's approval of this application should be overturned and our appeal should be upheld. Thank you very much.
Next up is David Barnes. On deck is Mickey Barnes. David, welcome. Your microphone is on. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Pace, Council President Harris, and councilors. The Hillsboro Climate Action Plan has a community greenhouse gas inventory for the calendar year 2022, a study done by the Good Company, a division of Parametrics, and it found that transportation accounted for 29% of local greenhouse gas emissions that year, a total of 482 metric tons. 7% of those emissions were attributed to Hillsboro Airport fuel use. The city's greenhouse gas report findings are 4 times greater than the port's estimate for 2036. And 5.5 times greater than the 2016 levels reported in the HIO master plan. This is quite a discrepancy. To the city's credit, the greenhouse gas reduction plan identified ways to reduce emissions by emissions released by passenger freight and commercial vehicles by investing in public transit options, bicycling, walking, EV charging stations, and renewable diesel. You'll notice that aviation is not mentioned. Private jet travel on a per capita basis is one of the most carbon-intensive modes of transportation on the planet. The Sky Harbor hangar proposal runs counter to the city's stated commitment of reducing greenhouse gases and in many ways obliterates the efforts of responsible residents who are proactively reducing their carbon footprint by driving less, transitioning to hybrid and electric vehicles, using public transit, walking, and bicycling more. By contrast, studies reveal that each of the 256,000 people worldwide who own private jets produces nearly 500 times more carbon dioxide in a year than the average person. Since the applicant failed to provide any mitigation strategies to address their greenhouse gas emissions, as well as criteria pollutants and air toxins that will be released as a result of this development, it fails to meet CDC 1280.040H7D and thus should be overturned. Thank you.
Next up is Mickey Barnes, and on deck is Teresa Tsay.
Good evening, Mayor Pace, Chair Harris, members of the council. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I do want to mention here, and I don't have, a lot to bring forward on it, but in the Clean Air Act, it distinguishes between a stationary pollution site and a mobile site. And something's being lost here in just looking at hangars as though they're not housing mobile aircraft that could pollute the entire area. So I want to mention that according to the FAA Airport and Land Use Compatibility Document, libraries located within above the 65 decibel range are not compatible with airports. Now, what happened here is we go back to the categorical exclusion. There was a question there that said, will this project include more than 700 jet operations per year? The answer the port submitted to the FAA was no. They said no. Now, to put this in perspective, the applicant themselves estimated that 60% of the Sky Harbor jets would be active on any given day. Assuming one takeoff and one landing for 18 aircraft per day will add 13,140 takeoffs and landings per year, 19 times more than the 700 operational count that could have triggered a noise analysis. In addition, there are already far more than 90,000 annual propeller operations at HIO. Clearly, it is well beyond time for a comprehensive analysis of HIO noise impacts. And you know, I want to mention here that that airport has been, it was established in 1928. In that entire nearly a century that airport has existed, there has never been an environmental impact statement done for that airport. Instead, what the port does is these categorical exclusions or findings of no significant impact, and they try to break it into a little parcel and say this is no big deal. It is a big deal, and there are cumulative impacts, and it's time for the port to be honest with this community about what is going on at the Hillsboro Airport. So I want to thank you again for your time, and I urge you to deny this application.
Thank you.
Deny it.
Next up is Teresa. On deck is Brett Hamilton. Because you've already spoken, Brett? All right, so hang on one second, Teresa.
Okay.
Okay, so Gemma Fleener, you are on deck. Teresa, welcome.
Thank you.
And your mic is on, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay. Fraud. Merriam-Webster dictionary definition. A, specifically, an act, expression, omission, or concealment calculated to induce another to part with something of value or to surrender a legal right. B, an act of deceiving or misrepresenting. This entire Sky Harbor Hangars proposal is full of fraud. First fraud, Sky Harbor lied on its application that there will be no environmental impact on our community. Private jets emit at least 10 times more pollutants per passenger than commercial planes. Jet fuel runoff into Dawson Creek, where there are thousands of residential and migratory wildlife, including birds, ducks, geese, squirrels, etc. Water from Dawson Creek eventually drains into the Tualatin River watershed, which provides drinking water for over 500,000 people. Second fraud, Port of Portland submitted false information to the FAA specifically to avoid doing a mandatory environmental assessment. No noise analysis, no environmental review. Third fraud, behind closed doors without a single public meeting, the Port and FAA quietly rubber stamped a categorical exclusion. They declared by decree that pumping thousands of tons of toxic emissions into the air has no significant effect. Fourth fraud, Hillsboro Planning Commission greenlit this proposal after more than 100 concerned citizens documented safety and environmental concerns. That is not governance. This is a chain of deceit. This proposal installs 40,000 gallons of jet fuel sitting across from our public Brookwood Library, which sees 500,000 visitors a year, most of them children. And if the tank goes kaboom, we'll be world famous. Hillsboro Airport, home of crispy kids and roast duck. Bad joke aside, the citizens of Hillsboro, citizens of Washington County, are not surrendering our right to live in a quiet and clean community. So I urge you, Hillsboro Council City members and Mayor Pace, granting permission by deceiving the people who have to live with the consequences is fraud. The Sky Harbor Hangars proposal shall not pass. Thank you.
Next up is Gemma Fleener, and on deck is Cynthia Westby. Gemma, welcome. You have 3 minutes. Your microphone is on.
All righty. Good evening, Mayor, councilors, friends. Thank you for hearing this appeal and for the opportunity to comment. For the record, my name is Gemma Fleenor, and I proudly serve as the first vice chair of the Washington County Democrats. And I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of the party. And the Washington County Democrats are in the House. In June, our party's Central Committee passed a resolution with an overwhelming majority in support of the appeal and in opposition to the Sky Harbor project. Our resolution is in your packet, somewhere in that massive document. Sky Harbor's jet hub at the Hillsboro Airport represents everything that our party is against. Environmental degradation, air pollution, noise pollution, water pollution, burning massive amounts of fossil fuels, climate change, harm to public health and watersheds and wildlife, income and wealth inequality, and the use of public land for private gain. This proposal represents a transfer of wealth from Oregon to Wall Street, from us, the working class, to the billionaire class. Private jets are 100% exempt from paying these property taxes, and we confirm this with the County Department of Assessment and Taxation. The county does not benefit from these jets being based here. Our communities get all the downsides, the pollution, getting woken up at night, while out-of-state jet owners get all the perks. Not to mention that half of the time these jets will fly empty. I was just at a party in Hidden Creek Park not even 2 weeks ago when a private jet flew overhead and left the entire park smelling of jet fuel exhaust. This left me wondering how much these jets are poisoning our air. The activities of this hangar would further impact our community's parks. This proposal does not align with the climate change goals of the city of Hillsboro. Thanks to you, leaded aviation fuel is on the way out, but this jet hub, if approved, will be here for generations. Is that the legacy you want to leave behind? This is not for the good of the community. I urge you to reject the Sky Harbor project. Hillsboro is better than a billionaire's parking lot. Thank you.
Next up is Cynthia Westby, and on deck is Leslie Logan. Cynthia, welcome. Your microphone is on, and when you start speaking, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Pace, council members. As Mayor Pace said, I am Cynthia Westby. I am a homeowner, and I live in the Jones Farm neighborhood in Hillsboro. And I'm absolutely stunned that one company catering to 30 individuals who don't live in Hillsboro are considered more important and valuable to the Hillsboro Land Commission than the thousands of people whose neighborhoods are in close proximity to the airport and who will be forced to suffer the noise of 30 private jets at any time of day or night and their deeply damaging pollution fallout. These planes will primarily fly in the early morning or late at night with no passengers 50% of the time, ruining our sleep for the benefit of out-of-state billionaires wanting a place to park. Why would we want to support this? These 30 jets would have the right to fly in and out with no limit on operating hours or flights per day, while we citizens endure not only their deafening noise, the shocking amount of pollution during takeoff to our air quality, but also the noise in flights will impact the many thousands of birds we have carefully attracted and encouraged to see Hillsboro as a safe place to forage, hunt, and nest, with our plentiful wetland areas set aside to support those birds who live in and migrate through this region and bring us such joy. Early morning is when the birds are most active, the time when these planes will most likely be taking off. These 30 jets' noise and pollution will reduce our property values. Who will want to buy our homes when we put them on the market, knowing they will live under the barrage of deafening air traffic, preventing their sleep and diminishing the peace and tranquility of our neighborhoods and homes? Meanwhile, we will have the stress of knowing our sleep will be constantly interrupted with the exceptionally loud passage of planes during these early morning and late evenings when we intend to sleep, rest, and rejuvenate. What possible benefit would there be for any citizen of Hillsboro? None. The only beneficiaries of this jet hub will be the owners of the jets and Sky Harbor, who will receive the rent for the hangars for those jets. Yet we, the citizens, will endure the brunt of the noise, pollution, lost property values, and greatly diminished quality of life. The Sky Harbor facility is also in direct conflict with the Hillsboro environmental stewardship goals as outlined in the Hillsboro Comprehensive Plan. Specifically, the goal is to encourage the reduction of fossil fuel use, improve air quality, and reduce carbon emissions. Private jets are the most carbon-intensive mode of passenger transportation, burning 1,000 gallons of fuel in the first 30 minutes of flight. I strongly urge the City Council to overturn the Hillsboro Planning Commission's decision and deny the Sky Harbor Jet Hub development. Thank you.
And next up is Leslie Logan. Welcome, Leslie. And on deck is Anita Derry. Anita Derry. Leslie, your microphone is on, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. Good evening. I was here for the public hearing on May 27th. I remember looking around the room wondering why more people weren't here to speak against the Sky Harbor proposal. Then I remembered. People did not know about it. People had not been informed. It's not that people didn't care, it's that they didn't know. Here tonight, a lot of people have gotten tired, but they were here because they care. And we are here tonight because we care. And for those people whose names were called and wanted to comment, I wish they'd been here to comment. You know a lot of what we're saying tonight, and it's the same things that we're saying over and over. Thousands of citizens were not informed. Concerns about the flight path, not the airport, not the hangars. That seems to keep being a focus of Sky Harbor. And when I was here before, it's what a lot of the questions from the council were about. But really, what we're talking about is the impact on thousands of Oregonians in the flight pattern, noise pollution, air pollution, property values, carbon emissions, health impact. And another concern is it's been a seriously flawed process with missing and inaccurate information, for example, a missing environmental impact statement. I'm noticing that you're all doing a great job of staying with us, even though you're hearing the same things and it's late. But I also want to say that you're hearing those things over and over because they're valid, they have truth, and they're what we feel. We are not rote communicators. We are active, concerned citizens. So I ask you, before I get to my last statement, I'd just like to say, I really noticed that Sky Harbor's lawyer couldn't say how this would benefit the community. I think that's very telling. And also, when the issue of noise was raised, the only comment was that it was discussed. That doesn't say much for considering the impact on all of us. So I ask you to consider who you're going to give your attention to. A small number of polluting wealthy few, or to thousands of Oregonians standing for clean air, quality of life, and a voice in the process. I ask you to make a decision worthy of the people you represent, and thousands of your own Oregonian other citizens. Thank you.
Okay, next up is Anita Derry, and on deck is Matthew Van Horn. Anita, welcome. Your microphone is on, and you have 3 minutes as soon as you start speaking.
Hello, Mayor and council members. Jane Goodall said, "What you do makes a difference, and you have to decide what kind of difference you want to make." I come before you today to oppose Sky Harbor with a request urging you to support the people in the city of Hillsboro, and especially those that live and work closest to the Hillsboro airport, who will be the most directly impacted by the Sky Harbor Group 7 hangars and 2 20,000-gallon fuel tanks. The nearby local people who live and work and who will hear the noise and breathe and smell the fumes and have to cope, along with their children and animals, the environmental adverse impacts, along with the rest of us who live under the flight path. I'm in Tigard. We're being impacted by carbon-producing toxic fuels that are absolutely affecting our climate and the health and the well-being of multiple communities around the world. Sky Harbor CEO Tal Keenan is transparent about serving the ultra-wealthy private jet owners and establishing luxury, private, home-based jet hangars throughout the U.S. That will serve their jets and also personal needs for privacy, security, efficiency, and amenities. This is to address, he says, the infrastructure shortage crisis for these jets and their owners. The luxury hangar space will also be used for non-aviation uses, such as venture capitalists. Currently, Sky Harbor Group has 22 home-based operating in the U.S. with over 4 million square feet. He stated, our publicly stated goal is 10 million square feet, although I frankly see no reason to stop there. They list Hillsboro as in development. He says, every time we open a hangar, that is $5 to $10 million step up in our revenues. You will see that revenue ratcheted up as we open new facilities. This was in a Fox News interview in August. Regarding AI customer-related increases, his response, 37 new billionaires have been minted in the last 12 months in Silicon Valley, and now, as a result, we are comfortable with expanding in California due to this. With new billionaires, there is a progression from commercial airlines to charter, jet cards, fractional ownership, and they usually end up outright ownership. As for jet owners, the tax break in 2017 made permanent in the Big Beautiful Bill 100% bonus depreciation of private jet purchases when
Thank
used
you.
for
Your time is
business.
up.
Thank you for listening. I really hope you rule in favor of the people.
Thank you. Matthew Van Horn. Matthew? Oh, there you are. Great. All right, and then on deck is Adam Bauer. Matthew, welcome. Your microphone is on, and as soon as you start speaking, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Council. I wanted to take the time to speak about the Sky Harbor hangar development. I am in full opposition of the construction of a hangar for business jets in the Hillsboro Airport, meaning, in other words, I am in support of both appeals. That is really confusing, but you get what I'm saying. According to the Institutes for Policy Studies and the International Council on Clean Transportation, private jets produce at least 10 times more pollutants than commercial planes per passenger. They produce 810 tons of GHGs, which is the same as 177 passenger cars or 9 Class 8 heavy-duty trucks. Really think about that comparison. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it's apples to oranges, but whatever. It's no surprise then that instead of going through a standard environmental impact review and getting their project inevitably denied, they instead requested a categorical exclusion. They claimed that by some miracle, the additional capacity for 30 business jets won't affect the surrounding area's noise pollution. It takes barely any common sense to understand that this is blatantly untrue and misleading. Additionally, I've been told that the related fees for runways, taxiways, air traffic control towers and controllers, and other infrastructure is paid for by commercial airline passengers. I will repeat myself. Commercial airline passengers are expected to cover the costs of this project's runways, taxiways, air traffic control towers, and air traffic controllers. You would think, then, that this project would be to extreme benefit our community. I mean, we're paying for it. But this couldn't be further from the truth. Fitting only 30 private jets in one hangar means that at best this project is putting 30, 40 billionaires in and out of our city per day. In summary, this project dodged an environmental examination because they knew they wouldn't pass and pushed most of the involved costs onto commercial flyers, all to benefit the richest few who will drain resources from our community until there is nothing left to drain. Sky Harbor would be yet another step towards a version of Hillsboro that only serves the richest few. Mayor and Council, all I ask is that you think ahead and consider your constituents. Thank you.
Next up is Adam Bauer, and on deck is Chris Perkham. Adam, are you here? Going once? Chris, are you here?
Did it say Pinkham?
Pinkham. Yes, Chris Pinkham?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay. Sorry. Welcome, Chris. Your microphone is on, and as soon as you start speaking, you have 3 minutes.
Understood. Well, It's not the first time I've been here from Cooper Mountain, to complain about what you're doing here in Hillsboro. I heard 1,500 feet above our heads, planes flying. Sounds about right. I feel like if I were a little bit further back, I could look into the cockpit and see the pilot myself, tell him what's up. So here's the thing. I don't see, obviously, how this is a benefit. I look at the presentation from the appellant, the lawyers, right? I noticed that they claim that 1 to 1.2% is their projected increase in traffic. And I think as basically an asterisk, little addendum, one of them presented, well, that's assuming, of course, that all of the planes that are already there just go into the other hangar and we don't get any new planes. That was kind of my interpretation of that whole thing. You know what you don't do? You don't build a new hangar and fill it with some planes from over here, say, oh, well, this one's vacant. We'll just leave it like that. That's good. That's good stuff. This whole thing is obviously not a benefit. And I think my parting remarks would be, I took a step out on Friday and I enjoyed, some nice peaceful woodlands. And instead I got this, and this is just, it's really disappointing. I thought it was going to play. Anyways, a fucking plane, right? It was loud.
Can you please not curse?
Okay?
Please don't curse. Thank you.
I'm sorry, that must have been very disruptive. Thanks.
All right, next up is Suzanne K. Suzanne K. Okay, and on deck is Heather Long. Welcome, Suzanne. Your microphone is already on, and you have 3 minutes.
All right. Okay. Good evening. I ask that you stop the Sky Harbor project. This $38 million project will provide a flight base for out-of-state billionaires with no limits on operating hours or number of flights per day. This project only benefits the private jet owners. I don't see any benefits to our community. Keeping the community in the dark about controversial projects and rushing them through the approval processes seems to be the way this city operates. The same approach was used to approve over 35 data centers. This pattern of rushing through the approvals without taking the time to do any kind of research on the economic, environmental, and health impacts is reckless and irresponsible. According to the EPA, Hillsboro Airport is ranked 8th for having the most lead-polluted airport in the country. An increase in the number of flights will only make our pollution problems worse. What will be the impact on our health when the toxins from the jet fuels reacts with the air pollution from the data centers? Those of us who live near both the airport and the data centers will be affected by twice the amount of toxins in the air that we breathe. I recently discovered that Sky Harbor's chairman and CEO, Tal Kainan, has connections to the top levels of the Israeli government and the mafia. Tal has worked with a guy who was an economic advisor to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and he is on the board of a nonprofit policy think tank and lobby organization with ties to the Israeli government. Tal is the chairman of a nonprofit that, get this, provides credit to entrepreneurs who cannot qualify for traditional bank credit. Doesn't that sound shady? Tal is also on the board for the Steinhardt Foundation and works with a billionaire, Michael Steinhardt. Let me tell you about Michael. Michael's father bought and sold stolen jewelry for the most powerful crime family in New York and New Jersey. Michael's college education and his first hedge fund business in 1967 was funded by his dad's mafia associates. His business helped the mob launder their money into Wall Street. In 2019, Michael was accused of sexual assault by 7 women. In 2021, Michael settled out of court for $700 million to avoid criminal prosecution for acquiring stolen ancient artifacts through a network of international traffickers. Will Mr. Steinhardt and his associates be coming to Hillsboro on their private jets? It seems that Hillsboro's city government must have been given an offer they couldn't refuse. Thank you.
Next up is Heather Long, and then on deck is Chris Armstrong.
Unprepared, but pissed. I've heard every single one of those jets that flew over Cooper Mountain over the weekend that had Tracy and her dogs in a fit. My autistic son hears those planes and has his own fits. I am a nurse. I spend my time caring for people, so I wanted to bring a nurse's perspective to this decibel question that nobody's brought up the decibels that we're talking about. So when jets take off, they take off with 130 to 150 decibels of sound coming at your ears. And I want to kind of zoom in to that Brookwood Library, where, as Sky Harbor has said themselves, 1,300 people a day visit this. People commute past this on bikes. People walk, Shoot Park. And people, like my own kids, spent hours practicing, learning how to ride bikes around those little ponds that they have right next to the library. We have set that place up in such a beautiful way that there are benches for people to sit on and feed the ducks. And now we're exposing them, potentially, with Sky Harbor, plus those 1,300 people visiting the library every day, to decibels of 130 to 150 decibels for each takeoff. And when the planes come in for a landing, for 1 nautical mile, it's over 100 decibels. So, in perspective, what this does to your hearing. The pain threshold, human pain threshold, starts around 110 to 120 decibels. Hearing damage, so exposure to 140 decibels, causes immediate trauma to the person hearing. Again, not prepared. 110 decibels is what you get at a rock concert, a loud concert, a sporting event. People wear ear protection at that, and they put ear protection on their children because it can cause damage in minutes. 120 decibels, like a gunshot or a siren, can cause instant damage or pain. And that's just the immediate consequences. We have long-term damage that can happen with those 100 decibels that you could be getting from these airplanes, not just the ones over my head, but all those people going in and out of the library.
Next up is Chris Armstrong. On deck is Tracy Schultz, or Scholes. Chris, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening. In my view, the key standard here really is the 1280-040H7E. And the key element of this application is the mitigation plans for noise and air pollution. If we allow arguments such as there will not be appreciable increases in air pollution or no significant noise pollution, even with no limits on flights, or if we consider these are irrelevant and therefore no mitigation is required, all in order to satisfy a requirement for a mitigation plan, then the meaning of the entire approval process quickly becomes lost. If we allow a last-minute addition of a 6-foot brick wall to mitigate noise with no ideas of noise level or mitigation or zone, then what is the actual value of this standard? I submit the specific inclusion of factors like air pollution and noise in 1280-040F5D empowers this council with these criteria. I'd urge this council to assert that under 1280-040H7E, the proposal has failed the standard that reads, negative impacts of the development have been sufficiently minimized or mitigated. because they failed to even appreciably acknowledge that any such impacts are relevant beyond landscaping and transportation. Tonight, you've heard a number of clear, valid concerns about air and noise from the community. Sky Harbor has been allowed to bypass further environmental study via the FAA categorical exclusion, but this body still has these relevant criteria to consider as part of the approval process. This may well be a valuable project to the city, or at least to the airport. It may be possible these impacts are small or easily mitigated, but in this filing they've refused to even address them adequately. In my opinion, the appropriate course of action is to grant the appeals and ask the applicant to start this process again while addressing how they can mitigate or minimize the negative impacts on our community that are relevant to the criteria in the CDC. Thank you.
Next up is Tracy. Is that you, Tracy? Okay. And on deck is Israel Jaquez. Tracy, your microphone is on, and as soon as you start speaking, you have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you for allowing me the time to speak. I've lived around and near the airport most of my life, and so much so when I was in high school, we would cruise our cars down there because the farmer wasn't around. We'd drive through the fields, and it was a quiet place to hang out. It's been really kind of fun watching it grow, but things have really changed. And now, sometimes I have to pause my phone call when I'm working from home because I can't hear the person on the other end. It's interrupting my workday. At night, between 1:30 and 2:30, there's a jet that takes off almost every night with an unmanned tower. That's risky. I love the area over by the library with all the ponds. It's beautiful, the landscape. You guys have done a fantastic job there. It's just really pretty cool. And Councilor Harris, you brought up that the applicant had made all these changes, and yes, they really did, especially with the landscape. And they made a point to address that they chose landscape that would deter birds from nesting because they know nesting birds are a risk if they get caught in the engines. But what about the hundreds of geese across the street when they take off from those ponds? Those geese are a heck of a lot bigger than something that's going to nest in a bush. What about the eagle that nests over by the library? We're risking a lot here between the pollution and our wildlife. The wall, that's a good one, because we know sound is going to reverberate off of that wall. It's going to bypass over the top because of the jet height. So there really needs to be some study there. And I was at that meeting when that was approved. And they even made comment about how they didn't know if that was going to work. Nobody had any information about whether or not it was a viable resource, but yet they went ahead and asked the applicant to provide that. There needs to be some kind of study there. A friend of mine once had a plane crash in his house. You probably remember it from the Hillsboro Air Show. That's pretty risky. You put this many jets up into the air with all of those data centers. What happens if one goes down into one of those battery storage facilities? What are we going to do? There's just so much that we need to consider. Something else is the fuel. It is not leaded, all right, but a Cessna produces 146 to 183 pounds of CO2 in 1 hour, and a mid-sized jet produces.
Your time is up. Thank you. Israel, welcome. Your microphone is on. You have 3 minutes. And on deck is Sandra. Israel, go ahead.
Mayor, councilors, I am not here to be your attorney and give you the tools you need, but I suspect that you are looking for a way to support these two appeals, which I too support both of the appeals. So I will make 2 comments and then I will ask a question. My comments are that I find it appalling, like everybody in this room, for the Sky Harbor attorney to compare the parking garage like apples and oranges. I find it appalling that the slideshow that we were presented was so narrowly scoped. I was being objective. I wanted to hear that maybe there was something in it for our community, but none of that has been presented. None of that has been presented. Nothing has been presented that benefits this community. What I find even more appalling is Sky Harbor believes they are in the 80s or 90s, where greed is good. That no longer applies. They have a responsibility to make and help the communities as big business does. They have a responsibility to the stakeholders. I suspect Sky Harbor and the ill-prepared attorney thought that this was a case of not in my backyard. But we are Washington County. I am from Tigard. I am under that flight line. Cooper Mountain, Bull Mountain, those communities, we are all Washington County. I don't think they truly understood what this meant for our community, because their slideshow was about a warehouse and the aesthetics about these trees and this building that matches the other harbors or the other hangars, excuse me. What operational security are they functioning under than just the hangar? Did they not consider any other aspects? And I applaud Councilor Alcaire, Councilor Sinclair, for being insistent on some environmental aspects to be presented. That is complete irresponsible business practices. I don't know what decade Sky Harbor lives in this day and age. And that about being progressive, that doesn't, that they showed nothing of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Sandra. And on deck is Regan Workman. Sandra, welcome. Your microphone is on, and you have 3 minutes.
All right, I'm going to start off by saying I oppose the hell out of the jet hanger. And Stephen Holtberg, the bald man back there, sitting right there, I oppose your billionaire clients trying to line their pockets with more money without a care of the quality of life to the citizens of Hillsboro, and you can let them know that. I don't know why you guys would roll out a red carpet for billionaires to have a space for their jets when you haven't even rolled out a red carpet for ICE agents to get the hell out of this city. You say you want to make people feel welcome, but what about the people living in this city who are affected every single day? Do they not get a say? People can only feel welcome in the city if you put the citizens of Hillsboro above a billionaire wanting to take a flight out to Aspen anytime they feel the need. People will only feel welcome if kids are able to get a good night's rest before school. The people will only feel welcome if you create a safe space for people and not actively try to poison them with jet fuel. And people will only feel welcome if we put the people living in Hillsboro before the convenience of some billionaires. Why are we so worried about making sure the Elon Musks of the world have a cute little space reserved for them when people in your community are still struggling? We know you already don't care about the environmental impacts at all. And if you don't care about what the impacts are to the people of Hillsboro, if you don't care about the environment we live in, and if you don't care about our quality of life, then Beach Pace, Rob Harris, Saba Ambry, Elizabeth Case, and Christian Salgado, that is political violence on us.
Next up is Regan Workman, and on Regan, are you here? Okay, next up is Justin Crocker. Justin, Justin, welcome. Your microphone is on, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay, so first and foremost, I've lived in Hillsboro since 2014. This is my first time speaking at one of these. So earlier someone mentioned fraud by Sky Harbor in an application or something, and if that's true, we can't trust them to operate this kind of operation in our city, just plain and simple. With the current FAA and who's in control, and the point that it appears to be fast-tracked, I'm also hesitant to trust their oversight on this project. So therefore, the responsibility lays upon you, and with what you can do to do due diligence and environmental impacts and safety oversight. I really think you all need to see if this company truly does have a past of fraud, or if there's anything sketchy about their application. And if they do, then you need to demand reports on environmental impacts, safety impacts where you have the jurisdiction. The increased air traffic for private aircraft is also concerning, especially if it's someone who wants it across the nation at 8 a.m. and they have to start the jet here at 4 or 5 a.m. Someone already said that. That could impact the sleep of people who need those extra couple hours before work. Overall, people are just sick of billionaires and corporations making their life worse, down to even just noise pollution, all the way to emission concerns. I'm going to point directly to you guys. The Washington County Democrat was already here, but I assume most of you are Democrats or left-leaning, besides the fact your positions are nonpartisan. The Democrat Party used to stand for working-class people and everyday citizens. I still think it kind of does, and I want to see that be fully true again. You need to step up and be true to that, even if it's as simple as making it easier for someone to sleep at night without billionaires' jet waking them up at 4 a.m. They already pay employees like absolute shit, while they themselves, the top 1%, own more wealth, 30%, and the bottom 50%, 2.5% of the net wealth in the country. The least they could do is let us sleep. There's more of us than there's of them, and we are fed up, plain and simple. One of the last things is my own father is a 55-year-old electrician that lives in Hillsboro and commutes to Beaverton for work. He is a Republican through and through. He sided with progressives and me on the data center issue, and he is siding with us on the airport issue. So I kindly ask you to please deny the application.
Great. We had 2 people that didn't indicate whether or not they wanted to support the appeal or support Sky Harbor. So Denise Kerr, are you still here? Okay, Denise, did you want to speak in support of appeals A or B?
Yes, in support.
Okay.
Not for the hangers.
Okay. So welcome back. And your microphone is on, and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council President, and councilors. My name, again, is Denise Kerr. I've been a Hillsboro resident for 40 years. The whole jet hub and air pollution, I'd like to say that it's not just the air pollution from the jets. It's the aggregate air pollution. The vehicle exhaust, which we know there's more and more people moving here and more cars all the time. There's agricultural burns that are done. There's the fabrication of integrated circuits. Even after air is scrubbed, it's still sending out toxins into the air. The wildfires are getting worse every year. 2 weeks ago, the Tuesday market was canceled. It was like a blanket outside. How healthy is that? And then we're going to put the exhaust from 30 luxury jets right on top of that other stew. So I just want to say that air pollution is an equal opportunity offender. It damages everyone's health. Your money can't protect you. The wind blows the dirty air everywhere. What are the health impacts? Well, they're slow. They don't appear immediately, But you have long-term problems such as lung diseases, cardiovascular disease, infertility, loss of vision, birth defects, cancer, and it takes years off your life. But that's not the only damage. Let's look at climate change. These jets, their exhaust is one of the most detrimental components of climate change. So I'm going to go on. I'm going to say something about the that if the people that support this project would attend a meeting and testify, maybe the rest of us would understand the rationale and benefits that they believe in. It was like having everybody here having one voice really isn't a very good debate. I'd like to see people here who aren't afraid of getting booed a couple times to give their position. Come on, people. We're not 13 years old. And one more thing, I'd like to see a table of the testimonials and the names and the position of the people giving the testimony. I missed that. That's available at the state level, and I don't know why that isn't available here. Thank you.
Okay, the next person that did not indicate whether or not they wanted to speak in support or opposition was Jeff Evans. Jeff, are you still here? Jeff? Okay. And then I wanted to check Lou Dreesen. Are you still here, Lou? Okay, did you want to speak in support of the appeals?
No, definitely against.
You are against the appeals?
Against Sky Harbor.
You are against Sky Harbor?
Yeah.
Then come on up, sir. Okay, welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Lou Dreesen. I've lived in Hillsboro for almost 60 years, long time. I've seen all the changes, including the second runway. I agree with all the comments that prior to myself coming up here. What people haven't addressed, though, is what I see is the bigger issue. The bigger issue is the master plan. Sky Harbor has just taken advantage of what's in the master plan. They're following the code. Hillsboro, in conjunction with the Port of Portland, have come up with this master plan. They approved it. So basically, Hillsboro kind of screwed themselves. The Port of Portland couldn't care less about Hillsboro. I've met with them several times, and they made it abundantly clear that they don't care about the people in Hillsboro here. They don't care about the noise. They don't even listen about the noise aspect or any pollution or anything like that. They leave everything up to the FAA to guide them their way. The other issue I see is that the Hillsboro in general doesn't do a good enough job of notifying the public about these kind of projects. I think that the planning department certainly could have done a better job. I think that's part of what they're lacking, is that as these projects come on, that they really don't include public involvement as part of the determining whether they would agree on a project or not, or approve it or not. So I would guide the council here of thinking about maybe making some changes for the planning department. So, but I really appreciate you hearing all of our comments, and I think you have a really difficult job of coming up with a middle ground of allowing industry to come into our area and safeguarding Hillsboro residences who desire to have a nice life and a relatively quiet life, which we currently don't have. And with the Sky Harbor, it's going to get even worse with the noise and the pollution and the potential hazards that come along with that. So I really appreciate, again, for listening to us. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have people that registered online to speak in support of the appeal, and the first person is Valerie Pratt. Valerie, are you still with us? Yeah? Valerie, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
All right. Good evening, Mayor Pace, Council President Harris, and councilors. My name is Valerie Pratt. Although I serve, so I want to be clear that I'm speaking this evening as an individual resident of Tualatin. This application is being reviewed as a routine land use matter. It is not. Approving these noise, property values, and tax revenues that are not being evaluated under the current review process. I urge you to look past the misleading projections surrounding this proposed expansion at Hillsboro Airport. Portland's decision to approve this project relies on fundamentally flawed flight activity multiplier, which was at 1.26. This calculation used the lowest performing, slowest markets in the country, which contrasts with the reality of Hillsboro Airport, the second busiest airport in the state of Oregon. By using these flawed projections, the court has intentionally masked the true disruptions this development will bring to our neighborhoods. Independent data shows a realistic multiplier for this thriving tech and corporate corridor is closer to 3. This means instead of the promised 8 to 10 flights a week, our community will face upwards of 16 to 30 private jet operations every single day. The technical reality is that incoming corporate jets line up for their final approach to Hillsboro Airport more than 15 miles out, cutting a direct line over Tualatin. Because this airport operates with unlimited flight times without mandatory curfews, our neighborhoods will experience unlimited night flights with noise levels up to 70 decibels and low-frequency acoustic vibrations. This will have a detrimental effect of disrupting sleep cycles and diminishing the basic quality of life we have worked so hard to build in our community. By utilizing the deflated multiplier, the court successfully bypassed a federal environmental assessment. Private corporate jets emit up to 14 times more carbon per passenger mile than commercial airlines. As these aircraft descend along the Tualatin flight path into Hillsboro, they dump a steady column of ultrafine particulates, black carbon, and toxic emissions directly over our local communities and the Tualatin River watershed. Finally, any thought of positive economic growth must be challenged. Independent economic assessments included with staff reports in the official planning documents for this project show an estimated $700,000 to $3.6 million per year loss in county revenues. Please use your given authority and discretion to interpret this misleading and inaccurate data to responsibly plan the future of the city of Hillsboro and the surrounding West Metro region. By rejecting these skewed metrics, halting this expansion, and ordering a comprehensive transportation and environmental impact analysis, this council will show responsible leadership by protecting the livability of our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next person to testify online is Lynn Coffin. Lynn, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm here, Mayor Pace.
Great. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Lynn Coffin, and I live directly under the flight path to the Hillsboro Airport. And I find the lack of environmental study needs to be addressed. In addition, any other codes that allow for loopholes for billionaires and corporations to continue in this type of fashion needs to be locked down. We are in a time where billionaires and corporations now know how to get around our city codes for the win. I don't know what you're doing, Mayor Pace and City Councils, to try to lock down our codes, but something needs to get happen now. I've been waiting on hold for like 5 hours. I was here at 7 p.m. for the meeting, and that's how passionate I am. You know, we're being asked to accommodate here in Hillsboro a luxury jet complex for billionaires and corporations to use as a parking lot, while they spread their toxicity. How much is enough? Our Hillsboro Airport recorded more than 165,000 aircraft operations in 2025. PDX was 208,000. That means that Hillsboro Airport handles already 80% as many takeoff and landings as PDX. This will push us close to 90% or over. Can you imagine waking up to a jet plane taking off? Well, I can, because it happens every single day. I don't know if you can hear that, but starting at 6 a.m., this happens every single day on loop. I live in a neighborhood that has no sidewalks and a small elementary school, and at the same time, billionaires are able to take this away from us. At the Wingspan Center and the fairgrounds, you can smell the jet fuel. At the shopping centers around that area, I also want to make sure you know that there is a, oh, sorry, that's really loud, I apologize. I want you to make sure you know that the brand new, I'm sorry, it's so loud, I can barely talk. That the brand new National Guard is going to be right over there, and even though they don't have on-duty records, they're still forcing to be, oh, wait, this jet is so loud, I can barely hear you.
Thank you. Your time is up. Okay. This concludes our testimony in support of either Appeal A or Appeal B. I will now move on to testimony in opposition of Appeal A or Appeal B. I have no cards in opposition to Appeal A or B. And Amber, do we have anybody online? Nobody's registered. Okay, we have 0 people registered online. This concludes our testimony in opposition to the appeals. Again, if you are attending in person for either side and did not wish to speak, but you want to receive notice of the decision, please put your name and contact information on the sign-in sheet on the side of the auditorium. If you're attending online and did not speak but wish to receive a notice of this decision, please email at the following email, council@hillsboro-oregon.gov, to provide your contact details. Would Appellant A like to respond or present any rebuttal? Yes, please. Yes, come on up. Yeah, there's no rebuttal, but there is an opportunity to respond. Is that still? I mean, there is no rebuttal. Is that? Because there was no opposition.
Yeah, they can respond to the applicant's testimony.
Yes, okay. All right. Welcome back. Please state your name again for the record, and feel free to respond.
Thank you, Mayor Pace and Council. My name is Carrie Richter.
Yes. And you have 10 minutes, right? We're talking 10 minutes now on these? Yes. 10 minutes. Go ahead. Sorry.
Excuse me. So I'm going to just respond to the testimony that the applicant gave, which is what rebuttal is supposed to be about. I think that the applicant's primary thrust of their testimony is that this use is absolutely allowed. This isn't the wrong place or the wrong thing. If the criteria in H7 were to not include an airport, it would have said that. In other words, if the operational compatibility and the impacts mitigation were not to apply to an airport because the use is allowed outright, then the criteria would have said as much. In other words, these H7 criteria would have said, except in the case of an airport. But what H7 says is that it applies to every type of non-residential use, which includes an airport and a hangar campus. So it is not the case that this is just permitted outright, thou must approve it, you have no choice. These are discretionary policy criteria that sound a lot like conditional use criteria when you really look at them, that apply to this use, that suggest there are things that could be in the wrong place or could be the wrong type of things because they are incompatible or they have impacts that can't be mitigated or there are transportation safety problems. What we heard the applicant also say was they went through a slide presentation and they started with some images of the proposed building. And they said the massing and scale is expected, what you would expect in an industrial zone. The standard is not expected. The standard is compatible, which asks the question of what does the library look like? Is this building compatible with the library? What else is around? What else do you see when you drive down Brookwood Parkway? What do you see airplanes over 6-foot walls? Those are the kinds of things that the criteria require. They talked a lot about all the transportation improvements they're making. I did not hear one comment about safety. The standard in H7 is safety, the transportation safety. They don't have a transportation engineer sitting in the audience to talk about the crash history here. I want to talk about, they are looking for an incredibly narrow interpretation of the term development that then takes all of this operation discussion out of the mix, right? And that is not what the language of the criteria says. And I want to point out what they did talk about was the definition of development talks about human-made change. Human-made change doesn't have to include a structure. There is human-made change if they were just going to go fly planes off the grass field. That would be human-made change, and that would create impacts, and that would induce a compatibility analysis even without a structure. So human-made change suggests that supports my interpretation of the term operational development components, which look at how a use operates. They make a list of all the component parts, but they don't talk at any time where will maintenance happen. Mr. Holtberg sort of poo-pooed people for misunderstanding how planes fuel. Well, explain how planes fuel. And pre-flight checks, where do they occur? And where does the maintenance all happen inside the hangars, or does it happen outside? The rev-ups, or I've heard that term. What are those? When do they happen? We don't know any of this. And without knowing any of this, you cannot evaluate impacts. You cannot evaluate whether mitigation is adequate. Again, the applicant is trying to make this so tiny, right? They were talking about the 36 trips and how this is such a small amount, and it's infinitesimal, I think was the word Mr. Holberg used. According to who? As far as I know, Mr. Holberg isn't a traffic engineer. He hasn't studied the crash history. He does, the expert testimony necessary for a reasonable person to find the standards satisfied just isn't here. And what Mr. Holtberg is asking you to do is tell him what studies he needs to go get. Last I checked, you're not the applicant who bears the burden of proof. They are the applicant. What you have to do is you have to interpret the standards. You have to tell the applicant how you're going to interpret the standards. Are you going to interpret them so that development, it looks at the wall is made of brick, the roof is made of aluminum, it has gutters, or are you going to look at development based on the full context of that criterion which talks about operational compatibility? You've got to tell the applicant how you're going to interpret the standard, and then they go back in the next 7 days and they produce things that respond to that, that show you that they have borne the burden. You have to tell them what surrounding area means. Does surrounding area mean adjacent? When you've heard from all of these people who live miles away and experience impacts, you have to decide what that area is so they know what to go study. That is your job, but it is their job to produce the studies. And if you sit here and at 12 o'clock at night give them a list, are expected to give them a list, how unfair is that? And then they're going to say in 7 days, well, we produced the list you said. You got to approve us. That's not, they bear the burden. That's their obligation. And I want to point out that you don't know the kind of human-made change, right? You don't know what they're going to do. So how can you give them a list? You don't know the surrounding area the way they do because they are charged with studying it. You don't know the impacts. I want to conclude with a couple of comments that I didn't make. What should be on the list? The record lacks expert evaluation needed to address acoustics, vibration, air pollution, visual impacts, fuel-related risks. I think we heard about climate change. The real effectiveness of the proposed mitigation. Without this foundational evidence, the council cannot reasonably conclude that the negative impacts have been mitigated. The Planning Commission failed to properly interpret the standards, and the applicant failed to meet the burden of proof. And that's the reason why we filed this appeal, and that is the reason why we ask that you deny this application. Thank you very much. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Do you want to take any time?
You have a minute. You have a minute left. Not sure how to stop that clock there while Mickey gets up here. Ms. Barnes, you have a minute left of time.
A minute, okay.
Yes.
I'll talk as fast
Go
as I
ahead.
can. Okay, thank you again for hearing my...
Amber? Clock. Thanks. Go ahead.
Thank you again for hearing my testimony. I just want to mention that in 2023, KGW did a report on the Hillsboro Airport. The Hillsboro Airport leads the Pacific Northwest in runway incursions, which are close calls or safety risks on airport runways, according to the FAA. The FAA tracks and regulates runway incursions, calling them one of the agency's highest safety priorities, making sure pilots don't enter or exit a runway at the wrong time. When that happens, there is a risk of collision with other aircraft that may be landing or departing on that runway that could result in injuries or fatalities. Now, you know, Hillsboro master plan did acknowledge that the addition of just one jet could make a difference about separation and functions on the airport, yet none of this was addressed. These runway incursions are serious. We have some really inexperienced student pilots that are populating that airport.
And Mickey, your time is up.
Okay,
thank you. Thank you. Okay, do we have any questions? Does council have any questions for Appellant A? Questions? Okay, would Appellant B like to respond or present rebuttal? Welcome back. If you don't mind, state your name again for the record.
Yes, Andrew Mulkey on behalf of Appellant B. I'm not going to cover the same topics that Ms. Richter did just because I know it's late, and I'm sure we all want to get moving along. But I think the main issue is that the City Council has the tools it needs to deny this application in CDC 1280-040H7, which we've heard many times. And so even though the applicant is saying, well, this is a hangar, it's at an airport, it's something that was considered, Ms. Richter is exactly right that these criteria still apply, and the city still needs to consider the negative impacts of the development and the operating characteristics of the development, how it affects the surrounding area and other uses. And that is exactly where the applicant has failed to meet its burden and has just simply fallen flat. It doesn't have the evidence or explanations that it needs to have in the record, and they aren't there. So for that reason, the Planning Commission really should have denied this, but the City Council now also has the opportunity to deny this application. I do want to point out a couple things related to the applicant's presentation. And I think if you look closely, you can see that they're constantly twisting the facts and not being really straightforward with the city here. They're talking about how, I just want to be clear, this is a doubling in the amount of jets that are going to be at this airport. And I think I saw in the presentation that they were saying, oh, it's only going to be 1 to 2% increase. Well, what they're doing there is they're lumping in jets with all the small prop, student aircraft that they're doing there, and that's really disingenuous. And I think I will leave it at that. And if I don't know, okay, I think Mr. Hamilton is going to come up to speak.
Mr. Hamilton?
Yes.
You have the remaining time.
Thank you, Mayor Pace and Council President Harris and the City Council is late. One thing that hasn't been mentioned is Northeast Springer Street / Northwest Airport Road, which is the same road. One of them is a private driveway and that it's currently gated and no one can go there. But in the Hillsboro Airport Master Plan, it shows it will be Northeast Springer Street, all the way from where it is, all the way to that intersection at the library. That's what the master plan shows. That's what your guys' TSP shows. The applicant is attempting to claim it as a private driveway, and they say, for the purposes of this application, it's a private driveway. But on your guys' all your plans, it's a 3-lane collector. It's a serious road. They're doing that because they have a corner lot. And if it's on the corner lot of 2 public roads, there are different standards that apply than being on a corner lot of a main street and a private driveway. So I really would like you guys to address, I don't know what it was a last minute thing where we're trying to get answers from staff about what's the difference from the code standpoint. So I would hope you guys can look into that and figure out like the ramifications of their, again, misclassifying something in their application about what is the real impact of that. And that, I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, does council have any questions for Appellant B? Any questions for Appellant B? Okay. Would the applicant like to respond? So Stephen Holtberg, would you like to respond or present rebuttal to public testimony? Again, you have, because there's two appellants, you have 20 minutes, so 10 minutes each.
We're not going to need that much time.
Okay.
Mayor, if we could have, there's obviously been a lot of testimony, a lot of things presented this evening. Could we have 5 minutes to discuss what we want to present back to you, and also talk about the timeline that city attorney provided to us for the remainder of the open record period and extension of the 120-day rule?
You're asking for a 5-minute recess for you guys to discuss?
Correct.
I tell you what, I'll take that out of your 20 minutes.
That's what.
And then you have 15 minutes to respond. Does that
That's
work?
great.
All right, so we're recessed for 5 minutes. Thank you. Where's Mr. Holtberg? All right, Mr. Holtberg, you ready? Okay. Do you have the time you needed?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay. All right, if we could have it quiet in the council chambers, please. Thank you. Okay.
Good evening again, Steve Holtberg for the record. I want to touch on just a few small things, and I'm going to have David Annan come up, who's with Sky Harbor. He can walk you through some of the operations and some of correcting some of the misstatements that were made in some of the testimony tonight. And he'll be also available to answer, obviously, any of your questions. I want to focus on just two things in your code. This is your municipal code here, 6.24.050. It specifically exempts planes from the city's noise ordinance, right? Because that is regulated by the FAA. So as part of this application and part of your review, we just don't see how you can regulate noise from a plane when your own standards say that it is exempt from the city's review. The same relates to pollution and other standards that are regulated by the federal EPA or the state DEQ. Section 12.25.180B4 talks about compliance with state standards. What that means is uses have to comply with state standards. The city can't come up with its own standards and say that you have to comply with these standards. The last thing that I will say is to remind you again of your comprehensive plan. And while we acknowledge and contend that the comp plan is not a separate approval criteria, your comp plan that you adopted specifically calls for increased hangar space on the exact location that increased hangar space is located. So if we're talking about consistency with the code and consistency with your fundamental foundational documents, I think you have to acknowledge that that is part. The comprehensive plan specifically states that it is, the code specifically states that the comprehensive plan is not an approval standard or can be a basis for a condition. That is part of your code. And that is consistent with Oregon land use law. And your code also says, I should mention, that the code implements the comprehensive plan. So it's not the comprehensive plan is not a separate piece that you look at for compliance and then deny it based on climate goals or anything like that. Those things just simply don't factor in to a code-based analysis of development, which again, your code defines as the human-made change to land or real estate. That is not operational characteristics of a plane flying. Complaints about that just aren't relevant based on your own code language. With that, I'm going to turn it over to David Annan, and he can answer any questions and give you some feedback on how the facility will operate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name.
Yes, good evening. David Annan. I'm the Director of Development for Sky Harbor.
Go ahead.
Just first of all, thank you, councilors, thank you, Mayor, thank you, staff, for giving us time. Just want to walk through a couple of points of clarification and things that were discussed. First of all, there was some discussion around the environmental studies and the NEPA study that was conducted, the CADX that was conducted, that was put into record during the Plan Commission, was a study that was conducted by the port, and that level of environmental study was directed by the FAA. So that was not something that we Sky Harbor, with our leasehold and our development property, were the beneficiaries of that CADX review, but it was directed by the FAA as to what that level of environmental study should be. Secondly, there were some statements about the a statement in that categorical exclusion that made a statement about no additional activity. It is my understanding that that statement of no additional activity was measured against the port's forecasted level of activity. So our proposed activity, which, by the way, we've estimated to roughly be 3,895 flights, or excuse me, 3,895 operations, that's a landing and a takeoff, on an annual basis. Of the 30 aircraft that we project out of our hangars when fully built, the facility is structured and phased, is planned to be phased with 2 levels of construction, so at full build out, that would be 30 aircraft. And that is 3,895 operations a year. So the statement that was made in the categorical documentation, as I understand it, was a statement based upon the port's forecast of activity. So our 3,895 are well within and wouldn't add anything to that forecasted number. Secondly, I just wanted to make a couple of statements with respect to fuel. Our facility is, and our plans are to only put in jet fuel facilities. There's also a 500-gallon diesel tank proposed, but the main fuel is jet fuel. Jet fuel is essentially a kerosene product. It has no added benzene. There may, in fact, be small traces of benzene through the refinery process, as I understand it. I'm not a chemist, but that's the way I understand it from our fuel folks. And there is absolutely no lead. The lead is in avgas-related fuel, or what they call 100 low lead, and we are not proposing any of those tanks or to sell any of that fuel. They're not our customers. I want to talk a little bit about just the ramp operations around and the activity of aircraft. We are what we call a home base operation. That means we have based resident tenants. We do not market to, we do not service transient customers. That is for the FBOs to take care of. Our business is simply for based aircraft that would be based at this airport or any airport that Sky Harbor has an operation. Those aircraft are in the hangar. They have a permanent hangar spot. They're not on the ramp. They don't live on the ramp. They live in the hangars. From an operational standpoint, when an aircraft is scheduled to depart, that aircraft is pulled out of the hangar, typically about an hour in advance of departure, is fueled, and flight plans are filed by the pilots, and then that aircraft departs. I will further add that there is no, for lack of a better word, run-ups of aircraft done on the ramp. They essentially, when they fire up literally after passengers are on the plane and the door is closed. That is when they start their engines, and it's probably no more than 5 minutes that they're sitting there on the ramp before they taxi away. So there's no run-ups, there's no high-volume jet blasts or things like that. It's essentially at an idle. The other thing I wanted to note was someone mentioned it earlier, and it was accurate, that 2025, the port has recorded 165,000 plus or minus, it's 165 and change, operations in 2025. That was against a forecast of 217,000 operations. And again, our projections at full build-out are 3,895. I think that's all I had for clarifications, if there's any questions.
All right, was there any other member of your group that wanted to testify? Because you still have more time.
Sarah?
You're good?
Anything else?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, David. Yeah, you can maybe stay there. Does council have any questions for the applicant? Councilor Sinclair, or was Harris first? And Councilor Harris, go ahead.
Thank you. A couple questions on the KTEX, the categorical exemption. Was that application filed in response to this development?
It was filed before, I believe. I don't have the exact dates, but I believe it was filed before we actually signed our lease with the port. So it was at least started.
But was it filed in anticipation then of this development?
Again, not necessarily specifically Sky Harbor, but for a corporate aviation hangar complex, yes, I believe.
Do you know how many days, how long before your negotiation with the port that the port issued this or applied for this?
I don't.
I mean, was it like 8 years ago? I mean,
No.
Okay.
But I don't know. I mean, typically in my experience, a categorical or a CADEX review could be anywhere from 4 to 8 months, depending on the level of.
All right. So within a few months of anticipation.
I would think so.
And is it required?
Every project that I've done at any airport in the country, a NEPA CADEX review is always been required that I've been involved in.
And so looking at that CADEX report page that I saw, and I haven't looked at the whole thing, it didn't say that does this increase your projected number of trips? It says, does this increase the number? And now, could you have any examples, or do you know of any examples of CADEX requests that used a projection rather than the actual increase? Or do you know, is this a standard that they're all, we can't be the only one filing these, right? So there must be several examples at least. And do they use projected or do they use actual?
So again, my understanding is that it's a forecast generally provided by the sponsoring airport. In this case, it was forecasted by the port. In terms of our actual operations that might add to the operations at the airport, there's no way to know that until we get built and there's actually activity. But
right.
So it's a forecast.
But is it a forecast based on actual, or is it a forecast based on projections that were made in the past? See what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, I mean, I can tell you that, in some of the studies I've looked at, I mean, in pulling up numbers, the port activity itself, the last 20 years, the average annual operations at the port for the last 20 years is 193,000 annually. So is that used as a basis in providing forecasts? I would imagine that it is.
The port, you mean in the Hillsboro airport? You mean Port of Portland? What are you talking about?
Well, the port as the agency of authority.
So the Port of Portland?
Correct, for the Hillsboro airport.
For
right.
the Hillsboro airport.
Right.
So, again, do other CADEX, did they use projections or did they use actual numbers when they answered that question?
I believe it's projections based upon historical information.
So projections, as you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. And I guess I'm just asking, did other airports that have done this CADEX use that same methodology to answer this question? Because it doesn't say forecast, it doesn't say projections. It says, will this add, right, to the number of flights, period.
Correct. And again, it's my understanding that that question, when that report was prepared, it probably could have been answered more specifically, but it was just said, I think stated no, that it would not add to the activity, when the answer to that was it would not add to the forecasted activity.
Yeah, that wasn't the question, but thank you very much.
Wow, okay. Councilor Sinclair.
Yes, hi, thank you so much. Can you outline to me, to better understand, what does base resident tenant mean?
So again, so there is based customers and there are transient customers. In our case, we cater to a based resident that calls this home. So it's not a transient customer would be someone like a Home Depot, where their flight department might be headquartered in Atlanta, Georgia, and they fly in here for the day. That's a transient customer. We don't serve those folks. our folks would be customers that are based in this market, that have their aircraft permanently based in this community.
And what you said forecasted activity, so, and I don't know if I'm allowed to ask this or not, so I guess you'll just tell me no if I'm allowed to.
We'll find
know.
out.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Is this contracts with any federal government, or, because the way you described it sounded like military to me, and I'm sorry, I'm asking.
No military. Our customers are corporate operators, business aircraft, private individuals that have aircraft.
And so you're that confident and understand that it's 3,895 projected flights because of individual owned jets?
Again, it's a forecast, and part of the basis for the forecast for our campus here at Hillsboro was driven off of actual activity that we experience at other active campuses around the country. We looked at 2 of our existing campuses, one in Nashville, Tennessee, that's been open for 5 or 6 years, so it's at occupancy. We looked at another one in Opelika, which is outside of Miami, Florida, also open for 5 or 6 years and at full occupancy. And we looked at what the average weekly trip of one of the an aircraft based at our campus would be. And from that, we extrapolated data to get to the 3,895. So it's forecasted, it's projected, but there is a basis of some actual experience at other locations.
Thank you.
Okay.
I have a question.
Councilor Alker.
Transient and base. So transient, they don't belong here. And you're saying the base, the planes are here. Are you saying that people are here? Are you just saying that the planes are here and clarifying that that is different from transient planes, like Home Depot?
Well, in our experience, the principals or the executives or the owners of the aircraft generally are in reasonable proximity to where their aircraft are based.
So are they going to be living, are they from Hillsboro? We have billionaires here in Hillsboro who are going to be flying their jets around?
I mean, I don't know where they would live, but that, again, based aircraft are, in our experience, typically close by to the principals or the owners or the executives that are flying them.
The way I envision this, and I'm envisioning your hangar, and that planes can come in and out whenever they feel like it. They can come in, fuel up, and they can go. They don't belong here. The hangar's here, but those planes do not belong here. Neither do the people who those planes belong to. So I appreciate what you're saying, that there's going to be a hangar and that there'll be a base for jets. But those are transient too. They don't live here in Hillsboro. They don't belong to people here in Hillsboro. They're not going to benefit people in Hillsboro. We've been here for 5 hours discussing this project that does not do anything for the people of Hillsboro.
We believe that there is sufficient demand for our product in this market.
I'm sorry,
There
sir.
could be, but we as a council have a responsibility to think more about the long-term benefit for the people of this city. And I am going to think about the people of this city before I'm going to think about billionaire corporations needing to have some space sometimes.
Councilor Embry, and then Councilor Sinclair.
Thank you. One of the questions is, so the airport drive, you may not be the right person for this, but the airport drive that was mentioned in a testimony, in actually Appellant B's rebuttal. Is that in fact misclassified in your designs?
Your first statement was probably right. I'm not exactly the right person to answer that. It is.
She might be.
It's generally, I'll see if I can answer it, but it's generally my understanding that, first of all, that road is on airport property, and the airport maybe classified it at one time in a master plan, and they have, I understand they are changing or seeking to change that classification of that road. And there is a condition in our, or several conditions in our approval criteria that indicate how and how close we build our buildings to that road to, one, allow for that road to be I'm going to
A collector road, a bigger road.
exactly, whatever, a public road as opposed to a private road, as I understand it generally. So we are meeting that criteria, number one, and then, again, yeah, I'm probably the wrong person, but my understanding is it's kept being categorized or will be changed to a private artery or a private road instead of a public artery.
Is that correct?
Again,
That's the Port of Portland? Okay. I would like that to be part of the items. I would like that to be.
You'd like to know the answer.
Thank you.
Yeah, and if I could actually read the conditional criteria that was in our, I would be able to more succinctly tell you, but I know it is very specifically spelled out as conditions of approval under our approval criteria.
Okay. You good?
As to how that's to be treated.
Okay, yes. So if that could, I did not, or it's kind of late also, I didn't see that. So, but if, I don't want to belabor the point here, I know the record's going to be open.
Right.
Yes, okay. And then the other thing was, so I understand about the noise and the Supreme Court decision and everything, but that does not, pollution doesn't come under that decision. So pollution is still, could be still, I think Hillsboro said EPA, but we could look at pollution coming outside from the planes outside the airport boundary. So that is something we want to look at. Like that is something that I would like you guys to submit in in this 7 days.
Noted.
Noted. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilor Sinclair?
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm good.
Councilor Henry, you did a great job. You asked the questions that I would have asked. Thank
Okay,
you.
so you're good? Okay. Staff, do you have any comments or testimony or additional staff information to provide?
None for me, Mayor.
Ruth?
None from me as well.
Okay. Council, do you have any final questions for staff?
Actually, yes, I have one.
All right, so again, to be super clear, we're asking questions of staff, not the applicant. Yes? Okay, Councilor Salgado, please ask your question.
Yes, just sorry, really quick, before we move on to questions of staff, can we clarify about the 120-day extension with the applicant? Okay, thank you. I heard that they are fine with the proposal, so thank you.
All right, are there any questions of staff? Councilor Salgado, go ahead.
Yeah, question for staff. So I was looking through the paperwork again, and the submittal requirements, they require a statement of site activity or something like that. And essentially what this does is it's supposed to provide mitigation plans or technical analysis for noise, air, pollution, glare, fire, and safety hazards. And the applicant is stating that they don't need to provide that because it's an aviation kind of application. And so can staff or city attorney just clarify, can you interpret that for us? Because it's really confusing, because there's also H7.E, right? And so how did staff and city attorney kind of come to the conclusion that that was essentially okay to move forward with? Because I'm having trouble kind of making sense of that. So if you could just dive into a little bit more of that, that would be great.
So, site activity statement, it's a term that's used for a lot of different applications by agencies and by the city. To make sure I'm understanding which one you're talking about, are you talking about the one associated with the development review application? Or are you talking about the activity statement associated with the transportation plan? Or which activity?
Yeah, are you familiar, if I shoot out 12.80.040,
Okay.
do you know what I'm referring to? Okay, and then under that it
Yes.
says, for the development review process, the applicant needs to submit a site review activity statement. And then it has the reason why we need a site review activity statement. And then the applicant said, we actually don't need to provide this part because it's an aviation application. So that's the part I'm trying to make sense of, is like, what does the city council weigh heavier there? Like, help us make that decision from your perspective, right? Because there's two conflicting regulatory things happening there. And I think part of what we're trying to do here as a city council is take all the information that we're getting, all the plans, and see how this all fits together. And so these details are important. And so, I just want a little bit of clarification on that.
I gotcha. Yes, I know this. So this is a very good point because it actually gets at what it's trying to capture in the submittal requirements, telling the applicant that they need to make sure that they provide material that can then be evaluated against the approval criteria. So the things you see in there as far as the nature of the proposed use, that leads to things like parking requirements and fire access. The planned number of shifts and employees leads to things like queuing and traffic analysis. Treatment and disposal of industrial waste. I don't typically do industrial projects, so I can't give you a good example for that. And then the mitigation, which is, I think, the most pertinent, mitigation plans for traffic, noise, glare, air pollution, fire, or safety hazards. So it is a generic statement for all of these items that you have then heard being discussed in the approval criteria, so it's linking that back. Some of them are discussed in more detail, like the mitigation plans for traffic. You can see right below it that there's more details on what a transportation study needs. Fire, that is something that's very site-specific, whether it's just fire circulation, or I have a project that needs a water tank on site in addition to, just typical fire hydrants. So then it becomes very site-specific. Does that get at the purpose behind it? Am I headed in the right direction?
Yes, I'm just trying to understand how staff and our city attorney decided that the statement that they provided was sufficient because it asked for specific things to be submitted.
Yes. So for each of those items, and again, I'm going to separate things out because staff's position to the Planning Commission was actually a little bit different than what Planning Commission ended up adopting. So traffic, we have the traffic report, and in the study, it's intersection sight distance standards. So it's a little bit different than what you were hearing as far as traffic counts and not needing a full traffic study. This is more safety component. Noise, staff made the analysis to the Planning Commission that the Muni Code overrode aircraft noise, which the Planning Commission did not agree with staff on. Glare is not something that came up on this. but it is something that I know the port looks at from their perspective for safety. Air pollution is something that is regulated. I'd have to point to another section. In the industrial zone for this particular one, it says you defer to the state requirements as one of the specific development standards. Fire, so that's kind of two things that are going on there, and some of what you heard tonight as far as the safety concerns with the jet fuel and the diesel tank. There is, at the preliminary stage, making sure that there is fire circulation. And then when we get to the building permit stage, they do a deep dive on the fire code requirements for sprinklers and the tanks and the emergency exits and all those sorts of things that we don't look at land use. Safety hazards also comes under the fire and building umbrella as well. So they look at, they make everybody who comes in for a building permit do a report of the chemicals that they have on site. And then the fire marshal yearly goes out and looks and confirms that those are being safely treated in the manner that the permit said they should be.
Okay, you good?
Yeah, I think we can move on.
Okay, Counselor Case.
Hello, I have three questions. Hopefully they aren't too painful. The first one is, so taxes and fees, what long-term, after, let's say the hangar happens, after the hangar is built or any hangar at the airport is built, we charge taxes and fees for the hangar, Sky Harbor being the owner, but like not the individual planes. We have no control over any of that. Just thinking through like the SIP stuff of like, if these are really nice, expensive planes, do we get a cut of that? But I'm guessing that we don't, and it's just a tax and fee on the landlord, not the tenants, right?
I hesitate to delve into this, but my understanding is that the port does not pay taxes on their properties. I'm not.
And it's okay to get back to me later with that information. Later in that
Yeah,
information.
Councilor Gates, if we could get back to you on that one, we need to get our finance staff involved in that. The port, because it's a governmental entity, doesn't pay taxes, but I believe that operators that rent property, they do, and the operators, and so, but the specific amounts we'd have to get back to you on.
Okay, thank you. The next thing is, so I know we're going to extend for 120 days, but we approve or deny, it ends up at LUBA, and that would be like the next place things would go. Like, do we get a fine? I know there would probably be some like legal fees incurred in that, but like, will we get fined for, how would that work?
No, so if this is appealed to LUBA, you have your own attorney's fees that are covered. There's no automatic coverage of the opponent's attorney's fees as there are for residential land use applications, but there's always the possibility for them to go for attorney's fees, and beyond that, there's no fees or any additional costs associated.
Okay, perfect. And then I know that staff, this is my last question, I know that staff, when we put forward the resolution around the we're wanting unleaded fuel at the airport, and then the staff is going to work on some studies on our city properties because that's where we have access to on lead emissions. And I have a feeling the timing isn't going to hit with our 120 days to have that information, but just wanted to check on that.
Yeah, so those, we are in process working, we have consultants on board that are proposing how to do that. But those studies, just as a heads up, will be over several months because we set up the equipment and it'll measure air quality. So those will take quite some time. I doubt that'll be done within this time frame.
Okay, thank you. Those were my questions.
Okay, Councilor Sinclair.
Okay. A question I have is, so the city's transportation system plan designates Northwest Airport Road as, Northwest Airport Road, which is Northeast Springer Street, as a public road. Which is it? is it?
So it's currently a private driveway. I was talking to our addressing person, it actually shouldn't have a street name at all on it. And addressing is done off of Brookwood. There are plans that have been adopted by the council that have been alluded to as far as the transportation system plan of a roadway going through this area. There is no certainty that there will actually be a road in that area. But if it does end up being a road at that location, there is a condition of approval on the project to have the port dedicate that right-of-way and construct that right-of-way.
For the applicant's use or for the public's use?
It would be the public's use as a public connector road, yeah, through the site. So the transportation system plan shows it connecting through the site.
Right, and so for this purposes, are we designating it as public?
No.
We're not?
No, it's remaining a private driveway.
And so if this, I'm so sorry, Ruth, I didn't mean to talk over you, I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
I'm getting, a little hoppy here. So if this project hypothetically were to be approved and go through, that means that would change the transportation plan as we know it, correct?
No.
Or it would just still stay the same?
This is independent of the transportation system plan, which is a long-term vision, and right now that long-term vision hasn't come to fruition yet.
So in other words, the plan shows our goals for the system, and then in current reality is that if this site further develops, we'll have a condition to make that street public, which will align with our long-term goals. But if that doesn't happen for this project, then it'll remain a private street.
So basically they get grandfathered in because of the time period in which they applied. What I'm trying to say is we have certain standards that we're allowing because it being private versus, I'm talking about the categorical exclusion. So does this factor into the road being identified as private versus public, part of the criteria of why they're not being required certain elements of studies provided, being environmental or noise, because of that road identification?
For anything that is city-related, the categorical exclusion does not apply to how we assess that roadway.
That's not good. I mean, it's so a chicken or the egg with this then is what it sounds like to me. And it has long-term impacts on our community.
And that's why there's a condition of approval that says we're going to plan ahead just in case this does become a public road. We have everything set up to make the port dedicate that roadway and improve that roadway. But if it doesn't happen and the road ends up someplace else, we're also prepped for that as well. So we're set up for the chicken and the egg.
Okay, and then, no, I appreciate that, because, and Ruth, this is a separate topic now, with the comprehensive plan, so when we're talking about carbon emissions and our goal setting, can that same criteria apply to the planning of that? So can we implement that the studies be part of the criteria outside of the FFA requirements due to our local jurisdiction?
I think you're asking if we can change the regulations, the approval criteria, and that would be an instance of a future discussion of what makes sense for the port property. And that's a discussion worth having, but we're looking at what the regulations are that are in place right now.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Embry.
Thank you. One last question, Ruth, for me. So in the list that you were reading, for air pollution, you had said that it refers to the state standards, right? And so what are the state standards for this?
I don't know, because I defer to the state to implement their state standards. If it's, Yeah, I simply don't know.
That
Different
would be
planners
the
have areas
EPA.
of expertise, and that's just not one of mine.
Yeah, okay, and so here it's the EPA?
It says, I believe, if you hold on one second, I can look at what the State Department is that's referenced in the code.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. This is within the zone standards itself. It says compliance with state requirements. All uses or operations shall comply with current state air quality and noise statutes and rules as administered by the Department of Environmental Quality. So what happens on my side is they go through the land use review process, and at a certain point, the applicant has to get those approvals, and the Department of Environmental Quality sends me a LUX form, a land use compatibility statement, and they ask me, do you have jurisdiction over this property? Have they met all of their land use approval criteria? I'll say yes, I'll attach the decision and put my contact info, and then that gives them the approval to go on to their next step of analysis.
Very cool. Thank you. Yes.
Okay. Seems like there's no additional questions, and I'd like us to consider closing the hearing. Once we close the hearing, the council is no longer able to ask questions of the appellants, so the Barnes Group or the Richmond Group, or the applicant or the public. Okay, so I just want to state that again so we're all clear. If we close the hearing, we cannot ask any questions of the appellants, the applicant, or the public. Clarifying questions can be asked of city staff and legal counsel as long as the responses do not introduce new evidence. So the applicant has asked for time to respond to us, and we can do that. We can make that motion. So do I have a motion to close the public testimony portion of the hearing?
This is not working.
Oh, go ahead. Oh, here.
Thank you. I do have a motion. I think this was drafted by others. You can tell when I read it. I move to close the hearing, but to hold the record open until August 26th, 2026 at 5 p.m., and hold the record open for evidence and arguments responding to the evidence and arguments submitted between August 18th and August 26th until September 2nd, 2026 at 5 p.m., and to hold the record open for the applicant to respond to additional evidence and arguments submitted between August 26th and September 2nd until September 9th, 2026 at 5 p.m., and then return for deliberations only and a final decision of council on October 6th, 2026 at 7 p.m.
Do I have a second?
They're not working.
Second, Anne-Marie.
May I have a roll call? Yeah. I didn't. Counselor Case?
Aye.
Thank you. Counselor Embry says aye. Okay.
Aye.
Aye.
Counselor Salgado? Can you give us a thumbs up? We couldn't hear you. Or a thumbs down, either one. Thumbs up. Okay. Aye. All right. So that motion passes. Thank you. So for those of you who are waiting for the big decision, you didn't get one tonight. Sorry. So we close the hearing, but we keep the record open, which gives the applicant time to respond to some of our requests and questions. And then they'll respond to that, and then we'll be able to, well, the appellants will be able to respond as well, right? Yes, everybody's down. Okay. Yeah. Generally, yes. Okay. Mm-mm. I have to.
Because you have the only one.
Yeah, no, I'm not muting you guys. I'm not doing that. It sounds like yes, though. Yes. Go ahead. Here we go. Yes. Here. You can use my mic, Ashley.
They have batteries.
Thank you, Mayor. So yes, the first 7-day period, anyone can submit additional evidence or arguments, anyone. And then the second 7-day period are only responses to evidence and arguments that you heard during the first 7-day period. And then the third final 7-day period is for final rebuttal from the applicant.
Yep. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay. All right, so for those of you who came to hear about the Sky Harbor hearing, you've heard it. And I will close the hearing. Thank you very much for all of you who came out. And if you signed up to get the hearing, yeah, feel free to clap, that's fine. But I would come back October 6th. October 6th is the date you should come back. So, thank you. Moving on to new business. Item 8.1, and as you're leaving, if you could keep it down, that would be great, because we still have business we got to do. Item 8.1, consider Transportation Committee's recommendation to adopt a resolution of necessity to acquire property interests needed to complete the construction of Northeast Huffman Street and to authorize the city attorney and their designees to proceed with the necessary acquisitions in accordance with our real property acquisition policy. Resolution number 2933 is available. Do I have a motion to adopt resolution number 2933?
So moved, Case, because it seems easier on Zoom.
So
to get
moved,
my board
Case. Thank you, Councilor Case. And do we have a second? Councilor Sinclair, second. Thank you very much. Is there any discussion? Yes. Discussion.
Thank you so much. I initially failed to see the related link from April 2024 Huffman LPA staff report, and it's pertaining to moving a road 75 feet, and it categorizes residential groups of landowners to 1, ready to redevelop, 2, conditionally ready, or 3, not ready. So my question to staff is, in the event that no satisfactory agreement can be reached, then the attorney for the city are directed and authorized to commence and prosecute to final determination such as proceedings as may be necessary to acquire the property interest, and that upon the filing of such proceedings, possession of the property interest therein may be taken immediately to the extent provided by the law as stated in the resolution. My question is, were there any landowners that were not satisfied with the way they were categorized? I failed to see that when it came through transportation due to the subsidiary link.
Well, while Justin's coming up, I'll try to talk loudly. I believe we're only talking about one small parcel, right, that's owned by PGE for this item. So, Justin, you can add anything you need to there.
The categorization that you mentioned of the willing or not willing, that's going back a few years to when we conducted the locally preferred alignment study that determined the alignment. So this requested action regarding this right-of-way acquisition, the only property owner that's impacted is Portland General Electric. So, and they are cooperative with this process, but this is the start of what we would typically call a friendly condemnation, where we're starting the process that can lead toward the use of condemnation to take the property, as you mentioned, but in cooperation with and in communication with PGE.
Thank you for the clarification, Justin. In that secondary link, that's what made me read that over and then wanted to ask for clarification.
Yeah, absolutely. That language is a little backward, looking back to when the LPA was initially conducted and the alignment was set, but that's several years ago.
Yeah, it was a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay, any other discussion? May I please have a roll call?
Case?
Yeah, Counselor Case?
Aye.
Aye, okay.
Aye.
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 Counselor Salgado, do you aye or nay? Aye, thank you. All right, resolution number 2933 is adopted. Moving to item 8.2, Plan Unit Development 001-26, Sohai Central Risewell Homes. Consider the Planning Commission's recommendation to approve an order for a consolidated plan unit development review, preliminary subdivision with major adjustments and significant natural resource permit for 398 townhomes and a single detached dwelling units on 6 lots totaling approximately 45.88 acres in size and zoned MR-1, R-4.5, and R-7. Order number 37 is available. Do I have a motion to adopt order number 37?
So moved, Case.
Thank you, Councilor Case. Thank you, Councilor Salgado, for the second. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Councilor Ambry for discussion.
Is this the first reading? Or it's an order?
It is new business, yeah.
Okay, so we'll read it again. We'll go over it. No, we won't. Why not? It's not an ordinance.
It's an order, not an ordinance.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? All right. May I please have a roll call? Case?
Aye.
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 Salgado?
Aye.
Thank you very much. Order number 37 is adopted. Moving to item 9, we're going to forego the city manager report. Moving to item 10, council members have up to 3 minutes. Council comments. Council members have up to 3 minutes to make comments. I ask that you do not engage in any deliberation or debate over any comments or topics raised during the portion of this agenda other than expressing general support for adding a topic to future agenda items, or future agendas, excuse me. If a majority of council supports moving an item forward, the item will be referred to city manager for scoping. Do any councilors wish to provide comment?
Yes.
Councilor Anvery, making friends
Yes.
at almost 1 a.m.
I am.
Go ahead.
I am. I would like to request that we look into e-bike regulations, especially for teens. And there was there was some legislation passed, but I think the ages with which the minimum age is 16. It's going to go down to 14 January 1st. The e-bikes are very, very easy to modify. They go much faster than what they're classified as. So I would request that city staff look at regulations. Beaverton has some, Portland has some. I think we should look at it, make sure that our teens are not using them in a way that is dangerous. Helmets are being used. They're not being used on sidewalks, etc. So if there is support, I would appreciate if you guys can email Robbie. Thank you.
Right, so if you support that idea, please email Robbie and let him know that you support or not, if you support Councilor Ambry's idea. Sorry. Any other comments from council? Okay. Thank you, councilors. Moving to item 11, advice and information. Residents interested in running for city council can file now through Friday, August 21st at 5 p.m. And as always, council members who want to stay informed and engaged on city council matters can sign up to receive the Happening in Hillsboro email newsletter. Spanish language updates are also available through our Creciendo Juntos email newsletter. And with that, the city council meeting is adjourned. We did it.